talk to you, my friend. And you know what? We want Caleb Williams so someday have a game like Joe Flacco had last night.
What a game.
342 yards. Look, he's still around because he's not done. He can still play the game, doesn't have the escapability. Heck of a game for Cincinnati. This guy has had a well-traveled career. He's a Super Bowl quarterback. He's a pro at every level. All the players, whatever team he plays on, seem to love the guy and seem to be secure with the guy. So, huge win last night for Cincinnati.
Yeah, and it makes the Bears-Bengals game a little bit more interesting and I think a little bit more difficult in a few weeks when the Bears go there because Jake Browning had just been awful, let's face it. And I think they absolutely upgraded their quarterback position. It'll be helpful for teams that play them in the future, including the Bears, because they'll get a little bit more tape and a little bit more of an idea about how Zach Taylor wants to run this offense with Joe Flacco. So that'll be to the advantage, I think, of a lot of coaches. But last night they just couldn't stop Jamar Chase and Joe Flacco. And it was actually what looked like maybe a dog game on paper turned out to be really fun.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, I stayed away from most of the football shows this week. I stayed away from a lot of stuff on social media because Caleb Williams became Johnny Unitas.
Wow.
Quite in fact, folks, I'm here to tell you, Spencer Rattler, who I don't like, and I've told Carmen this, is right now the 19th ranked quarterback. Now, let me read everything for everybody. Drake May is 7th in the league. Okay.
Are we doing quarterback rating? Is that what metric we're using? Okay,
well,
got it.
The rankings. Drake May is 7th.
Yeah.
Daniels is 12th. Rattler 19th. Bo Nix 20th. Caleb Williams 23rd. And Penix 24th. Now, Caleb Williams in the fourth quarter, that's what you're made of, kid. You got the ball down there. I give you all the credit in the world. I'm not hating on you. The first game that we won, Dallas, you were the player of the game, the player of the week. You had 4 touchdowns. But against the Raiders, okay, the special teams get the number 1 nod because of the block. The defense, once again, getting turnovers, get 2. And then last but not least, Caleb Williams is the third start of the game. Now, last week, maybe I'm wrong here, but once again, Dennis Allen's been as effective as Ben Johnson, ladies and gentlemen, with the way that his defense is playing. I had the defense 1, I had Swift 2, and I had the offensive line 3, and then Caleb 4th. Does that sound about right to you? Nothing against Caleb, but, I mean, it's not the quarterback that's just helping this team win. It's a complete, total team.
Yeah, the O-line played great. It was one of the best games we've seen them play. It was probably Darnell Wright's best game. I think it was probably Tooney's best game of the year.
And the guy on the left tackle was Benedict?
Yeah, Benedict.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, no, I think it all came together. And, look, it took a little good fortune, but you take that and you run with it when you're playing on the road in this league. You don't make I don't think you apologize. I know it took some good fortune for them to get that ball back on the fumbled snap, but you take advantage of these opportunities when you get them.
I've been on this show for 7 years, been some of the greatest times of my life. I've always said, I didn't care what Mitch Trubisky did. I didn't care what Fields did as long as we won. We won with Mitch. All of a sudden, Caleb Williams throws for 240, 250 yards, and Caleb this, Caleb that. When Mitch used to win, it was because of the defense. It was because of other things. That's why we're winning, too. It's not just because of Caleb, but there's solid quarterback play. And the thing I like about Caleb Williams, though, he doesn't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what is the main thing for young quarterbacks. He's very careful. But when it comes to precision, he still has work to do.
Very inaccurate, yeah.
Drake May is the best precision passer, I believe, out of the second-year class, okay? And he's showing it. But the other guys, look, I'll say it right now. I go way back, as you know. 83's team, Elway, Blackledge, Kelly, Marino, O'Brien, Tony Eason. That was a great class, okay? This is the same type of thing. There's not going to be one dominant guy every week. I think we're going to go through when one week Caleb's the best quarterback, the next week Drake May's the best quarterback, the next week maybe Penix is the next quarterback, then Bo Nix. It's that type of class, and most of those quarterbacks are coming in with winning records right now.
Yeah, they are. And look, you brought up Spencer Rattler. I think
unbelievable.
I think you're right. Like, he's not really turning the ball over, just like Caleb.
No.
He's not taking sacks. You know, they're avoiding the things that are the drive killers, and I think that's good on both their parts. We've been saying it all week. This Saints team will probably be one of the better 1-5 teams you face. 1-5 is 1-5. I get it, but
they lost the Patriots 25-19. They were right there.
They've been pretty, with the exception of one game, they've pretty much been in all of them. So. Right. I don't think they're as bad as their record would indicate.
Nope.
I think it's important for the Bears to get off to a good start again, which they've done. Ben Johnson's fixed a lot of the problems they had last year.
Good for him.
With the slow starts. You're right. The Saints defense, for whatever reason, has been terrible in the first quarter of games. They've been outscored by almost 8.5 points per first quarter. It's the worst in the league. So if the Bears can get out to a quick start again and kind of play out on the front foot, I think that'll be a good thing. But you're totally right about the quarterback play, about Caleb, about Spencer. I think there's, neither one of them will admit it, and I know Spencer won't. But look, this goes back to when they were at Oklahoma together, and Caleb Williams took over for Spencer Rattler when he was benched. And I'm sure Spencer Rattler would love nothing more than to come in here and beat Caleb Williams. He said all the right things. Both of them said they don't have too much of a relationship. They'll be cordial with one another. And Spencer said all the right things publicly. But I'm sure you know what it's like to be a competitor. I'm sure there's a little fire burning for Spencer Rattler to come in here and beat Caleb Williams on
And
Sunday.
also, look, I've always said this. We're winning the games we used to lose now. So
That's
I give
right.
Ben Johnson all the credit. He's playing this right. He's not flamboyant like he was early in the season. The flea flickers and everything else, playing solid football. Swift will not, I don't believe, pull off another run like this. He looked like Walter Payton last week, but he's not Walter Payton.
Well, and especially if the groin is bothering him. I mean, he popped up
Right.
on the injury report on Thursday with that groin injury.
But here, I'll give everybody an example. Daniels messed up talking about turnovers last week. I mean, he's the one that fumbled that football, didn't give a good exchange. But as far as quarterback play, he had a 119 rating. He was better than Caleb. But the problem is, Caleb in the fourth quarter got the job done. Will the defense, who's averaging like 2.5, 3 turnovers a game,
Right.
get those turnovers again?
Yeah.
Because that has been fantastic how they've done it. I mean, they're like third or maybe first in the league now with turnovers.
They're second in interceptions, and they're tied for second in total takeaways.
Yeah, I mean, so can the Bears keep that up? If they can, they're going to win. If not, it's going to be a tug of war.
Yeah. Yeah, and it could be low scoring. Totals down to 46.5. We're going to get a lot of wind. It sounds like in the area this weekend, especially tomorrow. Some of it will move out, but it's still going to be windy Sunday. Sounds like the wind that's going to be here for us Saturday is going to move on to the Cleveland game on Sunday. They're saying, and those two off. The Browns offense stinks to begin with. Browns and Dolphins, they're saying 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts Sunday in Cleveland. So that is going to be interesting to say the least.
Which is a shame. They're going to be moving indoors. I hear they're building a dome.
I believe they are.
In Cleveland. That should not be allowed. No. If I was commissioner of football. Sorry, Cleveland is a stop that's got to be outdoors. But then again, Detroit used to be the same way.
Yeah.
And then they went inside. I think I think there's 12, 13 dome stadiums.
Oh, there's
now.
a lot, and people like the comforts of it. You're right.
They love the comforts, the football.
Plus, you can use it year-round. You could use it for concerts, and it's just, it's revenue.
My argument's always been if Peyton Manning played outdoors, he would have never broke the records that he broke.
That's interesting.
I mean, because look at Peyton, when he went outdoors and he played Tom Brady, who was 11-6 against them, he found out what it was like to play in bad elements.
Well, you definitely have some creature comforts playing your whole career.
Oh, no, and you can leave when it
Although, you got to give Peyton credit. That first year in Denver, I mean, that was something. That was a 50
Didn't
touchdown.
he have like a Tebow year, basically, though? I mean,
well, at the end he did that last year. But those first 2 years were still pretty good.
Wasn't bad. I'm just saying if he had played 10 years.
No, you're probably right. I mean,
if he had played, let's say he played for Cleveland and 70 miles an hour wins.
Come on, you get an advantage playing all your home games indoors. There's no doubt.
That's what made Marino so good. I know they played. I mean, I remember Marino playing in tropical storms and still getting it done. And he could play outdoors, but it was a better climate.
Sure.
But if you played your career outdoors in Indianapolis, I think it would have been a different story.
All right, coming up, Luke Pergandy will join us. We'll talk about what's hot at
the show's
Prop
going
Swap.
quick already. I can tell.
It always does. It flies by. We got to We got a lot to get in just an hour. Luke will join us. You got the LCS is going on. I mean, Toronto's back in it in such a major way. It's incredible. Dodgers on the verge of going back. NBA starting up. NFL MVP through 6 weeks. A lot of great stuff to talk about with Luke. And then we'll get back to some more breakdown for Week 7. Plus, Jim Miller's got ponies later in our best plays. So don't go anywhere. We are just getting warmed up. It's Mike and Carmen. We're the Odds Couple coming right back.
This is the Odds Couple on ESPN 1000. For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shane Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us this morning at 9 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yingling Beer.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
4 years of whiskey wisdom deserves a proper toast. Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco. Join us as Whiskey University celebrates its 4th anniversary. Come out to Foxtail on the Lake in Des Plaines next Wednesday night at 6:30. No better lesson than a Whiskey U Hall of Famer, Templeton Whiskey. Born in Templeton, Iowa, and steeped in the Prohibition era, Templeton has been schooling whiskey lovers for over a century. So raise a glass, not a textbook, and celebrate 4 spirited years of Whiskey University. Whiskey U! Please drink responsibly.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This college football payback playback is brought to you by Venmo.
It was November 24, 2018. Iowa State faced a 17-point deficit to Kansas State in Farmageddon, with only 12 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Led by quarterback Brock Purdy and running back David Montgomery, those two NFL stars rattled off 21 straight points in 8 minutes to stun the Wildcats and win 42-38.
Brought to you by Venmo. This football season, score more with Venmo.
The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back inside this week's episode of The Odds Couple. Mike and Carmen with you each and every week. Make sure you've got the ESPN Chicago app. You can catch up on demand anytime, anywhere, not just this original podcast, but all the original pods and all the shows if you ever miss anything during the week. Make sure you have the Prop Swap app on your phone. It is free. It is easy to use. You can also go to PropSwap.com, and every week we talk to one of the founding members. Let's bring him in on the Yingling guest hotline. Say hi to Luke Pergandy.
Big Luke. What's up, buddy?
Mike.
Hey, bud. So what do you what's hot right now? People more into the NFL or people looking to grab a little value in baseball as we've only got a couple of series left? And what Toronto has done to get back in it has been extraordinary. They were probably left for dead just about 48 hours ago.
Yep. Yeah, that series has been awesome, obviously in complete contrast to the other series, which the Dodgers look like they're just going to tear through the playoffs. But, yeah, we're selling both, I would say, equal between Toronto and Seattle. And Milwaukee's pretty much dead. They're like 50-1 now to win the World Series, so not much there. Maybe they can make a comeback. I saw they've, set a record for the least amount of hits in the first 3 games of NLCS, so they might be done. But yeah, equal sales on both Seattle and Toronto. I totally agree. It looks like Toronto was going to get swept. They're losing in 5 games, but they're right back in this thing.
So you buy a ticket for Milwaukee for like, let's say, $100 at 50-1. You hope they get hot. You hope it goes 3-2. Now you can sell it, can't you? I mean, that's the optimum. That's what you built this thing for. But you got to have those first 2 wins.
Exactly.
Although Milwaukee's been into games. I mean, for the most part, it hasn't been bad. I watched them yesterday. I mean, the pitcher trying to pick off a guy at first with a man on third, throws the ball away.
Silly.
Just silly mistakes.
Yeah.
Not mistakes they made during the season. They're playing a much better team. But that's what it's built for, isn't it, Luke? Hopefully you can bet Milwaukee at 50-1, and maybe they win a game or two. Now you've got a little bit of a chance here, right?
Totally. Yeah. It's not we are all that has to happen is the odds improve and quote unquote you're in the money and you can sell that. So yes, and typically it would pay better doing that strategy than you betting Milwaukee money line each game, because obviously if they lose that goes to 0. But if you bet on Milwaukee to win the World Series, say before it was 3-0, say it was 2-0, and they lose the game, you're still alive, right? You can still sell that bet even if they drop one of those games. So, yes, that's exactly why we built this. And, that series has been terrible. Anytime a team is 2-1, which is basically what LA was the entire season, and runs the table, that's bad for prop swaps. So we're hoping that the AL side at least can kind of push them, and if whoever comes out of the AL side can push Los Angeles in the World Series, because if Los Angeles sweeps, like nobody's going to be buying and selling on a team that has basically been favored the whole season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A couple NFL questions for you. Is it a good buy low time on the Eagles right now at 10 or 12-1?
I really don't think this is going to be one of those the slide from 2 years ago where they just kind of fell off the wagon. I still believe in this team. I mean, kind of a good segue into Jackson Dart. Like we're selling 50-1.
Oh yeah,
Jackson Dart Rookie of the Year tickets. He is now even money.
Yep.
Jackson Dart is even money to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. We are selling 50-1 tickets on him, and rightfully so. People thought he was going to only play half the season, if that. And obviously he gets going way earlier than the midway point. So that's been selling well. And then to answer your question, I still think that they're live. Like who do we think is going to run the table in the NFC? Like the Lions have looked good, but obviously they got whacked by Green Bay in the first game, so they are beatable, but obviously they look good. And, of course, they just lost to Kansas City on Sunday night, so obviously a beatable team. So, yeah, I would at 12-1, I'd be a buyer in Philly.
Well, and on the Jackson Dart thing, Igbokwe getting hurt last week opens up the door. Igbukwe's probably going to miss a couple weeks, so that's the reason you saw the precipitous drop, right, Luke?
Yep. Yeah, and as we've always discussed, quarterbacks,
yeah,
all things equal, always going to have a leg up on other positions.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you beat the Super Bowl champions in a standalone game on Thursday night that the whole nation's watching. Like as we've discussed, tons. This is a popularity award. There's got to be an angle at prime time. Performances in prime time are way far heavier than performances in a non-prime time game that the rest of the country isn't watching.
And then just one more I have real quick on Baker for MVP. He's third choice in most places now. He's down to about 3 or 4-1. You want to talk about sitting on a valuable ticket. Are people looking to unload or maybe buy Baker Mayfield tickets right now at much better odds? For sure. Yeah, we've seen Baker Mayfield tickets sell. He probably was like 25-1. We've seen some 25-1 tickets on Baker. To your point, it's basically a 3-pony race at this point between Mahomes, Allen, and Baker. I mean, I don't like the Bills have looked bad 2 weeks in a row. So 3-1 for Josh Allen. That seems like that should be like 5 or 6-1, maybe double that. So that seems pretty low for a team that's dropped 2 in a row, and the offense hasn't looked nearly as good as they have in prior years. If you had New England or Indianapolis in prop swap, and you got a very good chance right now. But if you had to pick one of those teams that's going to fade, or maybe both of them, do you think they'll both fade, or do you think that one of them's going to be there at the end? Or is it the perfect example, maybe in a couple of weeks, you might be selling one of these tickets, Indy or New England, to make some profit? Yeah, I probably like Indy longer term than I do New England. I've kind of been on the Colts the last couple of years, and I just never understood why they were
just so bad. And it seems like the answer was they just needed a quarterback to kind of step in and take charge. So I like the Colts a little bit better. Drake May's obviously doing amazing in his second season in New England, but I trust Indy a little bit more, Mike. We're both really solid teams. You know, like who do you choose out of the AFC if maybe we all agree Kansas City's having a down year? Of course, they looked awesome, and we'll see how Rashee Rice makes that offense improve this weekend. But yeah, I think both of those teams are live. Certainly worth a stab of, with props up in mind. Just get rid of it once they make the playoffs. But I mean, Indy's the 1 seed right now. It's crazy.
The National Football League's crazy. I mean,
the whole
3 weeks
thing.
ago, we're hearing Kansas City's in trouble. Now we're hearing they might go all the way to the Super Bowl after a couple hot wins. So it's a week-to-week league. That's what it's always been. So you got to keep a hold of those tickets and pay attention, don't you?
Totally. Yeah, and that's, both of those teams. I mean, you could have got the Colts at 100-1. I believe you could have got the Patriots at 200-1 to win the championship. I'm not saying either of those two teams are going to win, but I am saying, like, those are obviously good bets because we're, in the second week of October here, and you could flip both of those for a massive profit.
People getting excited for NBA season?
Yeah, I think it's certainly, with Jason Tatum being out, probably looking like the whole season. We'll see with Medicine. Like he may turn the corner quicker than ever before just because Medicine's doing so well with preparing, ACLs. And then, like, what do you do in the East? Like, Halliburton's probably going to miss the whole season. So, like, wide open race for the NBA this year, as opposed to, like, we basically had, I talked about teams being low odds and running the table for the whole season. That's bad for props. I don't think that's going to happen. The Thunder look amazing, but maybe exclude them. The Celtics right now, to my point, are, my gosh, they are like the 12th team.
Yeah.
So they are 30-1. Like it's basically been Boston for the last 3 or 4 years at like single digits to win the championship starting the season off. So that should be great for prop slots. Just a little bit longer odds on all the other teams.
I'll tell you what, the NBA has turned me off as far as wanting to bet it because they've had some weird-ass things happen. They don't announce the injury report till real late. Guys end up sitting out, the load management. Plus, there's 10 different places you got to go to watch them. I believe that if you're a betting man, football, even baseball, is strong right now. But the NBA, people are a little leery still because of all the nonsense, aren't they?
So, yeah, the injury report's kind of a whole separate topic. To me, like, the injury report, I've been told it's specifically for gamblers. Like, they come out with that just because the NFL knows that there's so much gambling on it. And if you're concealing injuries, then that's just no one's going to want to bet in a sport if you don't even know a quarterback's going to be out. And then, the backup starts the game. But that's not fair to the gamblers. So I agree with you, Mike. The NBA could be a little bit more strict about it, and obviously the whole load management discussion too.
Yep.
But I agree. If you're going to conceal that a guy's not playing, and I bet $500 on a game, that's super frustrating for a gambler. I hear your point.
Yeah. All right, Luke. Have a great weekend, buddy. We'll talk to you next Friday.
Thanks, guys. Looking forward to it.
All right. It's our guy Luke Pergandy over at PropSwap.
I'm done with the NBA. I bet hockey. I bet MLB. I've been betting the baseball games, and I love betting college and pro football. The NBA, to me, too fragmented. Too many games on different channels. You don't know who's playing. LeBron's not coming back now all of a sudden. Now.
Well, he's got sciatica. I don't know.
Well, you're not supposed to get that till you're in your 60s, from what I understand.
That's not true.
Oh, you can have sciatica early?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
That's awesome. Oh, my God. I got a
when,
few.
When do you supposed? When's the prime time to get sciatica?
I don't know, but I mean, listen, the guy, at some point, the guy's body's going to start, as well as he takes care of himself and all that he puts into it, he's still a 40-something years old playing a young man's game.
Yeah, all that he puts into it. Interesting.
Well, who knows? I don't know. I didn't mean it that way, but who knows?
I know, but I should have read into it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying.
Who knows?
Yep.
All right, coming up, we got more breakdown around Week 7 in the NFL, some college stuff as well. We got potentially the last ever Notre Dame USC game here this weekend. It looks like it's the end of the line there. USC, I think, is kind of running for cover. Doesn't want to face Notre Dame anymore from what it sounds like.
Wow, I can't believe that.
I know.
Great rivalry, one of the great. Well, maybe it will come back, like Miami, Notre Dame or something like that, but that's ridiculous. It's one of the big, top moments in college football when those two played.
Absolutely.
Yep.
We've had a lot of historic moments. So we'll talk about that coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We're the Odds Couple on the ESPN Chicago app.
This is the Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000. The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
BetterHelp therapists have helped over 5 million people worldwide on their mental health journeys. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Moments in therapy can change lives. This World Mental Health Day, let's celebrate the therapists who have helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start the journey. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Save big money right now at Menards. October is Fire Safety Month. Kidde home safety products keep your family protected in case of emergencies. From smoke and carbon monoxide detectors to fire extinguishers and more. Get peace of mind with new smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. Today, save big money on all Kidde products at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hit the road in a brand new Toyota in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Toyota River Oaks, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Toyota is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees, and it should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's a limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
Tailgate season is on, and Monster Energy flavors are bringing the heat. Crack open the wickedly creamy citrus blast of Orange Dreamsicle, or ride the shockingly smooth wave of Electric Blue. Both packed with real sugar, bold flavor, and that legendary Monster kick. This is the energy your game day deserves, so grab your can and unleash the beast.
This is the Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Welcome back inside this week's episode of The Odds Couple with Mike North and Carmen DeFalco, every week with you on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Follow us both on X. Mike's at North to North. I'm at Carmen DeFalco. We talked a lot of Bears Saints. We just talked to Luke. Time to get after some of the other action in Week 7, and it starts bright and early Sunday, Mike, with another Wembley game from London at 8:30. Jags and Rams. Jaguars sitting as about a 3.5 point underdog. I'll tell you, if this thing stays at that key number of 3 or even goes back north of it, I think maybe a good opportunity to start the day with a win and grab a little piece of the Jags. And I say that mostly because of the news on Puka Nacua. As we record Friday, we don't have
I used to have that with bread on the side. Was very good. I think it's a Belgium dish.
I think it might be.
Yeah.
We are recording Friday. We don't have official word, but I think we all are reading the tea leaves here. He hasn't practiced this week. I'm not sure Puka with that ankle injury is going to be on the field on Sunday, especially considering they have their bye next week. The Rams have lived in three wide sets. They've been very effective out of those, 9th best EPA per play in the league. I think that definitely changes the handicap and changes what they want to do with their offense. And it changes how dynamic they can be. Not to mention their right tackle, Rob Havenstein, hasn't practiced this week anyway. So Jags are over there. They're used to this travel. I believe the Rams aren't going until tonight, and they won't be there till Saturday morning. So if it stays above the key, I kind of like the Jags at the 3 or 3.5.
Yeah, I mean, right now money's coming in on both. I hate this game. I don't usually bet them. I did put a little bit on the Jets last week. What a horrible team they are. Believe me when
terrible.
I tell you this, folks. If Aaron Glenn loses to Carolina this week, they should fire his ass because he can't manage a clock. He doesn't. He decided to go with Justin Fields.
Yeah, it's
I
terrible.
mean, it's just absolutely.
What happened at the end of the half was terrible too, Mike.
Yeah,
It just
I
can't
mean,
happen.
You just can't happen. So, like the coach of Callahan, he should be gone too if they lose this game. I really would stay away from this game if I was leaning. I'm with you, Jacksonville.
Yeah. Eagles-Vikings could be a good one. It looks like we're going to get at least one more week of Carson Wentz. Of course, that's an interesting storyline against his former team. Vikings at home is about a 2.5-point underdog. Minnesota is 4-3 against the number as a home dog under KOC. They're also coming off the bye here, which is usually beneficial. The Eagles are coming off their little mini bye because they played last Thursday night to kick off Week 6. Teams are blitzing Jalen Hurts at the highest rate in the NFL out of any quarterback with a minimum of 65 dropbacks, and we know Flores blitzes a lot. Now, Hurts has been somewhat respectable against the blitz. His turnover-worthy throw rate's a little high, but other than that, he's been okay.
Barkley ain't doing what he did.
Barkley's not doing what he did at all. Does with the little mini bye and more tumult that they're dealing with, do the Eagles kind of get things back on track, and do they get their offense back on track Sunday in Minnesota?
When you bring up the word tumult, I already know there's a problem. Let me tell you something, Carr. If we didn't know anything, and we saw that Philadelphia was a -1.5 at Minnesota, we'd figure Hurts was hurt.
Right.
Or other people were hurt. You also got a guy that used to play for the Eagles. Believe me when I tell you this, folks. I spent my career with a chip on my shoulder, okay? That's what motivates me. Sometimes it hurts people.
Mm-hmm.
It motivates me. If I would probably lean Minnesota here, only because of the spread, because I figured if Hurts is quarterbacking, it should be 3.5, 4. I mean, I'm looking at Denver and some of these other teams on the road, or I'm looking at the Tennessee game. New England is -7 at Tennessee. Now, I know Tennessee's bad, but Minnesota's missing their starting quarterback. He's not going to be back. And yet Philadelphia is only not even a field goal favorite. I'd lean Minnesota.
Yeah, I was just trying to check my power number real quick, too, just to see what I had it at. I mean, you're right on it. It's like kind of it
1.5?
Yeah.
It's almost like a pick.
I know.
And Minnesota lost their starter. They got can Wentz do what the kid from Cincinnati, I call him a kid, what Flacco did last night?
Yeah.
And there's no excuse for not having enough experience sometimes. If you're a Carson Wentz, you got plenty of experience. Maybe you know some things the team does. But, I mean, I sort of like Carson Wentz in this situation.
Especially, like you said, with the chip. That's an interesting part of the
chip
angle.
Chip on the shoulder, baby.
We could be arriving at the end of an era. They've been playing competitively against one another for about a century. But as of now, this is the last USC-Notre Dame game. And it almost does kind of – I'm sorry to all the Trojan fans. Chris Black, our buddy here at the station, is one of them. But I think he would agree. I don't mean to offend any of the Trojan fans out there, but it feels like they're ducking them a little bit. You know, I mean, it definitely does. It feels like with being in the Big Ten and all the travel they have to do now to the Eastern time zone and the Central time zone, and then having to play a very tough out-of-conference game against Notre Dame, it doesn't seem like it's in Lincoln Riley and USC's best interest anymore. It's sad. It has been a great rivalry, Mike, like you said. So this could be it in South Bend on Saturday night, and weather might play a factor in that game too, something to keep in mind.
I always get – if you want to be prominent, you got to play the best. And if you beat Notre Dame, you're looking good. What happens if they beat Notre Dame and they're never going to play them again? Beating Notre Dame is a huge win.
Yeah.
But I look at USC, I look at some of these rivalries that are going away, which is an absolute shame. And Lincoln Riley, to me, is just he's a good coach, but he's not as advertised when he left Oklahoma, as far as I'm concerned. USC in the Big Ten, like I said last week. And by the way, congratulations to the Indiana coach, Signetti.
God.
He's a good kid.
That's amazing.
8-year deal. The nonsense about Penn State being the better job was nothing but nonsense. If I'm Matt Rule, I stay at Nebraska and build there because Penn State, to me, they were relevant in the 80s and 90s. They won a couple Big Tens in the 2000s. But, I mean, they're not the same as they were 10, 20 years ago.
How much of that is a Franklin problem, though, Mike? Because think about how highly they've been ranked and rated and how good they have been. He's just had so much trouble in those big games.
I agree.
How much of that – I wonder, like, with Matt Rule, if it gets back to what you were talking about. Because I still think Penn State attracts a lot of great athletes. I think they have very deep pockets. Not to say Indiana doesn't, but I mean, I don't know.
They must have deep pockets if they gave that guy 90-some million.
You're right, yeah. I don't know. I still think that Penn State job's a really, really good one.
But didn't Signetti almost make it now an equal job to Penn State with that money, especially beating Oregon?
That's
and
huge,
I told everybody,
just huge.
Carmen asked me last week, well, what do you think about Oregon? Well, the first thing I can't believe they're in the Big Ten. But they bit off more than they could chew, and Indiana came up big.
Huge.
And it wasn't like Oregon was going to run all over the field on them. They wouldn't allow it. So I like the Penn State job. I've always loved Penn State. I liked them under Paterno. Things went sideways, as everybody knows, but they haven't been the same since. And you're right. Franklin's been a choke artist. There's no doubt about it. And to lose to Northwestern was the final straw.
Yep.
There's no doubt about it. Not against nothing with the Northwestern kids, but when you are 20-plus point favorites 2 weeks in a row, I think that's the first time a prominent top 10 or 15 team's been 20-point favorites 2 weeks in a row and lost them both.
Yeah, and speaking of Northwestern, and I know a lot of our listeners can't.
I love the beach.
Right, I know. Oh. I know a lot of our listeners can't make the wager if you're doing it through the apps. If you still have an old school bookie, you can obviously bet Northwestern.
How sad is that?
It's crazy. I will tell you that an acquaintance of mine who is part of a rather large gambling syndicate, his group is big on Purdue. So do with that what you will, everybody. They are very much fading Northwestern.
My God,
this
Drew
week.
Brees ain't walking through that door.
No, he's definitely not. But they like the way some of the metrics in the advanced box score last week and.
Northwestern was that's what got Franklin fired.
Oh, 100%.
They beat Northwestern.
They were a 3-touchdown favorite.
If they beat Northwestern by 1 last week, he still got a job, I think. I really do.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah, they wouldn't have gotten rid of him with
disaster.
the win. It was a disaster, absolutely.
And a lot of them like the way Purdue played in the loss to Minnesota, so a lot of them are fading Northwestern.
By the way, real quick, the Cubs, very disappointed in them. I'm not one of these rah-rah guys. We got this far.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to give them a little warning. I know that they might not pick up anybody. I know that they're talking about Schwarber. Philadelphia is going to go out of their way to try to do the best they can. And I want everybody to remember this. Nico Horner and other prominent players are up the next year. Mm-hmm. So you can't lose Nico Horner. Would you agree?
I mean,
he hit 350 in the second
half. He was the only one that was hitting in the playoffs. He and Michael Busch.
Well, I mean, Counsell cost Busch 40 homers. If you would have let him play against lefties, he would have hit 40 homers easily. So we'll see what happens. But I'm hoping. Who else could the Cubs pick up? Are they going to re-sign Tucker?
Maybe they go back. I think they might try Bregman again. Bregman's going to be a free agent again here. He's opting out. Maybe.
What a mercenary that guy turned out to be, and he should have been banned from baseball in 2017. Banned. I love it. Oh, by the way, I was thrilled to see A.J. Hinch fall.
Oh, I'm sure you were.
Absolutely
What
thrilled.
a game that was, though. Holy cow.
The playoffs have been great.
They've been great.
Playoffs.
Yeah, I
have
agree
no
with you.
complaints about them.
The pitching has been such a big story in a lot of these,
attendance is
too.
up, and so are ratings.
Yeah, it's good. It's been good.
Yep.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
it's been very
absolutely.
good. All right, coming up, Jim Miller's got some ponies, and then we'll give you best plays rolling into the weekend. Don't go anywhere. Mike and I coming right back. We're the Odds Couple on ESPN Chicago.
This is the Odds Couple
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Bears return home, winners of 3 straight. Here as the Saints march into Soldier Field. Live coverage begins with pregame tailgate at 8. Network coverage starts at 10 live from inside Gate O at the Dr. Pepper patio. Here comes noon kickoff with the best play-by-play team in the game. Touchdown! Plus 4 hours of interviews, analysis, and your calls in Bears postgame.
Touchdown, Bears!
It's Bears and Saints. Tomorrow, kickoff at noon. Pregame starts at 8 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Lowe's knows you want to spend less time shopping and more time on the job site. Bulk savings on trusted brands means big savings and more time on the job. Get up to 25% off select drywall when you buy in bulk. Buy more and save to make sure you're prepared for any job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Selection varies by location.
What's your emergency?
A tornado. It's coming right at us.
ABC Thursdays, the 911 universe expands to Nashville.
A fire out is a tornado. 2 miles!
From executive producer Ryan Murphy.
Get everyone you can and send them out here now!
Chris O'Donnell, Jessica Capshaw, Kimberly Williams-Paisley, Leanne Rhymes.
We are on the move!
Hell of a state, kid.
911 Nashville. All new Thursdays, 9/8 Central on ABC and stream next day on Hulu. This is The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Entering the home stretch on this week's episode of The Odds Couple, Mike North, Carmen DeFalco, every week with you here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Let's get some expert handicapping from the best in the business over at Hawthorne, where they're racing this weekend. He joins us on the Yingling guest hotline. You follow him on X at Hawthorne Jim. It's Jim Miller.
Jimmy!
Boys, it was a good week last week. Couple of winners, including a $19 winner at Keeneland. So that was a great way to get things going. 2 weeks from the Breeders' Cup. So a lot going on here. 2 weeks left for the thoroughbred meet before we transition to harness at Hawthorne. But I'll tell you, beautiful weather again. Hopefully Mother Nature holds out for Sunday, but if not, we'll deal with it for the last couple of weeks of racing.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, temperature-wise, we're still going to be good, but we're definitely getting some rain, and the wind sounds like it's going to be the story here over the weekend. And even when you guys are running on Sunday, potentially they're saying, and for the Bears game, they're saying 20 to 30 mile an hour steady and then 40 mile an hour gusts. How does that affect racing at all? If I would think maybe it affects the buggies a little bit more. Does it affect the thoroughbred racing at all?
It affects it based on the direction it comes from. So a lot of times the wind's out of the west, and the way Hawthorne's configured, that just means it's a headwind in the stretch, and that really doesn't affect things a whole lot. It's when you get those winds out of the south and it's a crosswind, then it's kind of blowing everybody all over the place. So we'll definitely keep an eye on it. It's one of those things where if it's dangerous, of course, we wouldn't run, but it just kind of comes down to the direction more than anything else. But you're right, it has a huge impact on the harness end of things. On thoroughbreds, just kind of matters which way it's blowing out of.
I wanted to ask you about match races and why racing doesn't do that more, Jimmy. Of course, Seabiscuit, the famous one, you got to have 2 top horses, War Admiral, Seabiscuit, 2 horses. Is there ever any, I mean, would there ever be a day where you have 9, 10 races, but they'd all be just 2 horses, match races? And how do you think they would draw? And would it hurt the gate? Not the gate, would it hurt the betting window having only 2 horses to bet? So you're going to have a lot of people winning.
Here's the thing. If you do it as a day of exhibition races and are just getting marquee names, people would come out to watch that. And that's the key. You have to have the names. And racing's just kind of changed so much recently where all your really good horses retire so early, and that's the problem. So you need these horses that have these great storied careers, and those are the ones you want to see kind of match up and face off for these match races. You see it every once in a while on the quarter horse end of things where you get them, but really on the thoroughbred end, you don't see it a whole lot anymore. It's just because they don't really have that lengthy career.
All right, so you said it, Breeders' Cup's in a couple of weeks here. Do we still have some good racing leading up to that, Jim?
Oh, yeah. We have some good racing. 3 horses that we're going to bet across the board. Still stakes action taking place. All of these on Saturday. So we're going to start out at Keeneland. Race number 6, we'll bet the 3-horse Barnes across the board. Then go to race 9 at Keeneland, bet the 12 Vodka with a twist across the board. Great horse name there.
I love
it. Woodbine, race number 9, we're going to bet the 4 Runaway again across the board, and let's see if we can build the bankroll for Breeders' Cup.
Okay, so Saturday racing, everybody. 2 at Keeneland, race 6, the 3-horse, race 9, the 12-horse. And then at Woodbine, Saturday, race 9, the 4-horse, and they're all across the board. Is that right?
That's right, boys. Let's make some money.
All right, have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next Friday.
All right, guys. Good luck.
There you go.
Jimmy!
Yeah, the old, I didn't even know about Seabiscuit until the movie. I mean, I've never been much of a horse aficionado.
Little guy.
What did I know? But I mean, that's the, that movie's great and you learn all, and I'd heard of War Admiral, obviously, but I didn't know anything about Seabiscuit until the movie, and what a attraction it was when they had that match race.
Let me tell you something. The best thing about that was the actors, because the owner of War Admiral, you could have loved War Admiral, but that owner, the highfalutin guy, you're going to race on my track. You're not going to use Western saddles, real cocky and arrogant. I wanted War Admiral to lose even before I knew he lost, for God's sake. That was some great acting, a great movie.
Great cast. I mean, Bridges.
Oh,
and,
Jeff Bridges.
Chris Cooper, who played the trainer, phenomenal. Yeah, that was a great movie, great cast. Toby Maguire. All right, so let's roll into best bets, my friend. We're doing pretty well in the year. We're going to try to give out some more winners here.
15-9.
15-9. We'll take that every day.
Yep.
Do you want to kick things off? Where do you want? Where are you leaning, Mike?
You know what? Here's what I'll do. I got 3 games, so I'll start off real quick here. But I do have I did take the Jets in Denver with Carmen and Yurko on the bonus play, folks. Jets plus 1.5, Denver -7. I'm going to start off first, and I just think this is a bet that people are going to say, you know what, I wouldn't have taken this bet 6 weeks ago, but now I might, but I'm going to go what I would have done 6 weeks ago. I'm going to take the Chargers, -1.5. I believe they're playing the Indianapolis Colts, if I'm not mistaken.
They're playing the Colts. That's correct.
Yeah, I'm going to take the Chargers. I know they have some injuries, but they're going on the road. The spread seems about right to me. I would have had it maybe as a picket game, but they didn't make Indy a favorite because of who the coach is and who the team is and who the quarterback is. So I'm going to start off with the Chargers as the favorite here. Whatever low number you can get, folks, take that.
1.5. They're getting Quentin Johnston back in the lineup, and they may get Joel back. He did practice on Thursday.
They get him back, then they got something that then Herbert can be a little bit more relaxed.
Absolutely, yeah. All right, I'm going to start with one here with the Cowboys at home against the Commanders, and grab them as a small dog while you can, because as Todd Furman told us earlier, come Sunday, and once official news comes out about CeeDee Lamb, the Cowboys will probably be the favorite here. But I'll go ahead and grab the Cowboys. Look, Dak is 11-2 straight up, 10-3 all time against the spread versus Washington. His 106.6 lifetime QB rating against the Commanders is the best against any division opponent. They're getting Lamb back. Tyler Booker's been back at practice this week. Washington has to travel on the road in the division and pick themselves off the mat after blowing one against the Bears on Monday night. So I think good spot here for the Cowboys in that offense. I know it's sometimes tricky, especially if they were laying points here, maybe to back the Cowboys with that defense because it's so leaky. But as a short underdog, or even if this game goes to pick or Cowboys -1, I just like Dallas to get it done here with that offense at home on Sunday.
Yeah, I like that pick, and it's a solid pick. And with Lamb coming back, I mean, he's got some receiver help. I mean, Lamb got hurt during the Bear game, and then
yes, that's right. Yep.
And that hurt him, and then the Bears didn't have McLaurin. Well, here's what I'm going to tell you: the Chicago Bears have been winning, and they've been covering, and they've won 3 in a row. I didn't have that one coming, folks, at 3-2. But will the defense get 2-3 turnovers again? Everybody's talking about Caleb. Well, I can't believe this. Spencer Rattler is the 19th ranked quarterback in football. Caleb Williams is 23rd. Because people think that's all been Caleb. And I explained in the first segment here that there's a lot more to the Chicago Bears than Caleb Williams. I'm going to just take the 4.5. The Bears can win by 3. Yeah. They can win by 2. They can win by 1. I just think 4.5, a little bit too much. I'll take the Saints plus the 4.5.
Todd Furman agrees with you, too. He said the exact same lean there. This has got to be Saints or pass in this game on Sunday.
Agreed.
So there you go. All right, I'm going to give a college game.
I love when you do that. I feel young again.
Let's do an SEC game in South Carolina, Oklahoma at South Carolina. We're going to take the home underdog here, take the Gamecocks. I know they have Bama on deck, but this has got to be a game that's circled for them. They've got a real gauntlet of a schedule coming up. They've got this Bama game next week. Then they have to go on the road to Ole Miss and A&M, and it's never too early to start thinking about bowl eligibility. And if they want to get to 6, I feel like they need this one, and I think Shane Beamer and his staff knows it. They fired their offensive line coach after the debacle at LSU last week, so there's a new O-line coach. Let's see if Lenora Sellers is a little bit more protected and just things are a little bit more buttoned up across their offensive line. I expect it to be. Plus, John Mateer just doesn't look healthy. I know they're saying the hand is healed, but I don't know. No. I don't know if I believe it, Mike. This is also the first time he's going to go on the road.
He's a Heisman guy.
I know. But, I mean, listen, he had hand surgery 3 weeks ago or a month ago. And look, he's played a lot of football, but this is the first time he's playing in the SEC, and this is the first time he's going on the road in the SEC. So I think Carolina knows they have to come up with South Carolina knows they have to come up with a good effort here. We'll say South Carolina plus 5.5 this weekend against Oklahoma.
All right, I got one more. Now, folks, I listen to AM 1000. I listen to Carmen and Zirko. I heard Todd Furman today say that Tennessee is getting 7. He had him at 5.5. Well, I had him at 6. I think that they're overvaluing Tennessee. But here's what I want to tell everybody. I don't want to hear about lack of protection for Cam Ward because I heard Michael Strahan say the same thing to Terry Bradshaw. I don't care if you have lack of protection. Okay, you're going to get sacked. Terry Bradshaw got sacked plenty of times in his first and second year. But you got to protect the football, Cam.
Yes, you do.
You can't fumble twice. Yeah. You can't throw a bad interception. Everybody's blaming everybody else. The coach got let go. There's no doubt about it. Cam Ward's only averaged 5.5, got yards per pass, which is pitiful.
That's pitiful.
You could run for that.
Yes.
But yes. I'm gonna go and where Todd didn't want to pull the trigger, and I don't blame him because believe me, it's hard. I'm going to take Tennessee plus the 7 at home again in this one and see what happens. I'll probably regret it, but I just can't in good conscience take the other way.
Yes, no, sounds good. I think it's probably the play. Maybe they get a little new coach bump, too, here this weekend.
That's right.
We'll see against their old coach. So, all right, great stuff as always, my friend. It's been a fun show. Thank you to Eric Ostrowski for being our executive producer as always. Yeah. And, of course, thank you to Luke Pergandy, and thanks to Jim Miller for their insights and their knowledge. Most importantly, thank you for listening, everybody. And go Bears. We wish you all the best this weekend. Happy wagering, everybody. Enjoy it, and we will see everybody again next Friday on The Odds Couple, Mike.
So long, everybody.
This is The Odds Couple on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
People don't realize that glaucoma is one of the leading causes of blindness.
Because there are often no early symptoms, nearly half of those with glaucoma may not even know they have it until vision loss has occurred.
I was diagnosed with normal tension glaucoma in July of 2020. And what we found out at that point was I had already lost 40% of my sight. And you think it only affects people that are, 75 or older, retired, grandparents, and that's not the reality of it.
I didn't think at all glaucoma was going to affect me because I didn't know of anyone that had glaucoma, no one in my family. When you have glaucoma, you can't get back that sight that you lost. And so early detection and treatment is vitally, vitally important.
Don't miss life's most beautiful moments. Schedule an eye exam today.
National Glaucoma Research, a Bright Focus Foundation program, offers free resources and tips for healthy vision.
Learn how to protect your sight at stopglaucoma.org.
I always tell people I was the luckiest guy in the world. I wanted to be an Army man or a fireman, and I got to do both. As a firefighter, my job was about saving lives. I never thought one day I would be fighting for mine.
After spending his career answering the call to save others, Ken was diagnosed with ALS. Now he's facing his biggest battle, for more time. For 70 years, Muscular Dystrophy Association has been answering the call to help people live longer and more independent lives.
MDA means to me hope.
MDA is leading the way for people living with ALS, muscular dystrophy, and other neuromuscular diseases by accelerating research, advancing care, and advocating to empower families like Ken's.
I wouldn't be living as good of a life with ALS if it wasn't for MDA. MDA is helping people live stronger and love longer. Learn more at mda.org today.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great. Lunch, dinner, and game day is easy with Lou Malnati's legendary pizza plus fresh salads, appetizers, pasta, and desserts. It's all there for you. Now back for football season, the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza, a limited-time deep dish drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party. Order on the Lou's app or at LouMalnati's.com. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
When I was diagnosed with Hodgkin lymphoma, I had so many questions. I didn't even know that it was cancer. Now I do. It is cancer. Blood cancer. It's actually one of more than 100 different types, and they're all treated differently. Now, unlike some other forms of cancer, usually there's no tumor. You can't screen for it to prevent it, and the symptoms can look like other things, so it could be hard to diagnose. I had a fever for weeks. I was so tired all the time, I didn't feel like eating or doing anything else for that matter. And I know that this can feel scary. But if you know what to look out for, you'll know what to tell your doctor. And you'll feel more empowered to take the next steps. Like getting in touch with the people who know the ins and outs and can help with everything blood cancer related. Blood Cancer United. They work one-on-one with each person who reaches out to answer questions and offer resources. Blood Cancer United was there for me, and they can be there for you.
Go to bloodcancerunited.org to learn more. When my kids started falling behind at school, I didn't know what to do. I felt alone, like I was lost in the dark. Then I found Understood.org, a nonprofit empowering people with learning and thinking differences like ADHD and dyslexia. They gave us hope, guidance, and tools to move forward. No matter where you are on your path, Understood can help. Visit understood.org/yourpath today.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. This is Chicago's College Tailgate. Shay Norling and Tyler Aki. Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning and welcome on in to Chicago's College Tailgate, presented by Yingling. Tyler Aki, Shay Norling with you every Saturday morning, 9 to 11, talking all things college football. Anything on your mind, 312-332-3776. We're off to a hot start this morning. We've already broken something. It's
a tight walkway behind your chair to get to where I sit in the studio. And I guess somehow I bumped into, again, why do we have the things that we have? Why did I bump into an enormous box of nitrile exam gloves? Are we performing?
You know what those are from? Those have been here since COVID. Back when people would glove up.
I was wondering if we were performing prostate exams in studio.
I'm sure we could make that happen if you so desire.
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
Aiden?
No.
Mario?
No.
Spread some cheeks, baby. Let's go.
Okay, come on. Dude, let's be appropriate, please. My goodness. I'm walking by and I bump into the box of exam gloves. And the box of exam gloves that I bump into pushes one of these fine Elijah Craig rocks glasses off the little shelf that it's on.
I'm surprised it broke.
I am too. That thing hit the ground and shattered. And it was loud. I hit it and I'm like, oh, bleep. Loud thud, shatter sound. And I go, you gotta be kidding me. 4 minutes before we go on air, I shatter a rocks glass. So we're not off to a good start. If there's such a thing as a bad omen, that's it.
Yep. And then on top of that, we were like, all right, is there a vacuum or is there a dustpan? And I remember seeing one of those little mini, kind of dust busters near the entrance. So I went and grabbed that. That thing had no horsepower.
None.
Let's say conservatively, there was 50 shards of glass on the ground. It may have picked up 10.
It lacked suction, to be sure.
Yes.
The little hand vac, nothing.
So,
So you're just a PSA here, Yerk. Keep your shoes on, okay, buddy? Tomorrow when you're doing post game, keep your shoes on.
We should leave a sign up.
Don't let the dogs out.
We should put a sign on the studio door. Please wear shoes.
Yes.
Broken glass.
Because Shay broke a rocks glass. Because
there's a wild collection of stuff here, by the way.
Yeah, there's
we've got a pint glass, we've got another rocks glass. So if you want to break that one later on,
no,
today.
I don't want to break any of them. I feel bad.
There's a stack of, I'm guessing, blank CDs. Don't those look like blank CDs? Maybe there's been stuff that's been recorded on them.
Yeah,
but
I mean, when's the last time
those things
you
have
used
zero
a CD?
use.
We got halogen light bulbs.
Halogen light bulbs.
God
a thing
knows
of
how long
sugar,
that water has been there.
A jar of sugar packets. It looks like. Some wipes and then a body armor.
And then all
that's
these
probably been sitting there for years.
These football trivia cards.
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought those were little pamphlets or something like that. But no, you're right. Those are football trivia cards.
Just football trivia cards. But they're kind of dumb because they have the question and the answer on the same side. It's not even like you can quiz yourself.
You're quizzing others, yeah. Here.
Correct.
Let's see if you know ball.
Oh, boy.
Who is the only player in NFL history to score a touchdown against all 32 teams? I wonder when this was written, too. I wonder if this is still true.
The only player in NFL against all 32 teams?
Yeah.
It's got to be a guy who played for multiple teams and was elite.
You've checked both boxes there. I want to say, just off the top of my head, I think he played for... I remember distinctly 3, and then I know there was a 4th in there, too.
Is it Jerry Rice?
No, but you're kind of in the right neighborhood there. They were teammates, I believe.
Is it Randy Moss?
No. His nickname were his initials.
Teammates, and his nickname was his initials.
Let me make sure I'm almost positive they were teammates.
teammates in San Francisco, I want to say.
Thank you.
Now, you know what we just did? There's going to be 1,000 people that call in right now that have the answer. I hate when that happens.
Is it Terrell Owens?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
I'm like, nickname was his initials. Could it be? I'm like thinking Adrian Peterson then, but that more AD than AP.
Oh, I think he was definitely AP.
He was both. And then I just thought T.O., I guess. Yeah, okay.
There you go.
Got
Makes
one.
sense, right?
Well, the other one was OJ. But I wasn't sure.
Did OJ play for more than one team?
I don't know. Honestly couldn't tell you. I know he played for Buffalo, obviously, but I also didn't think that OJ and he played for multiple teams, but I also didn't think he was ever teammates with Jerry Rice.
Gotcha. Yeah.
He did play for the Niners though, 78 to 79.
All right. There you go.
So there you go.
All right. We're off to a hot start here talking some college football with you. 312-332-3776. There was chaos last night for the playoff picture. We'll discuss that in a little bit, but I think we start today with the news that came out of Bloomington earlier in the week. Curt Signetti gets a pay bump and now becomes one of the highest paid football coaches in the country. This all in the wake of the James Franklin firing at Penn State, which, I mean, I think these things kind of go hand in hand.
Yep.
This was a preventative measure from getting Sig to go to Penn State. And to be honest, I don't know that Penn State would be like the spot that Sig would want to even go. Sure, like the pay bump is nice. I almost don't think it was necessarily it had to happen for him to stay at Indiana. I think he genuinely is happy at Indiana, and I think it's a great move though still for Indiana to make sure he's not going to go big sea fishing this offseason. Who knows what jobs are going to become available? We've talked about it a lot on this show. You whacked off another couple of coaches.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Pardon?
Sorry.
Holy mercy!
You took down a couple other names this week, but you've got a fresh set of 10.
I'm heating up.
You are.
Trent
you
Dilfer,
had 10 at the beginning of the year. 5 are already axed.
Trent Dilfer's gone.
Which,
James
by the way,
Franklin's gone.
Did you see who's the interim there?
No.
It is Chris Mortensen's son.
Good for Chris Mortensen's kid.
Alex Mortensen will be the head coach at UAB today.
Big job opened at UAB there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have another set of 10 names. I had to add some more names because obviously 2 more got clipped. I'm heating up.
You're doing a good job with that list.
We're getting coaches.
You
fired.
started this at the quarter point of the season?
Well, we did the preseason one, and then we did the quarter poll, and now that we're at the midway point, really, where like teams have played half their games, we're going to do a midway point because I got to tell you, I think a lot of jobs are going to open up.
Yeah, that's the way it is sort of seeming through the first half of the season. But okay, Sig gets 8 years, $93 million, moves his average annual salary to around 11.6. And the Hoosiers are currently the number 3 team in the country. Hold serve today, you'll be the number 2 team in the country.
Yep.
Because Miami lost last night to Louisville. And at this point, I'm at a point where we almost have to refresh our thoughts on what the best jobs in college football are because of the new landscape we're in.
Yep.
The new conferences that teams are in, the NIL backings, the booster backings, all of that. Now that all of these payments are a part of the game now, Indiana, to me, in the refreshed era of college football that we're in right now, Indiana's a better job than Penn State.
I talked to Abdallah about it when I was filling in with him this week. I think on Thursday we talked about it, and it may have been an off-air conversation, but he was telling me if Penn State calls, Penn State is a better job than Indiana. And I said, are you sure about that? Because I could pretty easily, I think, make the argument that Indiana is doing right now what we saw Oregon do 20 years ago, where Phil Knight parachuted into a program that didn't really exist and said, I want to win a national title. Influx of money, and now Oregon has become one of the elite jobs. And I think 11 years, like there's a chance, and probably a greater chance than not, that the contract Indiana signed Sig to is a bad contract. It's probably more likely than not that this isn't a wild success. But there's equal chance to me that when Sig retires, 8 years from now? Because he said, I want Indiana to be my last stop. I want to retire a Hoosier.
This would put him to age 72, by the way.
There is a chance that when Indiana opens up again post-SIG, it is an elite job.
Yeah. It's the same way like what you said with Oregon. Oregon is now considered an elite job, and this is even before like the move to the Big Ten and you get the Big Ten TV revenue deal and everything that comes with that. Like for Mario Cristobal, that was a great job to have right after Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly was the one that really got that thing up and going. And then after that, Dan Lanning is in a great spot. That is a great job. If Dan Lanning were to leave that job, it would be one of, if not the most coveted jobs. And to me, these days, history and prestige of a program and how many banners you've got and how many Heisman trophies are in the trophy cases mean less and less. Now it's resources.
Yep.
How much do your resources matter? What level of resources are you willing to commit to football? And Indiana is showing they're willing to commit one of the highest coaches' salaries, one of the highest assistant coach pools, and one of the highest NIL pools as well to their football program. That makes it an elite job in the modern era of college football. It's what it is now.
Yeah, and like Mark Cuban's just going to keep floating money to the Indiana program. And I think you're at a point now, like this is how I've always felt too. Once you get good at football, if you decide to embrace it and invest in it, you don't go backwards. And that's where I think you see schools like Michigan State and Oklahoma State. And I use those two as examples because around the time Oregon turned into a great job was also when Oklahoma State became a program. It was when Michigan State became a program. And now you're seeing those two schools lose the path.
Yeah.
That, like, okay, we're wondering if they're going to take football seriously. And if they're not, they're just going to get left behind. But Oregon is stuck around. And I think Indiana, with the money that they have and the ability to invest and the interest that Mark Cuban has in keeping this thing going, yeah, you can just make yourself an elite job, and you're not a basketball school anymore.
In 49 states, it's just football.
Exactly. In Indiana, it's different. Like, we're trading in the candy stripe pajamas for a football program. That's where we're at in Bloomington.
Yeah. We're doing Signetti T-shirts with the Marlboro logo. That's what we're doing.
I think if honestly, like I'd love an Indiana fan to call up, or we'll call Courtney and find out. But like, I think if you're an Indiana grad, an Indiana alum, or an Indiana fan, you're realizing now, being good at football is better.
It's more fun.
Like being good at having a football, being a basketball school is great. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Like Syracuse for a long time, basketball school.
When you're in the tournament,
runs.
there's nothing like it.
No, it's amazing. And being a great basketball school is awesome. But football is the front porch of your university.
Yeah.
It's the single best thing that you can have going for you as a school. Once you get good, it's different. There's nothing like being a good football school. And that's where Indiana's at now. You're a football school. Welcome.
Yeah. And the way that they have the crazy part of it is, and it just kind of shows you, because initially when Signetti got there, it wasn't like there was some mega investment in football. Like at a certain point, you have to nail the hire.
Right.
And Indiana nailed the hire.
Right.
They brought in Sig. He developed guys. He brought over his cast of transfers from James Madison and Ohio and like MAC schools and stuff like that.
Right.
And he turned that into a winning team. That takes a good coach to do that. And now they've kind of hit that second step where they went to a playoff. They're all but guaranteed a playoff spot this year, too, barring disaster the rest of the way. And he just has proven he's a good football coach. And when you nail that hire and all of a sudden you flip the tenor of what your entire university is, and it kind of worked, too, with Indiana because you were at a stage, too, where the basketball program was starting to take a turn for the worse. And now all of a sudden, you've got football money. You can invest that football money into basketball. I'd expect Indiana basketball to be back to the level where it was in like the early 2010s, late 2000s, and like the 90s and stuff like that.
That's why I say it's the front porch of your university, because when your football team gets good, you know what goes up? Admissions. Like it starts everything. And it builds your brand higher, like all of it. And I think we're at a point now where with what college football is, if you're a school that you just have a dream season, and you have to be a power conference school, like it can't happen at Akron. But if you're having a dream season and you capitalize on that momentum and you get the investment from billionaires and you get the investment from your big-time alums and your donors, you can become an elite program.
You do need the coach, though.
Yeah, of course.
If you don't have the coach,
it starts with having success. You can't just, look at North Carolina. You can't just create this.
Yeah.
You can't snap your fingers and say, well, now we're going to pour a bunch of money into things and get big names, and it's all just going to work. Same thing in Colorado. You can't just pour money into Deion Sanders and go, this is going to work now. You have to start it with, we made the right hire. We had a dream season, and now we're going to take the momentum from that and make ourselves elite. And Indiana's done that.
The craziest part to this entire thing to me is that there was no real building process. They did this overnight pretty much.
Yep.
And it seems sustainable because of who the coach is, the resources that are at the university. We always knew Indiana had resources if this was the way that college sports was going to operate. You knew Indiana had resources. They were just waiting to use them. And maybe they were being used in basketball at the time. But the fact that it's gotten to this point now with the football side of things is incredible, and it's all credit to Sig. Real quick, Mike's in LaGrange. What's going on, Mike?
Mikey.
Mike?
So the interesting case about Indiana was they literally made the hire at the exact right time. With today's super conferences, you have an easy schedule like every 3 years, and they hired them right before they got into their easy Big Ten where they avoided a lot of the big boys. Now, what they did right was they took that momentum and they kept going. They got Cuban involved, and now they're a rolling Death Star. It's just like, I'm a Purdue guy, and it's just like we're waiting for that soft year next year, and hopefully we can keep people around and buy into this because I'm talking about what Shea said. It sucks when you don't invest into football because you're in hell. It's literally the biggest thing for your university. Just look at Alabama with their growth in enrollment and endowment because of the Saban years.
Yep.
It's literally like threefold.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, appreciate the phone call, Mike. And that's just what college sports are. Like, we always see the reports after the NCAA tournament. Some Cinderella darling goes on a run, and what happens? Admissions go up.
Yep.
Sometimes they double or triple. Like, I remember the Florida Gulf Coast. They showed those numbers, and it was astonishing what happened year to year with the admissions. So, yeah, that's one way to do it. Not that Indiana's, hurting for
but it's
people to apply, but...
It sounds silly to say it, but you're going to sell more merch.
Yeah.
You're going to create more there are more kids now interested in going to Indiana.
And going to games, too.
Yes.
Indiana, you could have walked in and no one would have given a rat's ass if you walked through the turnstile and didn't have a ticket.
And it allows you to make investments in your stadium, which I imagine they'll have upgrades coming in the next few years. It allows you to, everything. You can upgrade your facilities and just, this is it now. Welcome to football, Indiana.
Yep.
It can't go backwards now.
Yep. When we come back, we'll also look at the flip side of this because we know what this stemmed from. It came from the James Franklin firing. And we'll talk about what Penn State is as a job, everything that happened with James Franklin, what's next for him, what's next for Penn State. All that and more coming up next at Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The Cap and J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank, or listen live to Cap and J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Get the last roof you'll ever need with steel roofing from Menards. Steel roofing is durable, offering your home the best protection from wind, hail, and fire. Choose from 29 stylish colors to enhance the appearance of your home. Available in cut-to-your-length panels that cover a large area quickly for fast installation. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
Tailgate season is on, and Monster Energy flavors are bringing the heat. Crack open the wickedly creamy citrus blast of Orange Dreamsicle, or ride the shockingly smooth wave of Electric Blue. Both packed with real sugar, bold flavor, and that legendary Monster kick. This is the energy your game day deserves, so grab your can and unleash the beast.
8 years ago, I blew my football career.
He dropped it at the 1 yard line.
Chad Powers has arrived on Hulu.
If I can't play as Russ, I'll play as someone else. My name's Chad.
And last name?
From executive producers Eli and Peyton Manning.
Remember, you're wearing a prosthetic mask? This is acting.
And starring Glenn Powell.
He thinks you're a rubber utility. Not rubber. I'm a man made of flesh.
The Hulu original series, Chad Powers, is now streaming on Hulu and Hulu on Disney Plus for bundle subscribers. Terms apply. New episodes Tuesdays.
Chicago's College Tailgate. Now back to the show with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Talking Kurt Signetti and his new 8-year, $93 million contract. We'll get to the Penn State side of things in just a moment as well. But there could be lots and lots and lots of openings. We were kind of discussing a little bit at the break. Like, you could see not one, not two, but maybe even 3 big-time schools in the state of Florida open up. Like, Miami lost last night in a game that they were double-digit point favorites and should have won. If they spiral out of control like they did last year, who's to say Mario Cristobal is the head coach in 2026?
Not me.
I know your feelings towards Cristobal, and I share a lot of those same sentiments. But like, who's to say he's the head coach there? Because that you back-to-back years where it seemed like you were a shoe-in for the playoff, and you could potentially come up short in back-to-back years. Now, Miami still has everything still in front of them. They can still win the ACC. They can still make the playoff, even as an at-large, quite frankly. But it's going to be between Florida, Florida State, and Miami. There could be, if I had to set the over-under at 1.5 openings, you going over or under among those 3 schools? Over?
Yeah. At 1.5? Over.
1.5. 2.5.
Under. I don't think Cristobal will be fired realistically. Mm-hmm. And I can feel however I feel about him. But look, I didn't watch the game super closely last night. I went on an anniversary dinner with my wife.
Congrats.
I figured Friday night was the night to do it with big games on Saturday. Obviously, NFL Sunday. And our actual anniversary is Sunday. So I was like, we're going to go to dinner on Friday night.
Nice.
So I didn't closely watch, but watching some of the highlights, rather lowlights, and looking at the box score, was last night about Mario Cristobal or was last night about Carson Beck going Carson Beck?
It may have been a little of both. It was kind of interesting how they decided to manage the final drive there. They were kind of caught in between the, do we go for the win or do we play for overtime here? But we can talk about Miami and everything else a little bit later. But yeah, that was just an odd finish to the game. Odd finish.
I mean, Mario Cristobal is never going to be the coach that I want my team to have in a 4-minute situation.
He's got
with
a
chance
lot
to
of
win
James
the game.
Franklin tendencies.
Like he's never going to be the guy that I want. But I also think if you're Miami football, do you really want to go back to the Manny Diaz years? You really want to go back to the Mark Richt years? Do you want to go back to the Al Golden years?
Yeah, as a program, you have to evaluate. You have to thread the needle of it can be worse. Will it be worse? Like, or are we kind of happy with where we're at right now with the coach that we have in hand?
Going to the Pinstripe Bowl and the Pop-Tarts Bowl is not what Miami wants to be doing. They should have made the playoff last year. They gagged it away against Syracuse, and you end up in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, and you feel really bad about how the season ended. But if you look at, and again, it's hard to sell yourself as an elite program that this is going to take time to build it. But Cristobal has done decently well there. Should he be winning the conference? Yes. Can he this year? Yes. So I'll evaluate at the end of the season what Miami wants to do with Mario Cristobal going forward. But I have a feeling they will hold on to this and just continue to give him money and opportunities and hope eventually he'll kick that door down. Whether he will or not, who knows? But I don't think they're in some rush to fire him.
Yeah, but the thing is that there's money at that university, and they're willing to spend it to get what they want. And if the boosters and donors don't want Mario Cristobal anymore, if there is an embarrassing loss, Louisville's a good team. Jeff Brom's a good coach. I think yesterday, Jeff Brom probably earned himself one of these top-tier jobs.
Sure.
With the win. Have you seen? He's got 4 top 5 wins since 2018 from his time at Purdue and now Louisville.
Yeah.
And he's a damn good coach. And
those are all stepping stone gigs.
Yep. And we're talking about 8 and 9 win seasons for Jeff Brom that he's putting up.
I also think the thing that's interesting, too, is, look, buyouts clearly aren't what they used to be. Where you looked at a $50 million buyout in the past and you said there's no shot. Well, at Texas A&M, we got oil money. We'll buy out Jimbo Fisher. James Franklin now, Adidas sweeps in, goes, we'll buy out James Franklin. It sounds like Wisconsin's getting ready to buy out Luke Fickell.
And aren't they're looking at a apparel change too, I think, from Under Armour. So whoever the new, I want to say they're going to Nike, but I can't remember exactly where they may be going. But yeah.
Michigan State might be ready in a buyout. The buyouts, I think the landscape of the sport right now, you look at what's happened in Indiana, and it's not a 3-year process anymore. It's not like you got to get your recruits in and ready to play and build what your program's going to be, and then we hit the go button. It's you get hired, and it happens now, or we're going to have problems. So I do wonder if we're seeing a shift in how coaches get hired, where you're going to start seeing shorter-term deals. You're going to start seeing lower buyout figures.
I don't know if we'll see shorter-term deals.
But it's so not necessarily on extensions, because once you get hired and you have success, then we'll pay you the 8 years, the $11.5 million. We have to do what we have to do to keep you. And the buyout will be monumental. But when you hire a coach, the contract that Michigan State gave to Jonathan Smith, I don't know that that's going to exist for coaches anymore.
Well, what about this cycle, though? Because it's going to be competitive. You're going to have a lot of the big boys that are going after some of these top-tier coaches in the sport.
I tell you, I still think that there's one school that really could upset the apple cart, and we had a little disagreement about it. But I think there's one school that could potentially make a decision on a head coach, and I'll get to it when we do the hot seat rankings. I do not have this coach or this school in the top 10, but I think they could move into the top 10. And if they do, then we're talking about maybe 7 of the top 15 brands in the country all hiring coaches this offseason. It could get really fascinating.
Yeah. We'll get your hot seat rankings up at 10 o'clock here because you have already taken down 3 coaches or 5 coaches from your 10.
Trent
from
Dilfer's
the preseason.
Gone. Sam Pittman's gone. Brent Pry's gone. Mike Gundy's gone. James Franklin gone.
Incredible. Good work by you.
I'm on fire.
They say 33% is good in baseball. 50% on nailing which coaches are not going to make it to the halfway point of a season. That's good work by you. Well done.
And I also, look, I ducked some free spaces, to be fair. Trent Dilfer was the one free space that you're he's going to be fired.
Yeah. That was your only group of 5.
When, not if. But I avoided the Scott Satterfields that nobody cares about, the Sonny Cumbies. I avoided those guys because you know what's going to happen. It's when, not if. And I took a couple more shots. Mike Gundy was a shot.
Yeah.
And I can't believe that happened before the season ended.
Yeah, I think both you and I were shocked when that happened. Not that we didn't think he would be gone at some point, but just the way it was announced, the fact that it was in season, it kind of
not to
shocked
pat
to the
myself on
system.
the back, but if you pop up on my little hit list here, start looking over your shoulder.
Yeah. Update that LinkedIn, buddy. Harold's in Skokie. What's going on, Harold?
What's up, boys? Man, Shay, I'm going to call you Mr. Hot Take because you know who's going to get fired, man.
Telling you.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm calling in, man, because Signetti, I think the reason why maybe I'm not saying he was going to go, but I think the connection is because he's from Pennsylvania. That's the only thing that they were probably thinking signing him. But I'm kind of glad he ended up staying with the Big Ten, especially with what he did with that program. And, boys, last week we took a hit, man. Oregon lost to Indiana for the school, but I got Washington versus Michigan. Now, I don't like how Washington is only 5-1, and they're like the same record as Ole Miss, man. But I'm taking Washington, man. I think it was a plus 2.5, man. And I want to hear your thoughts about that.
Yeah, Harold, I think both you and I really like Washington today. And I think it's a little more than that. I think you're talking like in the neighborhood of like 4.5, 5.5. Yeah. I think that Washington team, they're a frisky group, and they've done the west to east thing already so far this season. They went to Maryland rather. They went to Maryland and beat a pretty solid Maryland team outright. They didn't cover, but they were also a nearly touchdown favorite in that game. And yeah, I like Washington, and
That point spread is down to 3.5 now.
Is there like quarterback news?
No, I doubt it. Dude, tickets as low as $33 to get into the Big House. Whew.
Do they not care anymore?
Okay, I'm just going to reveal because I tried to tease
it was,
but it's like they're not in the top 10 hottest seats in America. He's not on one yet, but I think Sharon Moore is working his way into a little bit of trouble here. The fan base has totally turned on him.
An outright loss today really heats that seat up.
They're 4-2, but the sneaky part here is they are 2-2 with Sharon Moore on the sideline. The two of their 4 wins came with Biff Poggi.
Yeah. Elevate Biff.
One of the losses was a game where they refused to suspend him so that he could be on the sideline at his alma mater in Oklahoma. They lost badly to Oklahoma. Then they go on the road to USC, and they get dog-walked last week. Now you come back home. Tickets are $33 to get into the Big House for a conference game, and you're a 3.5-point favorite over Washington.
A conference game in a game that this is a rematch of the national title from 2 years ago.
Yeah, and you have a $10 million true freshman quarterback that people are supposed to be excited about. I think Sharon Moore is walking himself into a little bit of trouble, and that's where I just want people to think about all the jobs that have already opened. Some storied programs. Virginia Tech's open, like Oklahoma State's open, and I don't expect those two to be big-time players in the hiring cycles, but those are major college football locations. Then you start thinking about the other jobs that could open up. Penn State's already open. Michigan could come open in this same cycle.
I wonder how many teams, though, where it's like they're teetering the line of, should we give them another year, should we not, maybe won't enter this cycle because it's going to be so competitive.
I know.
And maybe you sit out 1 year. It's almost like when you're declaring for the draft, maybe I'll stay in college next year and I can be a first-round pick. I can be the number 1 overall pick. Maybe if you wait a year, you can be that top team in the cycle, the job that everyone wants instead.
It's a really odd season in college football, not in the way last year was odd, but in a way where, like, yeah, you look at the top 10, you look at the top 5, and there's some unusual names present. Indiana, A&M, Ole Miss. There's Texas Tech is present in the top 10 and legitimately a national title contender. Like, you start looking through this and you go, there's some odd names here. But it's also an odd season because we're in week 8 and we're doing coach carousel talk because the coach carousel is going to be maybe the most fascinating of my lifetime.
Yeah. With the amount of big-time programs that could open up, it's going to be interesting. So
and the guys who are going to take jobs. Like Brent Key, I have a hard time buying Brent Key's going to be at Georgia Tech next year unless Georgia Tech gets an influx from a billionaire and they're like, here's what SIG got.
And they could. Like the ACC's got academics. I don't know how much they're going to use it for football, but we'll see. It certainly could be part of what the coaching cycle looks
What
like.
happens if Matt Rule takes the Penn State gig and then Nebraska joins the crowd?
That's the fascinating one, is when like historically good programs, and especially ones that are in the Big Ten these days, every Big Ten job's good these days. Even Rutgers is a good job. It's better than some SEC jobs.
That job might be open.
Because of the conference that they're in. So
this is going to be
We'll get your
fascinating.
hot seat coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll get a little more into the James Franklin thing, and we'll take your phone calls as well, 312-332-3776. Rob's in Sugar Land, Texas. He wants to, I think, boast about our little playoff bet. So we'll dive into that, too, when we come back here as well. It's Chicago's College Tailgate.
Shay and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Jeff Joniak inviting you to join us tomorrow for Bears and Saints, live from Soldier Field.
The Chicago!
Along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKean, we bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening, this is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Saints on the lakefront. Kickoff tomorrow at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
BetterHelp therapists have helped over 5 million people worldwide on their mental health journeys. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Moments in therapy can change lives. This World Mental Health Day, let's celebrate the therapists who have helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start the journey. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Fall's here. Time to upgrade your home before the cold sets in. Chicago Trust Window Works for custom windows and doors that fit your style and budget and help lower energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But this limited time offer won't last. So what you have to do is dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation and lock in your savings today. Again, dial pound 250 and say Waddle.
Dear Friday, Toyota says, let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
All right, for those of you that remember our first show of the year, we made a bet with our buddy Rob in Sugar Land, Texas. We each drafted, well, you and I were a team, and he was flying solo. We each drafted 6 teams. and whoever has the national champion I think we decided on a bottle of something, or we figured out some sort of wager here. But Rob's in Sugar Land, Texas. We check in like kind of quarterly on what's going on with our wager here. Morning, Rob.
I'm not calling in the boast. I think we're each walked halfway to the liquor store by now.
I don't know about that, Rob.
Tyler and I have found a lifeline here in Alabama.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to jump on Shay's little list here, make a comment, and see if I'm guessing one correctly.
Uh-oh.
If this Texas A&M program with Mike Elko leapfrogs Texas in the state of Texas, I think Sark better start looking over his shoulder. He could be James Franklin 2.0 when it comes to winning big games and underachieving himself.
Is Texas not a little bit like what I talked about with Miami, though, where, like, dude, they went through 20 years of darkness, and now they're on the flip side of it with Sark, where at least they know they're going to be in contention to win the SEC every year. They played in an SEC title game last year. They were in a playoff. They were in a playoff semifinal. Like,
yeah, but all that does is raise the expectations.
Totally.
And they're not going to let their little brother, Texas A&M, outplay them.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the state of Texas right now, they're third.
Yeah. But they did beat Oklahoma, which I think is more important.
Well, it'll be an interesting game. I think they play each other the last game of the season.
Yeah.
A&M and Texas.
Yeah. So for a little refresh, here, Rob, you've got Texas, Georgia, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Oklahoma, and Texas Tech. All of those teams are inside the top 14, aside from Texas, who's 21. Shay and I have Clemson, Penn State, whose seasons are effectively over, Alabama and Oregon, and then LSU and Florida. So we've got, I think, 3 top 10 teams, and then Florida, who's not in the rankings. So,
well, if Miami or Florida winds up self-destructing, and if Clemson gets their act together, they could play their way back in. You know, they win the ACC. You just never know.
We'll see.
Clemson's problem is they got the head-to-head loss. Clemson's got the head-to-head loss with Georgia Tech, and they don't play Virginia. So it feels very, very difficult for them to really work back into the conversation.
Okay, and I got one more comment. I'm tired of hearing all that whining Cap was doing yesterday about the weather in South Bend. You know, the money that guy makes, tell him to spring for a suite or a club-level season.
I'm telling you.
I mean, come on.
And I thought it was very soft. The older generation, Rob, very soft. A little rain is going to stop you from going. I'm gonna tell my wife she's too sick to go to the game. What are you kidding me?
Pack a poncho.
Well, I wonder what the over/under is if he even went or is going to go. If he looks at the
you think he might bail?
About that. Oh, yeah, 90% to 100% chance rain during the entire game. Yeah, I could see him being halfway on 94 and turning around.
He said yesterday morning he was looking at the broadcast, and he knows Mindy's feeling a little under the weather, and he was like, maybe I'll get up tomorrow and tell her she looks too sick. We can't go. I think you better stay home.
That sounds like
I heard.
Yeah.
So.
That sounds like he's the one that's trying to find his way out of this thing.
He is. He's absolutely the one.
Unbelievable.
Exactly. Well, great show, guys. You have a good day. Well, check in about another 2 or 3 weeks, see how we feel then.
Sounds good, Rob. Lots of football to be played. Appreciate the phone call. 312-332-3776 if you want to jump in as well. Joe's in Barrington. Morning, Joe.
Yeah, couple things. Does Courtney have to make more donations to Indiana to help pay the coach? And does Shea have to make donations to Michigan State to either get a new coach or make donations to have the coach go bye-bye?
Nope. Nope.
And don't pick on Cap. He's in the Hall of Fame. I don't know what Hall of Fame, but actually Hall of Shame, but anyway.
There it is. No, I will not be donating to Michigan State football. No, I won't. I refuse. Like, I had a friend ask, he's going to Michigan State, and he's like, would you go to that game? Would you go up there? And I was like, no, absolutely not. I have no interest in giving them any of my money. And none. They don't deserve it. I'm not going to go attend a game. I'm not going to go spend money on the campus. None. I have no interest. Take it seriously, and then we can talk.
I don't blame you. Like, it's part of the reason why I have not been back to Syracuse since I graduated. I have had no reason to. Maybe last year with football a little bit, but there's been no reason for me to go back, to go to a game, football or basketball.
I haven't been to a football game in East Lansing since 2016.
but you've been on the road to see them. Like, you went to Ohio State a couple years ago.
Yeah, boy, do I regret that decision. But I haven't been to a game in East Lansing since 2016, and I don't have plans to go back anytime soon. I don't. They don't want to take it seriously. They want to put an awful product on the field. Good luck getting my money.
Yep. 312-332-3776. If you want to jump in, we'll take more of your phone calls and also get to what's going on in Happy Valley as well with James Franklin, as he is no longer the head coach there. Who is next in line, though, at Penn State? All that coming up next. Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate. Sunday mornings at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate, Sunday morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
Save big money on your bathroom update at Menards. Transform your bathroom with a stunning new vanity from Magic Woods. With over 100 options to choose from, our vanities combine contemporary style with durable materials. Find the ideal piece to create the bathroom you've always wanted. From stylish and elegant to simple and modern. Save big money on Magic Woods vanities at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Ecker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
Tailgate season is on, and Monster Energy flavors are bringing the heat. Crack open the wickedly creamy citrus blast of Orange Dreamsicle, or ride the shockingly smooth wave of Electric Blue. Both packed with real sugar, bold flavor, and that legendary monster kick. This is the energy your game day deserves, so grab your can and unleash the beast.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgate presented by Yingling. If you miss anything, you can catch it on the podcast. We give you our football picks every single week on the Pick a Side podcast and recap of the football weekends as well every single Monday. And then we get you our college picks on Thursday, NFL picks Friday. You can find it Pick a Side on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you get your podcasts, and on YouTube as well. So subscribe to us wherever you get your podcasts and on YouTube. We appreciate all the support there. John's in Indianapolis. What's going on, John?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
What's going on?
Indiana alum here, and like myself, Indiana has tons of students from the Chicago area, northern Indiana, and so I just wanted to call in and tell you guys about a historical phenomenon at IU called the reversible jacket guy, which is basketball season all in IU, and then come football season, you flip the jacket, you're a Notre Dame fan. Suddenly, I caught grief for years, even though I grew up Notre Dame fan, but caught grief because, for the last however long, 30, 40 years, we've been miserable and just couldn't bear being an IU football fan. So wanted to share that.
So and actually, who do you root for now?
I'm still reversible jacket guy. Like I grew up
How can you
Notre
even
Dame.
do that?
But when you go to the games, it's changing, right? Like you go to the games and it'd be IU and Michigan, and there's all these Notre Dame flags flying at the tailgate. But it's changing, like less reversible jacket guys.
Okay.
That feels a little bit like the scumbags I grew up around. That would be they're like I'm a Michigan football fan and a Michigan State basketball fan, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
And what did you do when Michigan went to the Final Four in 2013? Huh? Like, who'd you root? So you rooted for Notre Dame in the playoff last year?
That was tough. Literally, it was like Sophie's choice. It was the worst case
Don't
scenario.
say it was a win-win.
So there it was, yeah. But like I had waited so long, my entire life, to see IU play in a relevant football game, and then it had to go against, my 1A. So, yeah, that was tough.
I think now that Indiana's legitimate, you just keep the jacket on the Indiana side all the time.
Yeah.
No more reversible jacket.
Take it to the seamstress and strip the inside out.
I'll consider it. All right, have a good day, guys.
All right, John. Appreciate it.
And like people will get mad. They'll be, now you're hopping on the bandwagon, and it's like, no, Indiana football wasn't a thing.
Well, especially
it didn't
if you
exist.
went there too.
Right.
Like you can claim Indiana fandom.
Right. Like it didn't exist. You shouldn't have to root for something that didn't exist.
I
but
will
now
say
that
this,
it's real.
This is the line in the sand, though.
Oh yeah, there's no going back.
You cannot. Well, and also you have to jump now. If you don't jump now, this ship has left the yard. Like. You have to get on board now.
Yeah.
And it seems like all the Indiana fans in my life have fully embraced what football has become and care way more about football than basketball now.
How many times did we say it last year that no matter what bar you went to in this town on a Saturday, if you were going to a Wisconsin bar or an Iowa bar or a Michigan State bar or whatever, they were Indiana bars.
Yep.
No matter what affiliation they had, they became Indiana bars on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, we were at Will's Northwoods a couple weeks ago doing the show there, and we spent a couple of game days there. It's a Wisconsin bar. It turned into an Indiana bar.
100%.
So much so, there was a line down the block to get in for the Indiana-Michigan game.
I've never seen that place as busy as it was for IU Michigan, and it was loaded, packed to the gills with Indiana fans.
I couldn't believe it. I really could not believe it. I think Wisconsin played on a Friday that week, too, or something, but It was incredible, and to see the shift, and it is cool to see the shift from going from a basketball-only school, and like in the case of Indiana, it was a basketball-only school. That's the only thing they cared about, whether it was state lore or whatever, and just the quality of what you saw out of the football program for so many years, or lack thereof, rather. And for it to just flip on a dime like that, I mean, it was the worst thing for you and I, who just like to go to the bars to watch the college football games on Saturdays, the worst thing possible is Indiana being good at football.
Yeah, because every TV goes to the IU game. They would. I heard a story of somebody who went to the bar for college football during IU Illinois, and the bar refused to turn the game off, even when we were talking about like what was this 48-10? Was that you?
It was me. Yeah, we went to a bar and they wouldn't turn the game off.
It's unbelievable.
That was more of, I think, an issue with the bar itself, because they had like 4 TVs and they were all like
linked,
chained together. So
that sucks.
You change one, you change them all. But it was like 55-13 at the time.
Yeah, it was time
nuts
to get that game off TV.
Yep. Tracy's in Wheaton. Morning, Tracy.
Hi there. I was just letting you know my father-in-law got his doctorate from IU, and they lived right outside Bloomington there. And when I met my husband, who also is an IU grad, and my daughter's an IU grad, we used to go past the football stadium, and my father-in-law would just call it the House of Tears every single time, because, nobody ever wanted to go there and see the game. So it was kind of funny. But I also wanted to talk about Coach Sig and his staff. And I think so many people talk about the head coach. But for him, he's brought all his guys with him for so long, and I think that is what's really making the program so successful so quick. So that's all. Just wanted to share those comments.
No, it's a great point, Tracy. Like you find a staff that works well together, knows each other's tendencies, and you don't have guys jumping ship. Because like all those, think about that. Think about like the rise for all of those assistants as well. Like obviously, Sig's the face of the program, the marquee name. He's the one making 11.6. They also have the second largest assistant coach money pool in America as well, only behind Ohio State. Yeah. So when you get the rise and then you get to bring everyone else along with you, it is cool to see like all those guys are now making life-changing money. And on top of that, at some point, they're probably going to jump ship and take head coaching jobs. But you don't go from being an assistant at James Madison to taking a leap, even within like the group of five or whatever school in America, to be a head coach. You have to be a power conference assistant if you want to do that.
That was the flip side of what Tracy was talking about there, being able to keep the staff. Like his current defensive coordinator, Brian Haynes, has been his defensive coordinator going back to the JMU days. I have a hard time believing with all the openings that are going to happen this offseason that you're keeping Brian Haynes this season.
But if you want to, you can pay him $1 million.
Yeah, but that's going to be the game now. You're going to look like Michigan used to look or like Alabama used to look, where you're going to have $1.5 million coordinators.
It's crazy. I mean, remember like what Brent Venables was making at Clemson? What was he making, like $3 million?
But even there, like once Oklahoma comes calling or Tony Elliott, once Virginia comes calling and a power conference team is like, we'll hire you and make you a head coach. Yeah, you can cover your guys with money for a while, but at a certain point, you want your guys to go be head coaches and have the opportunity that you have had too. That's where I look at this and how long are you really going to keep Mike Shanahan as your OC? How long are you really going to keep Brian Haynes as your DC? And can you turn the trick and find guys again who will be as successful as assistant coaches as the guys you've had?
Or you promote from within. And maybe there's a guy who right now is a running backs coach that you just trust implicitly.
The Dan Campbell mentality.
Right. And maybe it works. I mean, Sig and Dan Campbell, it seems like they're cut from the same cloth, aren't they?
A little bit, yeah.
I think we even talked about it last year, that it kind of feels like very Lions-ish in a good way, the way that Indiana was running their football program.
Yeah, it's a high compliment to pay because, like, and I know the Lions haven't won a Super Bowl yet, but when you talk about an organization that was historically one of, if not the most embarrassing in the NFL, now becoming a consistent power behind Dan Campbell, that's what it feels like is happening at Indiana, where you hired the right guy. And it is funny because remember Sig got hired and he did that speech in Assembly Hall and he said, "Google me, I win," and people made fun of him. And then he just wins. And now you look back at it and you go, he told us what he was going to do.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And nobody wanted to listen to. But that's the same thing as Dan Campbell or like a Nick Sirianni. You make fun of him on the opening press conference. Mm-hmm. Oh, we're going to get up and bite a kneecap. And then you watch the team play and you're like, oh, no, he was serious. They are going to do that.
Now, for everyone that says something like that and lives up to it, there's probably 5 that don't.
Sure.
But the ones that do, they're the ones that get to walk around a little taller and feel good about the way that their program's running.
So. And that's why it's easy to draw the corollary of like Indiana didn't exist. It wasn't a football program, period. It would like the caller said, it was a house of tears. Nobody wanted to go to games there. It was an empty stadium most of the time, if not an invasion of an opposing fan base, should people decide they wanted to go to Bloomington. And now it's legit. And that's the Lions corollary of it. This place where you thought it was impossible, this coach has made it real.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, when we come back, Shay's going to clip some names, all right? The 10 hottest seats in America. 3.0. We're already on 3.0.
The midway point.
Half the list is down already. So we'll get into that list when we come back in 2 minutes. Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station. Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
This is a very fitting song for what we're about to do.
I love this. Feels like something. This is not in the rotation either. This is Aiden putting his producer cap on. You got Aiden O'Connor with us, Mario Heron with us at Chicago's College Tailgate here on ESPN Chicago every single Saturday morning, 9 to 11 a.m. All right, it is time for Shay's Hot Seats. He's going to give us the 10 hottest seats in America. He did this in the preseason. 5 of the 10 have already been fired.
Mm-hmm.
So we've had to shuffle the deck a little bit here, and you've found 5 more names to add to this list. Has anyone left the list that has just achieved their way off the list?
Yeah, so Brent Venables came off the list after the first week, and then the quarter poll, I am taking Kalen DeBoer off the list. I think his seat is cool.
Okay.
So there are actually 3 new entrants since the quarter poll because Dilfer was fired, Franklin was fired, and Kalen DeBoer's seat is cooled.
Okay.
And I appreciated Thunderstruck being used there. Because before I make you guess names, I'll just get the first one out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
It is a school that uses Thunderstruck for primetime introductions. It is Jonathan Smith of the Michigan State Spartans.
Okay.
And I'm putting him on this list because I believe if I have the power to get coaches whacked, then I'm going to get this one. If I only get one more the rest of the season, let it be this one.
Is he also 2 through 10 too?
I would happily do that. If I could have the list earnestly just be Jonathan Smith 10 times, I would. If I could seriously, if only one more coach gets fired from my hot seat lists, let it be him. Free me of this pain. I hope it happens today. And I'll tell you, from what I've heard from people who cover the team and who know a little bit more than I do, it is a when, not an if. And if they get humiliated today in Bloomington, hop on a plane and GTFO.
He may not get on that plane, though. He's getting on a different plane.
Yeah. Take your ass
Plane
back
2.
to Oregon, brother.
Yeah.
Corvallis got an opening again.
All right.
Your boy got clipped in Corvallis, which another coach that got fired, but nobody cares about Oregon State in the Pac-2. They fired their guy.
Yeah.
That job's open again. Jonathan Smith, why don't you go home?
Yeah. Find that old cushy job right there. All right. So there's one. There's one of the 10. You've also unveiled that Michigan is part of like the honorable mention group.
The outside
Sharon
looking
Moore.
in. Yeah, Sharon Moore's seat is heating up. It's just not hot yet.
Okay. I'm trying to remember through some of the other ones.
Now you got a memory game going.
Yeah, I do. But in fairness, we have lost a lot of those names already that you've brought up. Bill Belichick's on the list.
Bill Belichick is on the list.
Okay.
Last night, I just saw the highlight actually on social media. They had a chance to beat Cal on the road. It
Would
was
have been a good win.
Yeah, it would have. 18-21 was the score. North Carolina chasing 3 points. They got 18. Cal's up 21-18. Throw over the middle. Tight end makes the grab. Running into the end zone. Ball gets punched out as he's crossing the goal line. Cal recovers the fumble. Game over. I mean, UNC just can't find their way to have anything good happen. Pablo Torres on some crazy vendetta against them. It's getting bizarre.
It's gotten out of hand.
Dude, the hot mic thing that he released this week, I'm like, well, okay, at this point, what are we doing?
To be honest, all of it I don't care about.
I don't either. And it's Pablo Torre just on a sick vendetta now, which, okay, do your thing.
Doing tricks with it.
And, you're going to come out on top because he's going to be fired.
Yeah.
But I don't think we needed 30 podcasts about it.
I also don't think he's the reason why he's getting fired either.
No, it's like turn your TV on. Their football team stinks.
Yeah. All right, next name, Mike Norvell.
Mike
Florida
Norvell
State.
has been added to the hot seat list. He's one of our new entrants, Florida State head coach. They've started conference play terribly, and they're now in question. Could they miss a bowl again? He's been to 3 bowls in 5 seasons, I think. That is not good enough. Obviously, got hosed in the undefeated season, but last year went stupid sideways. A 2-10 season. That's unacceptable. This year started great with the win over Alabama. Has looked pretty bad since. And I think Mike Norvell's future at Florida State is in serious jeopardy.
All right. I'm looking through the rest of the ACC. I wonder if you have Bill O'Brien on this list.
I don't have Bill O'Brien on this list
because I just don't care.
I don't care, and I don't know enough about what the situation is there. And they're an embarrassment. They're terrible. But they're not going to get involved in the big game hunting here. You know what I mean?
No. They may have the money to do it. It's just a matter of do they want to spend it there or do they want a new science lab?
Well, and it's like what you talked about. If all the schools that are opening up, if all these prestige jobs open up, is BC going to enter one of the most competitive cycles we've ever seen?
At that point, you'd just be adding you'd be getting like a mid-tier group of 5 coach that you're bumping up to a 7-figure salary. That's probably what you'd be getting. Is that all for the ACC?
There is one more ACC.
One more ACC.
And he was on this list last week.
Was it Dave Doran?
Yes, it was Dave Doran. There's questions, again, could they miss a bowl game? If they do miss a bowl game. Now, I think that there's some runway for him where if they rescue their season a little bit and make a bowl, but they got blasted a week ago. If they get back and make a bowl, he could save his job. But if they miss a bowl, I think he's a dead man walking.
Okay. That's one of those schools, though, where it's like, is the grass going to be greener on the other side?
Agreed.
Because Dave Doran pretty consistently will churn out in the neighborhood of 7 to 9 wins pretty much every single year. All right, on to the Big 12. Looking through the Big 12.
2 Big 12 coaches.
2 Big 12s. Okay.
And they've both been on this list already this year.
So Dave Aranda, I know, is on this list.
Dave Aranda is on the
From
list.
Baylor.
Yeah, and again, I'll bring it up every time. Last year, there was the report Dave Aranda had been fired, and then they just won out the year, and it's like, never mind, we lied. We're good. We're going to hang on to Dave Aranda. He's beloved in Waco. He's a kind of I don't want to say cult figure, but they do love him there. It just, the results haven't been there. And Baylor does have pedigree. I know it's a little tarnished with the Art Briles stuff, but they had a stretch where they were serious and a legitimate program. And I think they can build that again. You're in the state of Texas. You always have an opportunity. If Aranda, big game today against TCU, sneaky loser leaves town, I don't think Sonny Dykes is totally safe anymore either.
He did bring him to a national title game. And you are in the Big... I can't imagine Sonny Dykes' seed is all that high.
I don't either. And I'm not saying that loser gets fired tomorrow morning, but whoever loses this game, I think that the temperature turns up a little bit.
Okay. The other one out of the...
He's been on it every week, every time we've done it.
Brent Brennan?
Yes.
Arizona?
Okay. That's correct.
Okay. I mean, it's, year 2 for him?
Yeah, but it's...
You kind of got thrown into a tough situation, too. I bet he's got a little more runway.
Remember, they got everyone to stay, and they were terrible. Tet stayed. Noah Fafita stayed. Yeah. They got all the guys around them to stay and not transfer out because they felt like they could do something when Jed Fish took the Washington job. And Brent Brennan came in, and it's been really, really bad.
Yeah.
And I think that's where it's like, okay, we can't give you the excuse if there was an exodus. The players we had that were winning with Jed Fish stayed for you, and you haven't done anything with.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Notre Dame light situation when Brian Kelly left.
Yeah.
And, like, look what Notre Dame's become. They've just been winning.
Yep.
And not saying that Arizona needs to be in the playoff every single year, but you should be in the conversation in the Big 12 that has not been impressive. It's been up for grabs every year since Brent Brennan's been there. So, okay.
There are 4 names left. 3 of them are in the SEC.
All right. So, are there any in the Big 10 then?
One Big 10.
One
One
Big
more.
10.
Jonathan Smith was the first, obviously.
Luke Fickell.
Yeah, Luke Fickell's the other Big 10 name. And I did the first week that we did this, I did not have Luke Fickell on the list. And I said, I don't know that Wisconsin has the stones to meet the buyout figure. This has gone so badly that now you start reading about what's going on at Wisconsin. It sounds like he could be fired tomorrow. Like, they are going to get the money together.
The other thing, too, Wisconsin can do the same thing Indiana's doing.
Yep.
There's no reason why Wisconsin can't be Indiana. Wisconsin has been Indiana. They have been able to go out, get some big wins in the Big Ten, ultimately usually fall short to an Ohio State or Michigan when they've been at their best, but it's not like there's no history of Wisconsin.
Yep.
This team's been knocking on the door of the playoff when there was a 14 playoff. 12 if they played a 12-team playoff from the time the playoff started in 2015, Wisconsin probably would have made it like 4 or 5 times.
Yep.
So, yeah, Wisconsin for sure can be what Indiana is, and if they get the right coach in there, then they definitely can do that. All right, the other 3 are in the SEC. So as I look top to bottom here, Billy Napier I know is 1.
Billy Napier is 1.
Head coach of Florida.
And that's another one where we've talked about it. He saved his job last year, and I wondered if they'd meet the buyout figure because we thought that they'd be good this year, but then they start terribly, and they're 2-4 right now, and they might lose today. And the more you read about Florida football, like Luke Fickell, the more it sounds like Billy Napier might be fired tomorrow.
Yeah.
If they lose today, he might get tarmacked.
He
gone.
There's when you look
Thanks,
at
Hawk.
Florida and what they could have been this year, and again, the schedule for Florida has been a gauntlet.
Yep.
Like you there's probably no. We talked about this in the preseason.
They had the
There's
4th
probably-
hardest schedule in America.
There's probably no. Look at this. Look at the way this schedule has now shook out for their last 4 games. Every single team at the time of playing the game was a top 10 team.
Yep.
You had at LSU, night game, at Miami, home against Texas, you won that one, and then at A&M. And guess what? Mississippi State today is going to be no walk in the park either.
And then you get Georgia, Ole Miss, Tennessee, and Florida State. Enjoy. Like, it doesn't lighten up. And I think they're live to lose today, and if they lose today, that'll be, I think, Billy Napier's last game as a head coach. If they don't, then it'll be his last game as a head coach will be when they get destroyed in Jacksonville in the cocktail party.
I will say this. Oh, if he has, I don't know who his agent is, but if he has a good agent, he can preserve his job by pointing at the schedule.
I don't know, man.
Whoever you think the best coach in college football is, what do you think they're going against at LSU, at Miami, home against Texas, at A&M? You're splitting? At best?
I guess, but I just watched Alabama go through a somewhat similar
Now, the
gauntlet.
South Florida thing may be the one that ultimately they can counter back with, but...
And I just watched Alabama go through a somewhat similar gauntlet. Like, the fact is, when you're in the SEC, you are paying coaches to win these games. Right or wrong, that's what you're doing. And it's been disaster for Billy Napier.
Okay. All right.
I think he saved his job last year. I don't think he turned that trick twice.
But the other part of it is you've got all of these like really difficult games. If you win one of them, you probably save yourself.
I think they'd have to make a bowl. I think you'd have to find a way to get to 7, and I don't think they're winning 7 games. You've got to go 5-1 to end the year.
But if they make a bowl, all you'll need is 6. So if you can find a way to go 4-2.
Boy, Billy Napier should hire you to be his agent.
I just think
you are so
he's
interested
in an impossible situation.
No, he's not. He got the number 1 quarterback or number 2 quarterback recruit in the country. At some point, we're not paying you to lose these games. We're paying you to win these games.
He wins two of the big ones the rest of the way. I think he stays.
And it's like the LSU game. You should have won that game, and your quarterback melted down, and you asked him to do everything. Like at some point,
at a certain point, you can't throw the ball for him.
I know, but you get my point. Like we're not. Yes, the schedule's difficult, but we're not paying you to lose.
Okay. Next name, Hugh Freeze.
Hugh Freeze
at Auburn.
Here's the fun part of this one. If you go through the Auburn message boards, Auburn fans are rooting for Mizzou today because they want Hugh Freeze fired. And Abdallah, like Fat Jack this week with Abdallah brought up, refs seem to hate Auburn. That call's coming from inside the house. If there's any program in America where it is run not by their athletic director, not by their university president, not by their head coach, but in fact by the big money boosters, it's Auburn. Their board runs football, and I would not put it past these people who despise Hugh Freeze to call up officials and go, hey, if there's a way you can cause us to lose today, do it, because we're getting this guy out of here.
The
they
crazy
hate
thing,
him.
That it's the same board of directors that hired the guy.
I know.
Who's the one with egg on your face here?
Do you remember? It's the same board of directors. Like they take it too far. It's the same boosters that hired Mike Harsin and then
Brian Harsin,
or
yeah.
Brian Harsin.
Yeah.
Sorry, and then like manufactured scandal so that they could fire him.
That's fair. You can't put anything past them. I love the message board geniuses. The best. The absolute
greatest.
best. All right, last one, and it's an SEC school. Have they been on the list before? I'm trying to. Okay,
this is the final new name on the list.
Is it Mark Stoops?
Yes, well done.
All right.
Mark Stoops at Kentucky. This is all it is for Mark Stoops.
Well, did you see the number of what the Kentucky basketball roster reportedly cost this year?
Yep.
$22 million.
Yep.
For how many scholarships you get? 13?
Hey,
12?
Buddy, there's private equity money coming into the college athletics now, so we'll just find a way to get it done. Start 0-3 in conference. Again, they didn't hire Mark Stoops to lose. This isn't.
I don't know if they necessarily hired him to win either.
No, I'm not saying they hired him to win the SEC, but they certainly didn't hire him to lose. And they were in a position a couple years ago where you started looking at Kentucky football going, they might be taking this pretty seriously
I will
now.
say this. Mark Stoops won the standoff with Cal.
True.
He won the standoff with Cal. I wonder what the appetite really is
to fire another coach. Yeah, it's a more aggressive one. And again, I'm splitting hairs. I'd be happy to put Sharon Moore on the list. I'm just not ready to do it yet. But if they lose today, then we're cooking with gas on the Michigan front. And then just think about some of the names that are here. And if these guys do get clipped, you're going to have Michigan State open, Florida State open, Auburn open, Florida open, Penn State already open. Michigan potentially open.
Probably Nebraska. If Penn State's open,
Nebraska could be
open.
open. Like, this is incredible in terms of brands looking for new coaches.
It's going to be an incredible, especially when they're all out of the Big Ten, too.
And
that's everything.
That's the X factor right there. James Franklin bellied up to the game day set.
Yeah. Let's talk about if he makes his way back into coaching.
Of course he does.
You think next year?
Yeah.
All right. We'll discuss landing spots for James Franklin. He's on game day today, and it is. I don't know how it got to that point at Penn State. Like, you can see them losing games, but the way that it tailspun, the way that I don't get it. But we'll talk James Franklin when we come back.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
At Elmhurst University, we give you the tools to soar. Whether you're undecided on your future, exploring a new path, or looking to level up your career, here you'll find support, skills, and opportunities as limitless as you are. Go beyond with a community of care and support. Do more with knowledge that's timeless. It all starts at Elmhurst. Go far, do well. Start today at elmhurst.edu.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. With our biggest sale ever, furnaces from $39 a month, furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month, plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
4 years of whiskey wisdom deserves a proper toast. Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco. Join us as Whiskey University celebrates its 4th anniversary. Come out to Foxtail on the lake in Des Plaines next Wednesday night at 6:30. No better lesson than a Whiskey U Hall of Famer, Templeton Whiskey. Born in Templeton, Iowa, and steeped in the Prohibition era, Templeton has been schooling whiskey lovers for over a century. So raise a glass, not a textbook, and celebrate 4 spirited years of Whiskey University. Whiskey U! Please drink responsibly.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Chicago's football game day starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. From red shirts to mascots to your school's alma mater, Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shay, Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
By the way, before we get into James Franklin, we did have someone tweet at us about our conversation about jobs. John tweeted us, Braun at Northwestern is a sneaky one to watch. If they miss a bowl with a new stadium next year, AD who won't hire him and likely a low buyout. I would just say Pat Fitzgerald is why he will not be fired.
Yeah, one, Pat Fitzgerald, having to pay Pat Fitzgerald is going to make paying another coach to not be your coach very unappetizing. 2, they're 4-2. Like, they're having a good season.
You can say what you want about Penn State. You beat Penn State. Northwestern doesn't beat Penn State. It reminded me, my senior year at Syracuse, we beat Florida State. Florida State was awful that year, but you still beat Florida State.
Also, where you beat them. You didn't beat them on the lakefront. You beat them in Happy Effin' Valley.
Yeah.
Like, David Braun is so beyond safe.
David Braun has also overachieved there, too.
Yes, 100%.
I mean, the first year he was there, I get last year was a blank storm, but the 2 years ago when he was there, they made a bowl game. I made a bet with someone that was like, I don't think Northwestern's going to make a bowl game for the next decade because after Fitz left, it seemed like everything was in shambles there. They made it in year 1.
You get Purdue today, you're favored. Now, you're not going to be favored against Nebraska or USC, but you already won a game as a massive dog. You're not going to be favored in all likelihood against Michigan. You might be favored against a potentially fleckless Minnesota. But there's a chance Northwestern makes a bowl again this year.
It's possible. I mean, and Northwestern's one of those teams, too. 5-win APR bowls, too.
Mm-hmm.
With all the teams that drop out of these things, Northwestern will take a 5-win spot.
If they win, think about that. If they win today at Purdue where they're favored, they will get the academic bowl.
Yeah. The 5-win, and then it goes by what's your academic progress rate? Who do you think has one of the top APRs in all of America? Northwestern.
Yep.
In all the Power 5.
So David Braun is safe.
All right. James Franklin fired earlier this week after losing to Northwestern. I could not believe that. There was so much stuff going on in college football during that time. You had Red River going on. You had the Indiana-Oregon game going on. And then, news started to trickle, hey, Northwestern might do this thing.
Yep.
And they went outright beat Penn State on the road, what ended up being the final game for James Franklin. Final game for Drew Aller as well. But Penn State now, they've got the vacancy. I think both you and I are pretty in lockstep here. It'll, in all likelihood, be Matt Rule.
Feels that way. That's all the writing has been.
By the way, should we have seen this? How did we not bet Minnesota last night? Nebraska is in all the headlines. Matt Rule's probably straddling the line out of the door. And they go on the road in a short week and lose outright to, not only lose, get
popped.
Dominated for 4 quarters against Minnesota.
Dylan Raiola got sacked 9 times. The thing with the Matt Rule stuff, like Matt Rule going to Penn State, and I know Feinbaum says nobody fits the job better. I do think it's a little uninspired. You hire the alum, the guy who hasn't had success yet at Nebraska. You'll probably get Dylan Raiola to come with him. That's attractive. But if I were Penn State, I'd be calling up Brent Key and throwing him a bag and trying to get him out of Georgia Tech. I'd be looking for the good coach, not the hero.
I think you're right. Matt Rule is not the out-of-the-box hire. And you look at some of these teams that have made good hires lately, they've been kind of out-of-the-box hires.
Yep.
Kurt Signetti is case in point, out-of-the-box hire. Fran Brown at Syracuse, out-of-the-box hire. Even Dan Lanning. Guy was a DC at Georgia.
Yep.
You didn't go and pluck someone from as a head coach at a lower rung school. No, you went and got a DC at one of the top schools who's been a part of championship pedigree.
And let's just be real, dude. How many times does hiring the hero work? It's kind of rare. It didn't work for Arkansas with Sam Pittman. It didn't work. I'm struggling to think of a spot it worked other than Michigan. And even at Michigan, you had the other team's plays. It wasn't working until you started cheating.
Yeah. I think, and again, it's different sports, but basketball, it's been a train wreck. Patrick Ewing, Chris Mull, name your guy. Name your NBA Hall of Famer. They all haven't worked. And I kind of look at it the same way. Penn State, I think you go outside the box here. I would not hire Matt Rule. To be honest, if I'm Matt Rule, I want the Penn State job. It's going to be a significant pay bump. You're definitely going to a better program to coach at, but you fall on that sword pretty quick.
Then there's the flip side of it, which is the James Franklin side. And there's been talk that could Nebraska and Penn State just flip?
Do a little coach swap?
Yeah, and I ask that because, you think about the schools that are open right now. Michigan State, and I don't think, the state of that program, I don't even think James Franklin would take the call.
You don't think so?
No. The state of the program is so dire.
I think there's an arrogance to all of these guys that they're I can flip it. And if you're going to just bounce straight to Michigan State, who, when all things are Michigan State might have where it's a better job in the modern era of college football.
If they spend the money, sure, but
James Franklin, you don't hire James Franklin and then not spend the money, though.
They would need to prove that they're going to make that commitment. I digress. That sidetracks the point. It's just I'm bringing it up because a school like that, a school like Virginia Tech, a school like Nebraska, these schools would love to be a team that wins 10 games every year and loses the big one. They would love to be that.
Yeah.
Penn State, it wasn't working, and you started losing the little games. That's where it was over for James Franklin. Mm-hmm. But so many schools would kill to be what Penn State has been that I can't imagine James Franklin's going to be on his ass very long.
What about, would he go back to Vandy? And I know we've talked about
You're assuming Clark Lee takes the job.
Why would Clark Lee leave? There may be too many jobs available that Clark Lee is going to, especially within the Big Ten. Could Clark Lee go to
Wisconsin,
or even your school? Michigan State. If for whatever reason Michigan opens, could Clark Lee end up there? He's kind of he coached at Notre Dame for a long time.
He's got the
Like,
Midwest.
he's got the Midwest ties
There's
and the
connection.
recruiting.
Yep, that's the big thing, and that's the reason I think that it's failed so miserably at Michigan State too. Is you hired a West Coast guy and brought him in, and there was always a concern about the fit. Does he know how to recruit the Midwest? Clark Lee clearly does, so he fits all those spots. That is interesting. The idea that Vandy opens up, would they pay James Franklin
to come home? Come on back. This was your stepping stone program, and now all of a sudden we're a legitimate football school. I could see that happening. Just looking through, like, I don't think he's taking a step up to a Florida or a Florida State. I think you'd be foolish to do that. I think those guys are really going to go big game hunting if those open up. But I look at Vandy, that could be like kind of that nice little landing spot. You're in the SEC. Now, I don't know if he's cut out for the SEC to go back there. But
I struggled with wherever he lands, and I think Nebraska's a candidate if Rule does take the Penn State job. But I can't imagine that James Franklin is going to spend next year on a TV set. I think he's going to get a job.
Yeah, I would guess that. Now, maybe he just wants to take a year off, and maybe he does. Some of these guys they want like a year, and then they'll bounce back into it. But we've seen a number of those guys. Like, I turn on Fox every single Friday and Saturday night, and I see Chris Peterson still on the set. And they show his Twitter handle, and it's like UW Coach Pete or something.
The only reason he would do that, though, is to flip the bird to Penn State and say, hey, you're on the hook for the full buyout. Sorry, I'm not taking a job. You're going to pay me everything. Because the reality is, if you're one of these schools that's looking for a new coach, you can pay the next guy all of the money that you're going to have to pay him, or you can hire James Franklin at half the cost because there's an offset in his buyout.
Mm-hmm.
And Penn State's going to pay half his salary to be your coach.
Here's an interesting one, and I think this would actually be great for both parties. UNC.
That is interesting.
I think James Franklin and the Tar Heels would be a perfect fit.
And UNC is another one of those jobs. Mario, you can correct me if I'm wrong as a fan. You're another one of those schools that would kill to be a school, winning 10 games every year and losing the big ones.
Absolutely. That's Super Bowl for me every time. That's absolutely. That's like me having a kid.
James Franklin could get that team to the playoff. In the ACC,
there are
kind of looking through it like,
there are schools where winning the Natty is the goal, and there are schools where being relevant is the goal. And James Franklin is the perfect coach for a school that would just wants to be relevant and build back up.
And you think about the last couple of coaches that UNC has had, Mac Brown and Bill Belichick, guys with skins on the wall. And we can poke fun at James Franklin all we want, but the guy's been to a playoff.
Yeah,
and he's won playoff games.
I would also say, like, barring... even if Clark Lee, outside of the guys who will take jobs, James Franklin is going to have the best resume on the market, period.
Yeah.
End of story.
Mm-hmm.
There will be no better coaching resume, no better track record than what James Franklin achieved at Penn State.
And guess what? If you go to UNC, there's no Michigan equivalent. There's no Ohio State equivalent that's standing in your way.
Right.
Or Oregon. That doesn't exist. And the ACC is a crapshoot year to year now. I mean, look at the teams who are leading the conference. It's Georgia Tech, Virginia, and Duke. Those are your undefeated, and SMU. Those are your undefeateds in the conference right now.
And the other thing, too, about it is, like, at Penn State, you make fun of him because Penn State's so high profile. And at Penn State, the goal is winning national championships because you did win national championships. It's a different beast. So at Penn State, he becomes the butt of a joke, and he becomes a meme. But at Virginia Tech, if he does exactly what he did for Penn State, he's not a meme. If he does that at North Carolina, he's not a meme. Like
he's celebrated.
All that stuff goes away.
They start talking about like hanging his name in the rafters.
Right. Like you win a couple ACC titles at North Carolina, and suddenly you're a god. There's no like, oh, we won the Big Ten one time and never had any playoff success. James Franklin can't win the big one. We can't beat Ohio State. We can't beat Michigan. James Franklin's a clown. That doesn't happen at some of these other spots, which I think is really beneficial to him.
Yeah. And I think one of the nice things that you would have and Virginia Tech's another interesting one that you bring up there, but those are kind of the same recruiting areas that you deal with when you are at Penn State.
Yep.
You're looking in that DMV area, Pennsylvania area, and now you kind of unlock the Carolinas if you were to go really to either Virginia Tech or North Carolina. And I mean, it wasn't like they weren't getting talent. They were getting 5-star guys at Penn State.
They have 2 NFL backs.
Drew Aller, whether you like him or not, he's a 5-star quarterback. Like he was one of the top quarterback recruits in the country. So I mean, there certainly will be options for him. And I think the more that I talk myself around it, like, dude, go to the ACC.
Yeah.
Find one of those. And maybe there's another job that opens up in there. I don't think you'd get Florida State, but North Carolina or Virginia Tech kind of feel like the perfect landing spot.
I think Virginia Tech would be a perfect spot for James Franklin. You get Blacksburg, you get all the tradition, you get that place rocking again for primetime games.
Yeah.
That's right. Enter Sandman.
Sandman. That he could do it too.
James Franklin leading the charge, and bald, shiny head to this song.
Dude, they'd love him there.
Oh, yeah. They'd love him. Both schools would. He'd make them relevant. That's for damn sure. All right, 312-332-3776 if you want to join us. Talk anything on your college football mind today. We'll get to our picks as well, and I've got a little debacle today because fall weddings have struck again.
Oh,
Shay.
no.
We'll discuss when we come back.
Shay and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dionne. This morning from 9 to 11 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville.
October means fall allergies are in full swing. Congestion, itchy eyes, sinus pressure. Don't let it slow you down. Sinus and Snoring MD specializes in sinus, allergy, and snoring care, all done in-office by experienced providers who treat you like family. With locations throughout Chicagoland and into Wisconsin, relief is closer than you think. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com to schedule. Trust me, you want to take care of this now. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go!
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Coast Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Save big on all outdoor storage at Menards. Suncast sheds have the storage space you need for any backyard. Whether you're protecting bikes and toys or storing yard tools, Suncast storage sheds will save you time with easy assembly and low-maintenance construction. Pick up an in-stock Suncast storage shed today and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Chicago's College Tailgate. Now back to the show with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
We'll get to our picks in just a moment. But first, fall weddings are back. I'm going to a fall wedding today for one of my best friends growing up in Lake Geneva. And Lake Geneva is like the perfect distance to be annoying for a wedding.
Yeah, it's a little far.
Because it's like 90 minutes, hour 45. But you can't really Uber that home.
Nope.
someone would have to stay sober to drive home. There were no volunteers. Spoiler.
So you're staying out there.
So we're staying out there for the night. I mean, today's one of the best college football days. I'm just happy the Cubs aren't still going.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say I'm not happy, but it's kind of like there is like a little relief that I don't have to watch a Cubs game today because boy, if today was game 5 of an NLCS, my head would not be there.
Of course not.
My head would not be in the wedding at all.
Yeah, you'd be watching on your phone the whole time.
Dude, I might be at Wrigley.
Oh, yeah. Well, honestly, is that fair? Like, let's say, I'm struggling to use a college football comp because there's not one locally. Let's just use the Cubs example. If they were playing Game 5 of the NLCS,
you can't predict that for the wedding,
right? Would you be? Is it okay if somebody skips your wedding to go to an MLB playoff game of their favorite team?
I'm too close to this guy where it would be a scumbag move. It would be a total scumbag move. And it's not like it's the World Series where like it's game 7 of the World Series. Then we can maybe have a conversation.
Right.
But if this is like, let's say you're a +1.
Let's say it's Cubs were up 3-1.
Cubs are up 3-1.
Playing game 5. Chance to clinch the trip to the World Series. Would you have skipped the wedding?
Do I have tickets or am I just watching the game?
No, you got tickets. You're going.
Oof. How close is the friend?
Yeah, as close as this friend is today.
This one. I think if you're up 3-1, you kind of feel like all right about things, right?
Yeah, but you have the opportunity to be there when they clinch the trip.
This isn't like 2016, though.
I know.
I would say I think it would be a pretty scumbag move.
All right.
If I missed it.
Well, then good. I'm glad that's not involved today. You're just going to miss the Holy War.
Well, there isn't a lot of like late night games tonight, but there are like that 6:30 window locally is.
I mean, USC, Notre Dame, Tennessee, Bama, Mizzou, Auburn, and the Holy War all kick off in the span of 30 minutes in that primetime dinner slot for a wedding. You got the
That's
YouTube
brutal.
TV multi-view going on your phone.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
What happens
the
is
thing though is I know the parents very well. Like I'm talking about, this is one of like my child. Like I could hit a 5-iron to this guy's house.
But
from growing up,
don't you often end up being one of the more popular people at the wedding? Like if you have an iPad with you and you just pop it on the center of a table and put the YouTube TV multi-view up,
I think the iPad's a little bit of a stretch.
People crowd around and watch.
I think the iPad's a little bit of a stretch.
But my point is, you're not the only guy at the wedding that wants to watch games.
I get that.
So I always feel like, yeah, it's a little scummy, but you end up being one of the more popular people.
You and I walk into any wedding that we go to, and we've got the scarlet letter of sports guys. So we're the bad guys.
That's true. But
phone goes out. It's not our phone, but we're the bad guys.
But we also have the ultimate excuse of it's our job.
Yeah.
It's the ultimate excuse.
It is an excuse, but it's one that's met with side eye many a time.
Yeah, but to just, you know what? Tell those people bleep off. Leave me alone. It's my job. I get paid for this.
I think I know the parents too well that I wouldn't disrespect.
Isn't that a two-way street, though, that they know you well enough, too, that they're like, oh, no, this is what he does for work. We understand it.
It is a big wedding.
I'm telling you, you can get away with just popping the phone on the multi-view.
I've been told this is a big wedding.
I've been told there's some big games.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And you will be one of the more popular people at the wedding.
I'll see what the table alignment looks like.
If they got you in a corner by the bar and you're in F-off territory where you can do your thing, you got to pull it up on the phone.
Yeah, like if I'm in a duck blind, like at that point, I'm fine.
Now, if you're like close to the head table, then you got to be a little more careful. But like once the dancing starts, once everybody gets on the dance floor, there is nothing wrong with being the guy that's sitting in a chair and has the phone going, and people come by, swing by, take a few minutes.
I'm not standing in the wedding, and no one like that I'm close with that I'm going with is standing either.
I think you're cleared for takeoff.
Okay. Let's. I probably am. It may be like a let's check in every once in a while. It's not like a full-fledged sit down and watch type of deal. I think that's the way I'm going to go, but we'll see. I'll keep you updated. I'll probably just see you guys texting me like, Bama, Notre Dame.
Yeah,
like that's
just the all
You know
caps.
what's funny? I was telling you guys the story. The guys that I split Cubs tickets with, we're trying to fill the void now, and we've resorted to live texting Hawks games. Like, we are treating Hawks games with the same fervor as we are with Cubs games, where it's like goal scored. You get 5 texts in the chat that just say "bang" in all caps. It's just what we've resorted to at this point.
I got hosed last night.
So one of the guys was at the game, and I don't have CHSN, so I was an antenna guy, so I can't get CHSN right now. And I was like, dude, because we have an Instagram account for our tickets too. I was like, dude, go live on the 231 Instagram account so I can watch the shootout.
I think they're going to be fun bad, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so.
If not, like, just fun.
The other day during the Blues game, we were like, should we go in on a half season for the Hawks? Like,
oh wow, look at you.
we caught the bug. We caught the hockey bug for sure. Jim's in Antioch. Morning, Jim.
Hi, guys. You know, in the 70s, my dad bought a portable 10-inch TV to the rodeo, and Notre Dame, Texas was on, and he didn't want to miss it. And, you know, the Cowboys loved it, all the rodeo people. I think once the wedding gets started, you can go with the iPad on the table.
Yeah. My rule is always never during the ceremony. Jim. You can't sit in the ceremony with the phone out.
Mm-hmm.
That's the dark period. But once you get to the cocktail hour and once you're sitting down for dinner, you're cleared to go.
Then it's like every man for himself at that point?
Yep. Runway's open, cleared for takeoff. If you don't have responsibility, if you're sitting at the head table, you can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't do it during the ceremony. You can't do it at the head table. But if you're anywhere else, you're cleared for takeoff.
Okay, you're more of a wedding vet than I am. You also, I think, play a little looser with the rules than I may.
That's probably true.
Your moral compass maybe is pointing in a different direction.
That is probably true.
Than mine is. Okay. All right. I'll report back. We'll see what happens. All right. We've got a lot of games to pick. It's a great slate, like we just mentioned. Plenty of games to pick. We'll do that when we come back. Chicago's
College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The Bears return home, winners of 3 straight. Here as the Saints march into Soldier Field. Live coverage begins with pregame tailgate at 8. Network coverage starts at 10 live from inside Gate O at the Dr. Pepper patio. Noon kickoff with the best play-by-play team in the game. Touchdown! Plus 4 hours of interviews, analysis, and your calls in Bears postgame. It's Bears and Saints. Tomorrow, kickoff at noon. Pregame starts at 8 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Fall is a time for football, falling leads, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you'll save money for fall fun as well. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and get a fresh haircut for fall at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Tailgate season is on, and Monster Energy flavors are bringing the heat. Crack open the wickedly creamy citrus blast of Orange Dreamsicle, or ride the shockingly smooth wave of Electric Blue. Both packed with real sugar, bold flavor, and that legendary monster kick. This is the energy your game day deserves. So grab your can and unleash the beast.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
The
post-crib assembly press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has all the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats right at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy teams synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Thank you to Aiden O'Connor and Mario Herron for producing today's show. If you missed anything, check it out on the podcast, Chicago's College Tailgate. And, of course, you can always get all of our football picks on the Pick a Side podcast. We got you Thursday, college football picks, Friday, NFL picks, and then Mondays, we give you all of the football weekend recap. So check that out. Subscribe to Pick a Side wherever you get your podcasts. And we are on YouTube as well, so you can find us there, subscribe, and we appreciate all that support. Thanks to Yingling for bringing you Chicago's College Tailgate every single weekend as well. And it is time for all of the picks. All right, lots to pick. A little time to do it. Let's start in the SEC, the 11 a.m. window, where Vandy is a 1.5-point favorite over LSU.
Yeah, the point spread moved a little bit. Vandy was 2.5 earlier in the week. I still like Vandy at this number, laying 1.5. I just think LSU's not very good. They've struggled to run the ball. Nuss has not been impressive. He's been a little turnover happy. I know they ran for 160 last week, but look at how it was built. There were 3 chunk runs that made up 100 yards. The other 16 carries, 60 yards total. Running the football has not been their specialty. Going on the road here, I like Vandy to cover a small number.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I think they win, and it's one of the better wins Clark Lee has had. I think the offense of Vanderbilt versus the defense of LSU is a pretty fair fight. I think the defense of Vanderbilt and the offense of LSU is heavy advantage Vanderbilt. And when you're giving me effectively a pick-em type game, I like Vandy. Georgia Tech, the number 12 team in the country, is going on the road to Duke. And they are a 3.5-point underdog now.
Yeah, they were 1.5-point underdogs earlier in the week, and this line has exploded. And once you start talking about moving through 3, it's starting to feel like Duke's just going to blow them out. Darian Mintz has been really good this year, playing at home. Manny Diaz has done mostly a pretty good job, and Duke still has a chance to win the ACC. I like the Blue Devils.
I love Duke this week. And both you and I like Georgia Tech as a team.
Yep.
And think that they are a playoff caliber team, but
I'll tell you another thing. You talked about Nebraska being distracted last night. Brent Key's got to be fielding some phone calls now.
For sure.
So
definitely.
You can ask the question, could there be distraction on the Georgia Tech side too?
Yeah. 2:30 SEC. This is where things start to heat up here. Ole Miss, number 5 team in the country, going on the road to Athens to take on 9th-ranked Georgia. Georgia, a 7.5-point favorite.
Ole Miss has been a fun story. Trinidad Chambliss putting himself into the Heisman conversation. He just hasn't played anybody yet. And Lane Kiffin himself has said Trinidad Chambliss has made too many D2 plays. Georgia's got the best run defense in the conference. Or best run offense in the conference, sorry. Ole Miss has the 3rd worst run defense. I think that's the difference in the game. I think the Bulldogs blow them out.
Yeah, I'm
Georgia.
with you. I think it's going to be like a 14-17 type of game. I like Georgia. I also like under in this game as well. Texas Tech, the number 7 team in the country, on the road at Arizona State, 3 o'clock kick on Fox. The Red Raiders, a 6.5-point favorite. They will be without their starting quarterback, Baron Morton, today.
Just double-checking the Sam Levitt news. It's Sam Levitt listed as probable in the latest update to go today. It sounds like they're going to have him back for Arizona State. Baron Morton, like you said, out for Texas Tech. I actually like that this has gotten inside of a touchdown, and I think I might create a bet on Texas Tech. Their defensive line is the best in the country. It's an NFL caliber D line. They went out and bought it. I think that's the difference here. And I know funny stuff happens when you go to the desert, but I like the Red Raiders.
Yeah, I'm going to flip to the other side here. I like Arizona State. This is experience versus money right now. Arizona State returns more starters than pretty much anyone else in the country, from a playoff team, no less. And Texas Tech is the most expensive roster in the country. And if anyone can motivate you in a matchup of experience versus money, I think it's Kenny Dillingham.
Kenny Dillingham is that guy.
They are live to outright win this game.
Speaking of coaches that might get jobs, Kenny Dillingham.
Yeah, he's young, too. But he's also an Arizona State grad, isn't he?
I think
he's
so.
He's an Arizona State alum, so it'd take a little bit extra to leave your alma mater, especially when you went to a playoff with them. But who knows? You never know until someone actually hands you the contract that has that eye-popping number. That 8-figure big-time number on the other side of it. 6:30 on ABC, Tennessee, 11th-ranked Vols on the road in T-Town. Number 6, Alabama. The Tide are an 8.5-point favorite.
Yeah, I haven't really bought what I've seen from Tennessee yet this year. The Georgia game sticks out. They got run over. The defense looked bad in that game. Bama, I think the defense looks really good lately, and they look more like the team we expected to see at the start of the season.
Seems like the wake-up call worked.
Yeah, I kind of think you got to lay the wood here with Alabama, lay the 8.5.
I think we may look back at that Florida State game and say that's the best thing that could have happened to this Alabama team.
You mean a bit like Ohio State losing to Michigan last year?
For sure. Yeah, I like Alabama too. I think the way that this defense has played lately, and Ty Simpson, this is another chance to, especially with what happened with Carson Beck last night.
Yep.
Go solidify yourself for a Heisman contention there. So the other 6:30 game, this one on NBC, USC traveling to Notre Dame. This is the last time we will see this game for the foreseeable future. An old rivalry that will not be renewed. USC, a 10.5-point dog in South Bend.
The line has moved up. I liked this a lot when it was Notre Dame laying 9.5. I like it a little less now, but I still... How does USC stop them running the football? And how much does the weather impact USC's ability to do what they want to do offensively? I really kind of think Notre Dame just drills them. I'm going to take the Irish.
Are you saying this is going to be like what we saw in Caleb Williams' final game at Notre Dame?
It could be very reminiscent to that.
A lot of turnovers. That was a very high-scoring game, too. Both you and I like the over in this game, despite the weather conditions. I think... North of 10, I like USC. I just think this has backdoor potential written all over it.
That's the scary part, is the backdoor is going to be open. But, Notre Dame is so good on the ground, and USC defensively can't stop anyone, which I just think Notre Dame drills them.
All right. 7 o'clock on Fox, the Holy War. Number 23, Utah, on the road to take on 15th-ranked BYU. Utah, a 3.5-point favorite.
My reasoning here is so galaxy-brained, it's absolute nonsense, because I do kind of feel like BYU is the right side, but I refuse to bet on a team whose quarterback wears the number 47.
Out of principle.
Go Utes.
I like Utah in this game, too. It is odd that this is 3.5 going the way of Utah. I thought this would be definitely under 3. Wouldn't be shocked that Utah's favored. This, to me, just feels like the Utah defense chokes out a phony top 15 team
I
in
can see
BYU.
That. We both like the under here as well.
Yeah, 49.5 is your total there. All right, those are all the picks. It should be a really fun, entertaining college football slate this weekend. So everyone go enjoy it, have fun with it. It's going to be a great slate, some great action, lots of playoff action. Real quick, just off of last night's game too, Miami losing to Louisville at home as 12.5-point favorites.
Yeah, brutal.
Carson Beck looked like Georgia Carson Beck last night.
4 picks.
The pick that he threw at the end of the game, where they were just trying to chunk their way down the field into field goal range. They were in field goal range at this point. They could have tied the game and went to overtime. If he threw a pick down the field going for the win, it would have been like, all right, aggressive, you're trying to play for the win. I get it. Throwing a pick one-on-one to a back in the flat right out of the gate when you're just trying to pick up 3 to 5 yards there, inexcusable.
Yep.
And to be honest, I would say it was more of a great play by the linebacker who jumped the route than a bad throw by Carson Beck. But it wasn't like Carson Beck didn't have bad throws on the 3 other ones. Those were terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. And Miami bailed out, too, by a fumble late in the game that really kind of changed things. So, all right, that's going to do it for us. Thanks to Yingling for bringing you Chicago's College Tailgate. Peggy and Dionne are coming up next.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, ladies! Get funky. Hey, ladies!
Happy Saturday, everybody. This weather makes me feel, Dionne, so much like it's Halloween.
It does, yes. It does make me feel like it's definitely fall, doesn't it? But it was so rainy and stormy overnight, Peg, and now it feels like super humid and kind of like in that in-between, right?
I know. The storms were, they woke me up around 5 o'clock.
Yeah, same. Not that I wasn't going to get up then anyway. Well,
I know, right?
What?
I'm always like, you think Dionne's up? Should I text her yet what I just dreamt about? Or no, I'll just wait and I'll talk to her later. Yeah, I know. It's why is it that the days that you want to sleep in, you can't?
Right. Because most of the days we don't want to sleep in. And so we get up really early. So it's like a one-off, right? Like even this morning, I woke up in a panic at 4:40 because my alarm usually goes off at like 4:15. And I was like, oh my gosh. And then I was like, oh, it's Saturday.
Wait, you set your alarm for 4:15?
4:15. Yes, I'll finish your thought. I set my alarm for 4:15. Mm-hmm. Because I love the morning. I'm like, I love the morning. if you're watching,
I love it too,
Twitch,
and I get all my work done in the morning.
Well, that's when I work out. I work out in the morning, and I find that if I don't, I walk the dog, and then I work out, and if I don't do it then, it's never going to happen because as soon as the other people in my house open their eyes, I'm needed in other areas, right? So leave me alone and let me do my workout. So that's why I do it early. Now, this morning, we didn't end up going to bed last night until midnight-ish because we had hockey. And so everyone slept until like 9, other than me. So, which was lovely.
There's no way if I was out until midnight that I could wake up at 4:15. And I get up between like 4:45 and 5. But there is no way on 4 hours of sleep that would not happen.
I don't do that very often. Now, this morning I didn't get up until 5:30 5:45 today because I didn't have to, no one had to go to school and we didn't have anything to do. And so I slept a little bit longer, but I've done it. I'm not proud of it. I do copious amounts of coffee and I just keep going. But
see, that would make me nauseous. I'd be so sick to my stomach. Hey, speaking of taking your dog out at, do you wait until like 5 o'clock or does the dog get up with you?
I get up and I get ready to like go work out and he'll get off the bed and come stand next to me until I take him out. Like he knows that's our routine. So he gets up immediately. Yeah.
Yeah. Same with our dog. But lately we are in this cross between windows open and heat on at night.
Yeah,
and so my husband has all the windows open and I like the fresh air. I do. But once the thermometer is like, the thermostat says it's in the 50s in the house. Okay. That's a little bit too cold for me.
Chilly. Yes.
So we have been struggling with this whole windows open, windows closed, who turned the heat on, who turned the heat off kind of thing at night. And the other morning when I got up with the dog at 5, my husband had left all the windows open and they were the windows to the upstairs. So they were right above. We have a two-level house and all I could smell in the house was skunk. That's all I could smell was skunk. And I said, you have to close these windows. It is nauseating. It's like fuel.
Yeah.
It is so disgusting.
It's like fuel. Yeah.
And we had to close all the windows. So now we're in skunk season. So we can't just let the dog out in the backyard like we typically do at 5 o'clock. We have to go out there I have a routine of like one time I let him out and I was just kind of standing by the back door and had my coffee in hand and he goes out and he's doing his business. And all of a sudden a raccoon just waddles on by. Just waddled right past him, right past me. And I jumped and I was like, okay, don't say anything because I don't want the dog to go crazy. And so I was like, okay, so now we have to do something because we can't see the animals in the yard.
Of course.
Right?
Of course.
So
right.
Do you have like a skunk call or a raccoon call to scare them off when you, like, I always turn the lights on, the backyard lights on because they're supposed to not like lights. And then I start yelling loud, not loud enough for the neighbors to hear, but I say, okay, all animals that don't belong, time to leave.
I appreciate the effort.
I'm so afraid of the dog getting skunked. We've never dealt with it.
I've never dealt with that either. And I fear that as well. Like I have been walking him because we're in a season of our fence needs to be repainted. It's a cast iron, like an old iron fence. It needs to be repainted. So my husband took this like chicken wire off that had been keeping the slats covered so the dog could hang out in the backyard and not escape because we are really good dog owners, but he will always run away. Like it's like a game to him. So we can't throw him in the backyard. Oh my word, it's so annoying. We can't throw him in the backyard because he'll run away. There's no covering on the fence. So I like physically have to walk him. Plus he's so high maintenance that I can't just throw him in the backyard and make him go to the bathroom. He'll stand there at the door and be like, "And what did you want me to do out here? You need to walk me." So at 4:30 in the morning, I walk the neighborhood with him so that he goes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. But do
you bring like pepper spray with you or anything?
I don't. I should, right? Because on our path, I've seen foxes, deer. I told you about the raccoon that was in our garbage can when I went to throw away his poop the one time.
Yes.
That's like that. Yeah. That was the end of the end. Like he won't even go over to the garbage cans anymore because it scared us both so badly. But anyway, so we've seen all these animals while we've been out walking. See a skunk, Peggy? I don't think I ever run faster.
I know, I'm the same way.
Get me out of here as fast. It's one of my biggest fears is being sprayed by a skunk.
Yeah, it totally is my biggest fear when I take the dog out. I don't want to have to. We don't give our dog a bath. We take him to the groomer. So
thank you. Same.
Right. So I don't want to even. I remember trying to give the dog a bath early, right after we got him, and I said, "This is awful. I won't. No, I'm not doing that. This is so. I don't want to have to worry about the whole Dawn liquid soap, lemon, all of that stuff that is supposed to help if they get skunked. But I hate this time, but I give you a lot of. Do you walk the neighborhood though, right? You walk the sidewalks.
I stay in the neighborhood. Yeah. And I walk I have like a routine. It's like half a mile and we just kind of go around and he does his thing and then he's good for a while. Like that gets him done. And then he'll go right back to bed. Like he'll go crawl back in bed and I go work out and that's our routine.
Yeah. So. Ours, it's 5:00. He goes back to bed, but he goes in the backyard. And then at 8:00, he needs his walk and he just stares.
Oh, okay.
He just stands next to me and stares at me until I realize like, oh, you need a walk. And then he starts doing his circles. And then, so it has, but they're so funny how routine they are. So then it's 8:00 walk. And then someone's got to take him out between 11 and 1. And then if my husband comes home, he wants a walk from him. And then at dinner, we have to take him for a walk. Like this dog, like I swear to God, when people tell me how easy their dogs are and they can leave them alone and they'll just sleep for 8 or 9 hours, I'm like, oh Lord, no, this dog needs every 5 hours.
Our dog, he one of my pet peeves, Peggy, is when I come home from work, this fool follows me everywhere, like my shadow, because he knows I'll take him out, and it drives me bananas. And I look at him and be like, I'm not ready. I don't want to go out. I don't want to take him on another walk. Like I'm done with that for today. And then the other thing he does, which I think he needs like CBD or something, because if a dog is within the vicinity of the window, he loses his ever-loving mind. Like he's going to do something about it. And you're like, dude, shut up. Like, what are we barking about?
He's protecting you because that's his home.
I guess he's protecting us, but if someone, it's like a stranger walks in like a repairman, he is on his back for a belly rub. Like he's not saving me from anybody. It's ridiculous. Anyway.
Oh my God, I can't believe you just said belly rub. Yes, you guys, this is Peggy and Dionne, by the way. Yes, this is ESPN Chicago. Okay, my kids, and we will get to sports. We have a ton to talk about today.
We have so much to talk about.
But you just brought up my two most hated words in pet owner vocabulary. Belly rub. I hate it. I think it's weird. I think it's odd that they lay on their back and they're like jingling their junk at you and they're like, come on, give me. It's like, ooh, stop. Like just my kids find it so funny. They'll be like, hey mom, the dog wants a belly rub. I'm like, get out of here. That's so weird.
That's
like,
so interesting that it bothers you. It is, but also it's like, it's the easiest way to make him happy.
But then kind of like your husband, then he's going to want it more.
Right. Well, when you're good at it, I don't know. I mean, what do you want him to say?
Oh my gosh, that was good. Okay. That was awesome. It is my anniversary today.
Yes.
28 years.
That's
28
amazing.
years.
Congratulations, Peggy.
I stop and I think, I'm like, where did this go? Or as my husband would say, 28 years. And he's like, yeah, but it only feels like 5 underwater. He's like he's got the same old man, the same dad joke every single year.
Like 5
and I'm sure he is saying it right now on the golf course with his friends. Yeah, I'm sure he said it.
Well, we share this day.
Wait, this is also your anniversary.
No. It's my birthday.
This is your birthday?
Yeah. You knew this, Peg. You knew we shared this day. Did you not?
I know, but I forget.
Same. Honey,
that's my brain.
For years too. It's fine. It's fine. But we.
Oh my gosh! Happy birthday!
Thanks. Happy anniversary. I should have remembered that.
Well, thank you. What are you doing? What's your plans?
Well, I don't have to work at the Mighty Seven tonight because we have dueling activities for the kids, of course. Cash has hockey homecoming, not to be confused with football homecoming, which was several weeks ago. Now we're doing hockey homecoming today. So he has a game at 1:30, I think. So right after our show, I'll go to that. And then Noah has a cheer competition at Huntley High School. I don't know. One of those places out. It's like an hour away.
Straight down 90.
Yeah. But usually, cheer competitions, Peggy. Typically, they're like morning. Not this one. No. 4:30. We have to be there. She performs at 6. Awards are at 6:30. In theory. So that's my day. But you know how
Yeah.
much I love to be with my kids and not have to split time, like thinking about, I got to run to work and do all this. So this is my gift.
Yep.
Like I get to be home with them today.
I love it.
And spend time with them, which is awesome. We got to have Noah had her first middle school dance last night, which she had a blast. And then we went to Cash's game late, which was super fun. So this is great. It's a full family weekend. That's totally my jam. Totally my jam.
Good for you. For my anniversary, I asked to not be around any of my kids. And no, I'm kidding. Actually, I received an anniversary gift last night. My daughter found out that she has been accepted to Auburn. And she is so excited. She is thrilled about this. Now, Auburn has slowly moved up her list of college choices. And she had a list of like, I think 11. And her top two, which even she was saying, I'm not saying anything is a number one because I don't want to put that pressure on myself. If I don't get in, I don't want to be crushed by anything like that. And I thought that was such a smart approach by her. But the two schools that I thought would be her number ones, and I think they maybe started out that way, are very, very big schools, Texas and Georgia. And when we visited, we've been to Texas a million times. My son went there. When we went to Georgia, I just was a little overwhelmed with how big it was. And not coming from the South, I was like, oof, I don't know about this, you know. I think she'd have a little bit of a quandary if she gets into either of those schools. But when we visited Auburn, it just seemed like such a good fit for her and for her personality. It's a medium-sized school. It's not small, but it's medium. And I think she's leaning towards it. So I'm super excited that she found out this is the second school that she found out she got into. And I think this might be the one for her. So super excited.
That is so exciting. And what a gift. And even a relief for her to feel like wanted already, you know, like I think that's awesome. It's early for that, you know, to have that settled early, I think would be really amazing for her. So I still can't quite believe she's old enough to be doing that. Like that's a real thing. I mean, I feel like she's still 14 years old.
I know, neither can I. All right. We have to take a break. When we come back, Peggy and Dionne show will start over talking sports. And but you guys have to understand, Dionne and I don't see each other during the week. And so when stuff happens during the week, we need to catch up because otherwise our commercial breaks are filled with us going like nonstop talking. So thank you for letting us catch up in the last 15 minutes. When we come back, I got to ask you about baseball because what did we see last night?
Oh my God.
This is like Babe Ruthian. It is so incredible. We'll talk a little bit of baseball when we come back, and then we have a lot of football to talk with the Bears taking on the Saints Sunday tomorrow at Soldier Field. It's Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate. Sunday mornings at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate. Sunday morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, are you tired of yelling at frozen screens and endless buffering? Switch to Astound, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi for only $35 a month, price locked for 3 years. Plus, get up to $200 Amazon gift card when you sign up today. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works.
True North Convenience Store's True Brew Coffee is a hot gourmet blend created with coffee beans from around the world. Right now, enter for a chance to win free coffee for a year. Check the True Rewards app for details or find the mobile app in your favorite app store. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey football fans, hike it into Hooters to watch all the games this season. Since 1983, our world-famous wings always win. Hooters has over 14 sauces and rubs to choose from. Or try one of our football specials like 10 buffalo shrimp or 3 chicken tender strips, both served with fries for a special price. Wash them down with a Big Daddy mug of Bud Light, Michelob Ultra, or Dos Equis, or a $6 legendary margarita. With 11 Chicagoland locations, there's a Hooters near you. Visit originalhooters.com to find yours today. Hooters, the original wing joint.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne here on this Saturday in October as we get set to for a Bears Sunday on the lakefront, which they haven't been home in about a month, Peggy. It's been a long time. So this will be an exciting weekend and haven't lost since the last time they were at home, which is super exciting. It feels like that game in Washington was 7 weeks ago. It was only a few days ago. It feels like this is so aggressive, Peggy. Oh my gosh. But exciting around the Bears and what they've been building. So hopefully they can sustain that when they welcome in the Saints tomorrow.
I know we have a lot to talk about with this this matchup because I love that Ben Johnson was like, I don't really know what a trap game is, and like that we can fall for this. It might be, set us back and stuff. So I love that. I love the whole, listen, every week on the Bears schedule, there is a quarterback story. Every single week there is, if it's not Ben Johnson going up against ex-coach, who this coach is, why this coach is big right now, or is he on the hot seat or whatever's going on. And otherwise, it's Caleb Williams and this quarterback and this quarterback and this quarterback. And the whole Spencer Rattler stuff is really fun too. I want to get into that in a little bit, but I have to ask you because I did not watch the NLCS last night, but when I got up this morning, my whole house was talking about it and Ohtani, what he did last night with the 10 strikeouts and 3 home runs. So I watched the highlights. What in the world are we witnessing?
That is otherworldly. Peggy, I thought the same thing. I didn't watch it in real time. I saw it last night that it had happened. It was, and he's so nonchalantly about, you know what I mean? Like, it just was like, okay, a home run in the first, a home run in the fourth, a home run in the second. Like, it was just, and then he was pitching so well. And it's interesting because I feel like in other series this postseason, we've seen pitchers not even stay in games that long. and for him to dominate the way that he did for 10 Ks, and the way the Dodgers have manipulated their pitching staff through this whole situation has been very impressive. But 10 strike, it's like I've never in my life, I don't even know how to react to something like that. It's so incredible. I was the greatest player on the planet. We will ever. I don't know that anyone will ever do that again. Like that's how.
I honestly don't. I don't know that we will ever see another player like this. And we've seen so many two-way players, but never like this to dominate as both a pitcher and in the batter's box. I mean, it's pretty special to watch that. It's really pretty amazing.
It is. It's very amazing. It's very amazing, and it's history. I mean, like I feel like he has to be appointment baseball now. I mean, through the World Series, that is unreal. I can't even imagine the confidence that gives someone, or just that knowledge that always knew he could be this kind of guy. That's what Dave Roberts said. He's the greatest player on the planet, and that's what he is. You have to pay attention when he's there, and that is remarkable.
You know that I am one of those former baseball fans that I just haven't watched as much in the last 5 years. I fell out of that. I fell out of NBA basketball. And I have to tell you, I thought the ALCS with Max Scherzer the other night on Thursday night, that had me watching because I found that to be so darn funny when John Schneider went to the mound and was going to take him out in the fifth inning. And he wasn't even at the mound yet. And Scherzer, Mad Max, is yelling, "No!"
He was so aggressive. I know.
I could not stop laughing. And then they're showing the dugout, and the dugout is all laughing. And to hear John Schneider's description after the game of how it happened, I just have to read this to you because I was laughing hysterically. He said, he tells the starters ahead of time, like, if I walk to the mound, you're coming out. If I jog, you can take me out of it. You could talk me out of it, right?
Oh,
so
wow, okay.
he started walking, which means Scherzer's coming out. And that's when Scherzer started yelling, "No!" So Schneider started jogging. And he was like, okay, okay, that's your cue to talk me out of it. And he said that Scherzer's just yelling, "I'm good. I'm good." And Schneider says, "Are you sure? Are you sure? You better be blank, 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 then, effective then." And Scherzer says, "I blank, blank, blank will." And then after the inning, Scherzer skips into the dugout after he gets out of the inning, yelling, "I blank, blank, blank told you so. Yeah, I got this blank, blank down." So Schneider follows him down the dugout steps into the clubhouse to have a little conversation away from the cameras. And Scherzer says, "What the blank, blank, blank are you doing here?" He's like, "I'm good." And Schneider says, "Well, I don't think you're good." And Scherzer yells, "Yeah, I'm blank, blank, blank good."
That is so
And so he left him in for the next inning, and then he took him out after 2 outs. So I just found that to be such great drama. And John Schneider said it is the moment he had been hoping for when they signed Mad Max. He could not wait for a mound visit when Mad Max was going to just start screaming at him. And here it comes, in the ALCS. I found it hysterical. And so many players on that team were talking about it afterwards. They were like, "I can't wait to get a copy of the pictures of that mound visit and have him sign it so that I can say I was on his team when this happened." So fun. I mean, here's 2 reasons. Look at this. There's 2 reasons for me to watch the baseball playoffs right there. Mad Max, what happened in the Toronto game, and then Ohtani with what happened with the Dodgers sweeping the Brewers. I mean, it was amazing.
Which Peggy, I was surprised by that they swept the Brewers. I thought they would at least force a game 5. I really did. Having been there at the games against the Cubs, I thought for sure they would have something. They would figure out their pitching to be able to compete against the Dodgers, and it was that they didn't. I just thought that blew my mind.
Well, I think the good news for the Cubs is that Cubs ownership cannot point to the Dodgers or the Brewers and say, see, you don't have to have the highest payroll in baseball. If the Brewers had won and went to the World Series, that would be the easy road to take for any owner. But when you see the highest payroll in baseball come in and say, oh, no, we got this, boys, and make the Brewers look almost like a minor league team.
Yes.
That was pretty, that was message sent, message received.
Yeah, completely. I mean, I thought Mizorowski, I thought he was going to be their stopper in that moment. And I mean, the Dodgers jumped all over him. That was just surprising to me. But yeah, it's amazing what can change in a week, right? Last week we were heading up there for Game 5, and now their season is over. And it was interesting to hear Jed this week talk about how he felt about the team and how much pride he has in just what they were able to accomplish. And I went back and looked, Peggy, in that first half. I mean, they had one of the best offenses in baseball. They, you know what PCA was doing, MVP chance every time he was out there, and then to see like Shota kind of take a dip and Pete couldn't sustain it. I think that's just youth and experience at this point. And
Mario, did we lose Dionne? Oh, we lost Dionne. Okay. Dionne's going through some Wi-Fi issues, I think, in her home. But yeah, that was, we were just talking about the baseball playoffs and now what's going to happen with the Cubs. Let's take a break here, Mario. And then when we come back, let's switch gears and we can talk football and we can reestablish contact with Dionne. Let's do that. We'll talk football when we come back. It's Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Jeff Joniak inviting you to join us tomorrow for Bears and Saints, live from Soldier Field.
The Chicago!
Along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKean, we bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening, this is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Saints on the lakefront. Kickoff tomorrow at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
4 years of whiskey wisdom deserves a proper toast. Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco. Join us as Whiskey University celebrates its 4th anniversary. Come out to Foxtail on the Lake in Des Plaines next Wednesday night at 6:30. No better lesson than a Whiskey U Hall of Famer, Templeton Whiskey. Born in Templeton, Iowa, and steeped in the Prohibition era, Templeton has been schooling whiskey lovers for over a century. So raise a glass, not a textbook, and celebrate 4 spirited years of Whiskey University. Whiskey U! Please drink responsibly.
Save big money on your next project now at Menard.
units. Get ready for the winter and keep your equipment protected with Shelter Logic Storage Solutions. We carry durable steel frame shelters and garages to fit your needs. They offer quick installation to store vehicles, boats, and yard equipment with easy drive-in access. Save big money on all outdoor storage and check out more great deals happening now in our weekly flyer on Menards.com.
Save big money at Menards.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dionne.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I think you said it best. I love that perspective. It sounded like from that game the other night, a few people weren't particularly pleased with how we were winning right now. So I woke up this morning and my kids were watching the second half before school, and so I heard some of the commentary. But listen, in this league, any way you can find a way to win is a big deal. And like you said, that's 2 in a row on the road. That came down to the last play, and the guys did a great job believing and executing there to finish the game. Now, we do know it's not sustainable, for the rest of the season as well. So there's a number of mistakes we got to clean up. There's the penalties we got to clean up. There's a lot of work we still got to do to get this thing going the way we want it to. But when you're winning games and it's ugly like that, it's certainly going a long way for your team.
That is Ben Johnson addressing the media after the Bears Monday night win, in which Troy Aikman had called the game like he saw it, and it didn't sit well with a lot of Bears fans, feeling like he was being extra critical of Caleb Williams. Now, Peggy, I'll be real with you. Like, watching the game in the press box, I was not listening to him. I was listening to Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer. I was not listening to Troy Aikman in the moment. I was listening to our guys, right? So I didn't hear this in real time. Did you? Did you hear it on the broadcast?
I did hear it, but I had to go back to see it again. And I just want to make sure. And Mario, can you clarify this? When Troy Aikman said that the Bears were lucky, was that on DeAndre Swift's 55-yard touchdown?
Yes, it was on that touchdown run. That's when he said they were lucky.
Okay. Now let's go back to what Caleb Williams said after the game. Caleb Williams said he screwed up that play. Troy Aikman recognized that there was a screw up. The clock went to 0 at the snap. And you see DeAndre Swift kind of hesitate a little bit, whether or not he was waiting for his blockers to get in the correct position. I don't know, but like even he said, he goes, I think I paused and, then he saw the hole and took off. So for Troy Aikman to say they got lucky, well, he recognized there was a problem at the line of scrimmage. So in a way, yes, they did get lucky there. But on the other side, he could have also said, nice adjustment for DeAndre Swift on what could have been a botched play to make the correct adjustment, find the hole, for a touchdown. So, I guess it's 50-50. He called the negative part of it when he could have seen the positive side of it, but he wasn't wrong in what he said. The Bears did get lucky there. I did think, though, that Aikman's criticism throughout the game seemed like I'm not sure who he talked to, who his, pregame meeting was with, but it did seem like he got a quick study on where they're at in the development of Caleb. And he was trying to apply that to the game. When we've been talking about this for the last 8 months, this is his opportunity to talk about it. And so he was kind of putting everything that he was told into one broadcast. So that's what it sounded like to me, that he got the information and he was using it as opposed to, okay, they're working with him on this, and that was a good job here. It did seem to lean on the critical side, but did it bother me? Nah, not really. It did not to the point where you're
neither.
like, oh my God, they're anti-Bears. It didn't bother me like that.
No, and Peggy, I will say this too. We have to remember when he's in that seat for Monday Night Football, he's talking to a national audience that isn't ingrained in the interior of the Bears and Hallis Hall the way that we are locally here. So that's part of it too. Second of all, Jeff Meller pointed this out yesterday when he and I were chatting on ABC7. He said Declan Doyle pretty much echoed exactly what Troy Aikman said about Caleb's play. And so that's his job. My issue, and Jeff and I talked through this,
Declan Doyle
and I think
didn't echo it. Troy Aikman echoed what Declan Doyle said.
Declan Doyle said.
That's what
right.
I would say, that Troy Aikman heard it from Declan Doyle himself or read the transcripts from Declan Doyle's press conference.
Exactly. He didn't sit down with Caleb because of whatever miscommunication they had, and that didn't work out for them. And honestly, Peggy, that is happening less frequent. I remember when I did sidelines, you probably did too. You would come in early, you'd sit down with coaches and all the assistants, and you'd talk about all the players, and you'd get all this information. That has changed in the year of our Lord 2025. It's not the same. They don't meet that way as consistently, obviously. And then Caleb wasn't able to meet with him. So that could have been part of it. I think I get more at like, why are Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson even giving this energy is what I think. Like, just don't put your energy there. I would much rather just turn the page, let it go, move on, and just keep proving that you're improving. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just keep winning, keep stacking the wins, keep focusing on 1 week at a time, and not worried about what somebody is saying who is frankly inconsequential to their continued success. I don't really care what Troy Aikman thinks if the Bears keep winning.
I liked the fact that Ben Johnson commented on it without being asked about it. I did, because it gave us a little insight into the fact that his kids who are younger were rewatching the game because it was probably past their bedtime and they had to go to bed. And so they got to watch the game in the morning before they went to school. And so he overhears the game on and he's listening to what Troy Aikman is saying, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman are saying in the moment. I just liked the picture that he painted there, that glimpse into the Ben Johnson household. I did. I liked it. It doesn't bother me. I mean, it's a little bit of his edge. I think that what we have learned about Ben Johnson is he is a competitive SOB, man.
Yeah.
He is competitive. And like he said, we got to earn it. What's the lesson?
Yeah,
we got to
absolutely.
We got to earn everyone's respect.
Yes, absolutely. That is a big part of it. But you know what I love, Peggy? I love those post game, like his celebrations in the locker room when his hair's all over the place. And he's like screaming at the top. It's like so funny. I don't know why it cracks me up. I think because he isn't like that when he addresses the media, and it's just such a stark contrast between the two. Like, you could tell all that adrenaline from the game is like exploding in that moment, and he's like so fired up. It just makes me laugh. I don't know why.
It wasn't that long ago. I don't know, Hard Knocks last year, when the Bears would not let anything on social media or broadcast that contained any swearing. And now it's like every locker room game ball situation, presentation afterwards, it is filled with swearing, and it makes me laugh. I'm like, all right, this is real. Like, okay, this is real
that
football.
Is real.
This is what
real.
it's like. This is the other stuff where it was G-rated and edited down was not real. It just wasn't, and it looked soft. This looks real, and it's tough, and it's football, and I love it.
I do too, Peggy. And what you're saying lends me to my next point. Last year, they won 3 games in a row. And this year it feels like it's more sustainable. Even though they were 2 1-point wins, the last two, it feels like there's a better foundation underneath them even than a year ago because it feels more real. It feels more authentic than it did a year ago. I have this weird feeling that when Ben Johnson came in, they were like, well, we'd like you to cut down on the swear words. And he was like, yeah, that's not happening.
Right?
That's what it feels like to me.
I know. I agree with you because I remember he was asked about that when he was hired. And he was asked about, well, do you swear? Yeah. He was like, yeah, I've been known to. Yeah, I've been known to. I think it's great. I think let's hope because 4-2 is the record of but they had last year before everything went downhill. So let's hope that they make this a 4-game win streak and then they can change the narrative of a 4-2 record, unlike they were able to do last year, right?
And this is a Saints team that is definitely beatable. So let's approach the game accordingly.
A Saints team that is 1-5 coming to Chicago with, once again, the weather. It could be a factor. This could be a plotter's game, once again, to use horse racing. This could totally be a ground game on both sides of the ball. But in terms of it being a letdown game, Mario, let's hear what Ben Johnson had to say about whether or not this is a letdown game, a trap.
I don't know what that word means. That we're coming back into the building today, and we're going to embrace what the mission is, and that's to beat a really good football team coming in town. This is a team that we're about to play that they have a lot of veteran players that have played at a high level and are a prideful group. I probably watched to this point a lot more defense than I have of their offense, but I have a lot of respect for how they play. They're getting better every week. I've talked to DA. He feels the same way about their offense. They continue to ascend. So we won't overlook this opponent. This is a good football team that's on the rise. That's number one. And number two, like when we have our team meeting here, it's going to be pretty clear that what's in the past is in the past, and we're only focused on this week. It is a short week, like you mentioned, particularly early on here. It's all about getting our bodies recovered from that Monday night game. I know not everyone's feeling great right now because that was a physical ball game that we played in. But mentally, we do have a lot of work to do.
The past is in the past, or is it? When we come back, let's talk about Dennis Allen's past with the New Orleans Saints and his history with the team that he broke into coaching in the NFL. And let's talk about the past of Caleb Williams replacing Spencer Rattler at the Red River Rivalry, Oklahoma and Texas, where Caleb's lore really started to take place. So much more to talk about. Bears and Saints coming up tomorrow at Soldier Field. We'll discuss on Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne
on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Jeff Joniak inviting you to join us tomorrow for Bears and Saints, live from Soldier Field.
The Chicago!
Along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKean, we bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening, this is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Saints on the lakefront. Kickoff tomorrow at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, if you are looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, now is a great time to be Bolingbrook. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable Southwest suburban location to start or even expand your business. Rated as the second most diverse suburb and the only community in Illinois to make Fortune's top 50 places to live. Bolingbrook offers something for everyone. From the promenade to the Commons Shopping Plaza, freestanding locations, and 36 million square feet in the distribution corridor. Bolingbrook has the perfect space for you. Conveniently located off I-55 and I-355, it's the home of over 50 corporate headquarters. So come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself. Visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more and join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Looks like Lincoln Riley is going to do what he did last year. Lifts. Spencer Rattler, who had 2 turnovers last year. Caleb Williams is going to come on. What happens on this field of this rivalry is remembered forever. And whatever side you're on, whether it's euphoria or heartbreak, this is a game that will never be forgotten today in Dallas. 1 second to play, and Oklahoma is going to win it from 21 down.
Wow, that was
Peggy and Dionne.
Amazing. I mean, that was really something, Dionne. The whole Spencer Rattler was the starting quarterback at Oklahoma. He was the number 1 quarterback recruit, I believe, that year. Mm-hmm. And yes. Caleb was a freshman at Oklahoma. And they were, before the game, the Texas fans, the Longhorn fans, College Game Day was on campus. And that highlight, by the way, was courtesy of ESPN. The College Game Day was on campus, and they were all chanting, "We want Caleb, we want Caleb, we want Caleb," when they should have wanted Spencer Rattler, because Spencer Rattler was the one that was having an issue with the turnovers. And sure enough, turnovers. And right after one of his turnovers, there goes Lincoln Riley, putting in the freshman, Caleb Williams, who leads them on 3 touchdown drives to upset Texas in the Red River rivalry. And now they face off against each other for the first time tomorrow at Soldier Field. It's a great, great story.
It's a great storyline, that is for sure. And I loved how Caleb was like, no, we don't really talk. Well, really? Shocker. Of course you don't talk anymore. I mean, it was just so interesting to me, like how that moment came to be. And I had forgotten exactly how that came out and how the fans were chanting that "we want Caleb," and that whole, like, the emotions of that whole moment, the start of his college career, and literally the start of the obsession with him and what he was able to do. And then following Lincoln Riley to USC and winning the Heisman and all of that stuff, that was where it began. I just had forgotten that they shared that moment. So it'll be interesting to see how tomorrow plays out. And, you know, we talk about revenge of any sort or motivation of any sort. I mean, this is the second week in a row that the opposing quarterback is not real fond of Caleb Williams, right? I mean, it's so interesting. It's so interesting.
Exactly. I hope the Bears fans tomorrow start the game chanting, "We want Caleb," just to remind Spencer Rattler of that.
That would be awesome.
Wouldn't that be great if they just the whole stadium was chanting it? But it's funny what you said, that Caleb Williams, his response was, let's first hear from Spencer Rattler when he was asked earlier this week in New Orleans about the life lessons of a quarterback when you get pulled in a game like that. And oh, by the way, it was Caleb Williams.
I mean, just how to deal with adversity. I think, it's not the first time a quarterback has had to go through that, so I'm not the only one. But, adversity is the quarterback position. It's what comes with the job, and you got to deal with it and move on to the next.
And then, of course, he is asked, so do you keep in touch with Caleb? Are you guys, at all have any kind of communication? And do we have that one, Mario?
Do you have a friendship relationship with Caleb? Or
I love this.
Yeah, just kind of curious.
Cordial, I'll say what's up to him at the game, but I got respect for him. Good player.
Okay.
Tell us you don't like him without telling us you don't like him.
Exactly. I mean, that was so telling. Rattler then went on to transfer to South Carolina, and he was the number one recruit in the class of 2019. Fell to the 5th round of the NFL draft when the Saints drafted him, and he is hanging on to this starting job in New Orleans by the skin of his teeth. If you remember the quarterback that they drafted, Tyler Schaff, I think it is.
Shuck. Is it?
Yeah. So he's the one, he was the 2nd round pick that was holding out to sign because everyone thought that he was definitely going to pass up Spencer Rattler for the starting job in New Orleans. And that's why he was holding out for more. I think he was holding out for more money that was guaranteed because he was almost guaranteed he was going to be a starter. But now it's Spencer Rattler that's trying to hang on to the job once again, with Caleb Williams being in the same stadium as him. I love that storyline. I just think it's great. I think it's great.
We're cordial. I'll say what's up to him.
I know. Well, and speaking of that, when we come back, I know we have to take a break, but there's another relationship with New Orleans, and that's Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen, not exactly, the lovey-dovey defensive coordinator at the microphone every week for you guys. He's always like, oh, man, yeah, we're not talking about that. We've moved on already. Yeah, that's it. No, that's not it. I was very curious.
I'm such a fan.
Yeah, I was very curious to hear how he was going to react because he doesn't come off as the most sentimental of people.
No,
I know.
Not at all.
Let's do this. Yeah, when we come back, we'll hear Dennis Allen talk about the Saints, and Sean Payton are the team that gave him his break in the NFL. 15-year career. He was their head coach before being fired last year in the middle of the year, and now he is the Bears defensive coordinator. Quite obviously, we'll talk about that. We'll hear from Dennis Allen, and we'll give you the injury update from Hallis Hall after yesterday's practice with the Bears and see, as Ben Johnson noted earlier, that the guys are pretty banged up. It's a short week, not a lot of time for them to get over their injuries, but they could have a couple of guys back that have not played in a while, and they may have a couple of guys that still have to sit out. So we'll do all that. We'll give you the latest update as well. It's Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Cap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
October means fall allergies are in full swing. Congestion, itchy eyes, sinus pressure. Don't let it slow you down. Sinus and Snoring MD specializes in sinus, allergy, and snoring care, all done in-office by experienced providers who treat you like family. With locations throughout Chicagoland and into Wisconsin, relief is closer than you think. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com to schedule. Trust me, you want to take care of this now. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go.
Hey guys, it's October, and if you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows, you know what that means. Chilly air seeping into your home. Don't deal with those annoying drafts this fall. Eliminate them once and for all with Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Window Nation has an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, so you know you're in great hands. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
Man, look, again, I mean, 15 years there, a lot of good experiences, a lot of good people. A lot of wins. We were part of a lot of success there. So I got fond memories of it. But again, like I said, I think this week is really all about let's focus on the football. This is going to be about the players on the field, Bears versus the Saints. Those guys will really determine the outcome of the game. Yeah, look, I mean, like I said, there was a lot of good memories that I have there. We were part of a lot of wins. Going to the NFC Championship game that year, but I think really what we need to be focused on right now is, what do we have to do to try to win this game, and I think that's where all of our focus is.
Bears defensive coordinator Dennis Allen didn't want to talk about the past that he had with the Saints. 15 years with that organization. The last 3 as I would say 2 and change as their head coach, being fired last November at the end of a 7-game losing streak, which the last game was the culmination of their disaster when they lost to 1-win Carolina team. And Cam Jordan, who has a long veteran for them, actually went on social media and was like, look, Saints fans, you deserve better. And I spoke with Catherine Terrell, who works for ESPN and covers the Saints for ESPN, and she said those veteran voices got really loud and they made a change.
Wow. Very similar to what happened here in Chicago with the Bears.
Did I lose you guys again?
With Matt Eberflus and with everything that was happening on the offensive side of the balls.
I don't know what's happening.
We can hear you, Dionne. We can hear you. So we can hear you. We just I know our Twitch is frozen on you, but we are able to hear you. Can you hear us now? No. So now we lost Dionne. Okay. But so the Saints, it's going to be interesting when it comes to Dennis Allen because listen, when you're fired by the team, like Flus coming, back to take on the Bears as the Cowboys defensive coordinator, and Grady Jarrett said it himself. Oh, it's always personal. when you're let go by a team, Dennis Allen can say what he wants, but when you grow up as a coach in the NFL and you spend your first 13 years there and then you return for another 2.5, yeah, it's personal because your family was raised there. Your family grew up there as well. So, will it be anything special? I don't know. I mean, does anyone feel any kind of special feeling towards Dennis Allen right now, where everyone's like rooting for him, to show the Saints, better? I don't know. I don't think so yet, because Dennis Allen really sets himself up as an all business kind of guy, kind of a coach. So as Ben Johnson said about Dennis Allen, he's a godsend to Ben Johnson. He's a godsend to the fact that Ben Johnson, as a brand new head coach, is able to lean on Dennis Allen for some of the ways to be a head coach, whether it is managing your schedule, managing the meetings, managing, the other side of the football when you come from the offensive side and having to sit in on defensive side meetings. Yeah, he's been a godsend to Ben Johnson and the Bears. And interestingly, when we say that, he's all business and we haven't really established a relationship yet with Dennis Allen to feel like, it's all lovey-dovey and you're in each other's corners or anything like that. It was interesting to hear Tyreek Stevenson say that Dennis Allen threw a chair across the room during a meeting this season. And if I had to guess, it was maybe after the Lions game, after they gave up all those touchdowns and all those yards, and the defense was supposed to be so much better under him. So he's got a fiery personality, much like Ben Johnson. He just doesn't show it to us as much, so that we can really get a feel for it. So I love the storylines. I love the going up against your former team stories, which we have had now the last couple of weeks, like Dionne was saying. But this is, listen, we also have a relationship with the Saints, don't forget. And I know Bears fans have not forgotten. And I would say it's because of, 2006 NFC Championship game in the light falling snow at Soldier Field, seeing Virginia Hallis McCaskey, tears of joy down her face as Lovie Smith's Bears all came back. Yeah, I think it's fabulous. So, and Dionne, listen, it can be Dennis Allen, it can be Bears fans remembering the Saints in the 2006 NFC Championship game. The Saints, there's a long history, and even Mike Ditka going to coach the Saints, So yeah, there's a long history with this team, even though it may not feel like it with a 1-5 team coming to Soldier Field.
This is, you're right, Peggy. There is a lot of history there. They don't obviously play that often, but the Bears haven't beaten the Saints since 2008 in any capacity, which kind of surprised me, because and now Dennis Allen's right. They did do a lot of winning over those years that he was there. They really did. It's only in the last couple of years that they've kind of been down. But I just find that fascinating. You're right. There's so many different storylines and emotions that will be involved in it. The same thing that there were on Monday night when Caleb went back to DC and had all his friends and family in the crowd, and everyone revisiting the Hail Mary moment that ended up they ended up being able to put that behind them. And I think that was a big deal and a sign of their growth, right, Peggy, that they can set their emotions aside and focus on what they're doing when it comes to the football, focus on the football, as Dennis Allen said. I think that's why I feel like this 3-game winning streak looks starkly different than last year's 3-game winning streak, and is different in that capacity. They seem like a more mature team, able to handle the ups and downs that in these last two, Peggy, how many times did you feel like, okay, they're going to lose this? This is setting them up for one of those other, right? I mean, that's how it felt. And they didn't. They stayed the course. They kept with their preparation. They had confidence in it. And I think Ben Johnson's belief in them instills a lot of poise in those moments. Like, you guys got this. Don't let it be bigger than what it is. Now they would love to be winning by more than 1 point, of course, but just doing whatever it takes to win. I just feel like that is how you build a winner, is instilling that belief and confidence in them and then taking those steps, and also recognizing it's not been pretty. They haven't been great. There is no perfection, but they are making progress. And I think that's important to note.
Just like the Bears Lions game, when everyone talked about what advantage, who has the advantage here, that, Ben Johnson just came from Detroit and all these players know exactly what he does in his offense. Just like Matt Eberflus playing the Bears, coming as the Dallas defensive coordinator, who has the advantage here? Bears players practiced against Matt Eberflus basically led defense over the last 3 years. So now when you ask Saints players that are still there, that were there under Dennis Allen, they say, listen, we practiced against his defense and he just threw so many fronts at us. It wasn't easy. Listen to what Ben Johnson had to say about the strategic advantage he feels that we don't always talk about Dennis Allen bringing on defense.
I mean, really, he's been a godsend to me because, he's been incredible. Not just from coordinating the defense, but he's helped me every step of the way as well. So very grateful for him to be here and everything that he's done for this team up to date. But to your point, he's been a very successful coach in this league for a long time. And I think you got to continue to evolve. You can't just be stagnant in this league, or else someone younger, hungrier will find a way to surpass you. And he hasn't allowed that to happen. He's done this at a high level. And so just like you said, he thinks outside the box. He's very smart, very creative. And I think our guys are really starting to understand, okay, he's given us a strategic advantage each and every week right now.
The Bears defense has definitely improved in some areas. If you can look beyond the touchdowns that they keep giving up and the yardage that they keep giving up, especially on the ground, they're number 2 in the NFL on turnovers. They're number 3 in terms of their holding opponents to third down conversion rate. They buckle down when they need to. So, they're giving up a lot of yards. But that seems to me to be a lack of personnel to stop the run. And then schematically, Dennis Allen is finding a way to put them in a scheme to, you can bend, but don't break. Don't give up the touchdown. You can give up 3, don't give up 7. So that's where I think that we are not giving Dennis Allen the credit, because when you see the touchdowns that they're giving up when you see that the yards that they're giving up on the ground, you just go, oh my gosh, but he doesn't have the horses. So give him another year. Maybe they get a run stuffer, or maybe before the trade deadline, they get a run stuffer. That would be nice, and see what Dennis Allen can do with a couple more guys.
I do find it interesting the number of takeaways, because they've had 11 in the last 3 wins, right? 11 takeaways, which is a big number. Like 11 of their 12 have come in the last 3 wins, which is so interesting to me. And I asked a lot of the guys, what is it about, and talking to Kevin Byard, I said, you guys keep saying, oh, it's a mindset. Okay, that's one thing. But then what is it that actually is the difference to make it happen, right? It's you think you're going to have a takeaway, you have goals to have takeaways, and that's what you want to do. But what is the difference? And he said, He said it's a lot of it's preparation, but he mentioned Dennis Allen putting them in a position to make those plays and to give them that insight when they're viewing tape and saying, okay, well, if this is the play that they're going to go, here's how you make a play in that moment. And so, like you were saying, Peggy, he may not have the horses to stop the run, so he's utilizing the talent that he has and putting them in the right position to still make plays that can change the course of the game. And that's what they've been able to do. And I think he does deserve a lot of credit for that. We can criticize where there are holes, they still have holes, but you have to look at the personnel in that moment. And so if this is where his experience comes in, right, where he can look at his defense and say, this is what I have, how can I bring out the best in them? And I think that's what we're seeing him do, especially in light of what you said. They don't have enough to contain a run game, or they're still giving up those big plays, but they're minimizing, I guess, the damage by doing what they can do well. And even for Dennis Allen to say that's what we are doing best, is taking the ball away. And that is a difference in the game.
We would love for you guys to be a part of our conversation as well. If you have thoughts on the Bears and Saints tomorrow, don't forget pregame kicks off right here on ESPN 1000 and most notably the ESPN Chicago app for the local stations here in Chicago. We kick off with our pregame show at 9 a.m. Is that correct? Is 9 a.m. And then 10 a.m. is the pregame show with Sylvie and Dionne and Tom Waddle, along with our broadcast team as well. And we carry the game. And then after the game, immediately we have the post-game show with Yurko and myself, and then the post-game show as well. So we'd love to take your phone calls at 312-332-3776. Dionne, I have a question to ask you. Yes. Have you had any senior moments?
Yes.
You have? Yeah. I've had some senior moments too. Can we talk about the latest senior moment from one Bill Belichick at North Carolina?
Yes, we can.
I don't know why I am slightly obsessed with this story. But the latest from Pablo Torre finds out we actually hear Jordan Hudson. We hear her talk. We hear some hot mic action behind the scenes, and I just can we just get into a gossip like when we come back, because I would love to talk a little senior moments with one senior head football coach of the University of North Carolina, if we may.
I love it. Let's do it.
All right, we'll be right back.
Dionne coming up
on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Bears return home, winners of 3 straight. Here as the Saints march into Soldier Field. Live coverage begins with pregame tailgate at 8. Network coverage starts at 10 live from inside Gate O at the Dr. Pepper patio. Noon kickoff with the best play-by-play team in the game. Touchdown! Plus 4 hours of interviews, analysis, and your calls in Bears postgame. It's Bears and Saints. Tomorrow, kickoff at noon. Pregame starts at 8 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone, and now back for football season, the hottest flat. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish drizzled with the bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat with every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hurry in and save big money now at Menards. Improve your home's appearance with a new ideal garage door. Choose from our large in-stock selection or design your own using our free Garage Door Designer. In-store or online. Save big on ideal garage doors. And don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, a Zazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-4242 0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
When I get older, losing my hair, many years from now, will you still be sending me a Valentine? Birthday greetings, bottle of wine. If I'd been out till 2:45, would you lock the door? Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64?
Dionne, this is our new song for a new segment called Senior Moments. It's the Beatles, When I'm 64.
I thought it was because I turned another year older today.
No, I'm sorry, but happy birthday. We should be playing the Beatles' Happy Birthday. Today is your birthday.
No, it's
So
no, it's fine. It's fine.
I am slightly obsessed with the Bill Belichick senior moment, or senior couple of years now, with his 24-year-old girlfriend, Hudson. And I don't even know where to begin with this, except Pablo Torre Finds Out is such a fantastic podcast. He is so good. He was the host of the first ESPN podcast when they first got into the podcast business. So I remember listening to all of his podcasts back in the day. And now he just takes on subjects and he delves into them.
On this phone, so.
I have to tell you, you know what, we can hear Dionne. So if you guys want to pull her mic down, then so that we don't hear her there. Oh, Dionne, are you still with us?
I am still with you. I'm sorry. I'm having technical difficulties here at my home studio, so I do apologize. But yes, I am with you.
Okay, good. All right. So anyways, so here is the whole story when it comes to Pablo Torre Finds Out with Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson. So you know that she is listed as the CEO of Belichick Productions, whatever it is, right? Yeah, which actually doesn't exist.
Right.
But Bill Belichick, Mike Lombardi, and Jordan Hudson are kind of the Tar Heel Trinity. They're the Holy Trinity when it comes to Coach Bill Belichick, right? And Lombardi is supposed to be the one that brands him, right? He's the former NFL GM. He was in the sports media for years as well. First, what's interesting is Pablo Torre finds out that Mike Lombardi has been traveling for the last couple of months, reportedly the last couple of months, to Saudi Arabia, raising money for the Tar Heel program, which means that they're not going to just lean on their wealthy NIL money from all their alum, but now they want the Saudi money, right? So he's doing that while Jordan Hudson keeps on doing the branding for Bill Belichick. So apparently, I don't know if you heard that they were doing a Hulu documentary, a docuseries, in which they were following Coach Bill Belichick, right? And it was supposed to be like an episodic one where, in this episode, behind the scenes with Bill Belichick and his coaches, blah, 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 whatever. That got canceled after like 3 games into the Tar Heel season. Once they started sucking and being like one of the worst teams.
Terrible.
In NCAA football, right? So that got canceled. But what Pablo Torre found out was that there was already a show in production called Coach that was a podcast that they were shooting at NFL Films studio while Bill Belichick was working for NFL Films the last couple of years. NFL Films put out a statement saying that they had nothing to do with the show. They were basically lending him video to use for this podcast. So Jordan Hudson, what you're going to hear is some behind the scenes audio of Bill Belichick and Matt Patricia, remember his old defensive coordinator, talking in an episode. And if you could picture the set, it looks like a small town cable kind of set. It's a little cheap. They're sitting in basically like a conference room across the table from each other, and they're going to break down what Cleveland needed to do to stop the Cowboys. And what you are going to hear is Jordan Hudson, who had never been listed as a producer on this show, basically interrupts the production, much like on CBS, much like that 60 Minutes interview when she says, "We're not going there." This time, she interrupts it because the graphic that comes up, and we've all seen these graphics. What do they need to do to stop? It's like Yurko's keys to the game. Yeah. This is Bill Belichick's like, what do they need to do to stop them, right? And the graphic comes up. It's a little cheap looking, it's a little cheesy. But this is the first time we actually hear Jordan Hudson in her role as a producer, even though nobody in the studio knew that she was a producer. She was Bill's girlfriend. And all of a sudden, listen to this from Pablo Torre finds out as she steps in and cuts production for a moment.
You want to create editable templates that Matt can just plug numbers into?
Well, we'll get somebody else to do it.
We could use Adobe Photoshop, and honestly, this is something I've done before with what you're calling a template. Okay, so Adobe Photoshop, and we have last week's thing, and then you literally just go back and say, rather than Joe Montana, you just go click, 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 click on the delete button, and then type in a new name. It's already formatted. It's already this, and you just upload it. You take a screenshot of that screen and then just upload it, and it takes literally like 3 minutes to do it. I mean, I was able to build out his, entire website with animations, with all of these things. I have zero, real graphic experience, and he has a live website with all of these things on it. It was just a matter of, pressing some things around. It's like, if we don't like that, we'll just
info. Yep. By
right. So couldn't we it's pretty elementary. Do something. Could the PowerPoint presentation just be, if it's 4 slides? I mean, this isn't very many, and he just clicks the arrow when he's ready, the same way that he does on here.
I mean, honestly, we could turn it into a segment and just lean into it.
That's true.
I don't think.
Lean into
the PowerPoint presentation. Hey, here. You want to know what it's like to be in a Patriots team?
That's a whole other conversation.
But isn't that the point of this whole segment? Is that they're sitting here teaching the stuff that they would be otherwise in the office? Like that's what they would be doing in the office. Is clicking a button. The way that he has this in front of him, we're just gonna kind of click it to the side. It's not like it's not in the screen that they have computers in front of them.
100% agree. I think the point of the graphics package is to have a uniform look.
Are they going to be different segment to segment? Won't that be part of the ability to decipher them?
Well, in general, shows have feels, right? Shows have a similar looking background. Shows have similar looking fonts.
We're more than happy to use them.
Yeah.
Can they create graphics that, we actually plug into a legitimate PowerPoint? Like if they're going to come up with something that we can edit in real time, that if it's going to look a certain way and that we need to use a certain font, then we just basically create a copy of it and run with it that way.
Okay, Dionne.
Oh my gosh, Peggy.
The fact that she's calling it Photoshop, Adobe Photoshop, with a professional television crew, a film crew.
a film crew. She says, I don't have any graphic experience. And then she starts explaining what she believes should happen. Stop talking is all I kept thinking in my brain was like, oh my gosh, she has to stop talking. And even when the one guy, I guess a producer, says, well, I 100% agree. I was like, no, you don't. You only say 100% agree if you don't agree. They're trying to get her to remove herself. I mean, it's the heck she has on Bill Belichick is unreal to me. It is unbelievable. Is she some sort of magician or something? I don't understand why he's allowing her to have this much
call it that
control in his life. This is a therapy session. I don't know what's happening. It's so over the top and uncomfortable and cringy. And yet it's like a train wreck, Peggy. I keep wanting to check it out. What are they doing now?
So what amazed me was it started with she didn't like the look of the graphics, and she basically wanted it to look like they ripped a page out of the playbook. And so I get it. So the actual physical look of the graphics, she wanted it to look like a ripped piece of paper that they were saying, here's our keys to the game. So that's fine. And that's a really good criticism to say, you know what, we need to upgrade this graphic look, right? And the fact, though, that she is calling, that she wanted to be able to do a PowerPoint on television, which is not television graphics. So,
oh my
stop
gosh.
saying PowerPoint graphics. Then she gets involved to the point where she's so annoyed by this. You guys have to picture this in your head, that she is leaning on the table talking to the producer while Bill Belichick is on one side of the table saying Matt Patricia. And Matt Patricia, the whole time, his head is down and he's just looking down. He's just pretending like he's not hearing any of this. He's not going to let his eyes roll. He is not going to see that he is at all annoyed by this. She went from, here's a suggestion. And, I have a suggestion for you, Jordan. This is Peggy talking. How about you have these suggestions before you start taping? When you are in your production meetings and you decide what the look of the show is going to be, how about that's when you decide you approve all the looks for the graphics, right? Instead, you have stopped taping, and this is money. Now you stopped taping. Right. All right. I know we have to take a break, but when we come back, we continue with when I'm 64. It should be when I'm 74 for Bill Belichick.
74. Yeah.
But what happens next is even more cringeworthy, because while she had a right, if they had said, listen, she's the executive producer, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Timing was off, wrong. Criticism's probably right, but she went too far, not really understanding the whole graphic process. What happens next? She leans over and Bill takes his phone and is showing her some, I don't know, maybe it's still pictures of a show he was on.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh yeah, this is great. Yeah, this is really good. We should get him. Wait till you hear. Neither of them realize, and we're not going to play it because we're going to take a break, but neither of them realize they are in a TV studio and you have microphones on. And everyone in that studio control room can hear what you are saying right now. When we come back, you guys, you don't want to miss this, because this is lesson 101 in broadcasting. Your mic is always hot.
Always.
Be careful. Be careful. You'll hear this when we come back.
This is Peggy and Dionne. ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate. Sunday mornings at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate, Sunday morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life. $400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
When I get older, losing my head, many years from now, I'll still be sending me Valentine, birthday greetings, bottle of wine.
Oh, welcome back to Peggy and Dionne. I'm telling you, every time I see the two of them, I'm going to think of this song from here on out, and it's going to be funnier every time, every single time. Every single time.
Oh my gosh, we're talking about the Pablo Torre Finds Out episode in which he has uncovered the video of a podcast that Bill Belichick was doing, was taping at NFL Films along with Matt Patricia, Jordan Hudson in the background, acting as the producer, and Bill Belichick as well. And it was a typical scene with Patricia and Belichick breaking down a game and what the Cleveland Browns needed to do to beat the Dallas Cowboys that week. And that's when Jordan Hudson steps in and complains. First, she complains about the graphics and how they looked and how that was not up to standard. But she throws out all these words that confuses you. Like, what is she actually saying? Like, she was talking about Adobe Photoshop. Like, I did his whole website on Adobe Photoshop, and I was able to do all of these great moves and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, yeah, like any of us can use anything on our computer and learn very rudimentary graphics, right? But she starts to really criticize the crew, and no one knows whether, like, is his podcast paying for this TV crew from NFL Films? Who is this that they're using? So what happens is after she jumps in to complain, they take a little bit of a break. And the producer, which you heard in the last segment, stepped in and was trying to soothe the situation while Matt Patricia literally sits there with his eyes down, not making eye contact with anybody, pretending to be like he's not listening to any of it, like what you do when you go on your phone with your conversation and you just start scrolling through your phone. That's pretty much what Matt Patricia was doing. And Jordan goes over and looks over Bill's shoulder as he showing her something on his phone, and whether it was like graphics or a studio set of a show maybe he did with somebody else, he references like a Jim Neely, he references a guy named Tony, and they start talking about, we should bring in those guys here, but we'll just, I don't even know what's the phrase she uses. We're gonna air cast them in.
Yeah, she said that,
and you can actually, like, he can approve of everything without having to be here. But listen, this is when their microphones are still hot and they are being recorded, and they think they're having a conversation between the two of them, literally ripping the entire NFL Films crew or whatever crew it is that is taping their show. Listen to this.
We should have Tony build the set.
No kidding.
Thank you for helping solve this really problem.
You should send him one of those texts, like, even when I'm working, even when I'm with somebody else, I'm thinking of you. I was thinking of you the whole time. You want to something? We should get Tony in here.
You're very much. He would make this place better than what it is, I'll tell you that.
On like a really serious note, on some of the things that we want to have mounted and whatnot, I mean, there's some things that fall through the cracks, but for the most part, everything is actually really well done. You don't have to give Tony every single little detail in order for him to figure it out.
That's right. He needs very little help.
I almost think that you should have Jim Neely. I don't know if that's who you were talking about. If you guys could actually have somebody rather than try to talk through what it is that you want to have them do. Like, if you want to say, like, this is what we're going to do.
Trying to get to.
Right, but I think that's, you need to really put it down and say, like, we're going to take care of this because it needs to be done a certain way. And we literally, honestly, you're better air casting up there. Just like up to the television. And even if he's not physically here, if you say, like, just be available to connect with us during this period of time. I mean, you guys have done the screen sharing thing. He would show you the graphics and say, here's what it is that we want to have done. And then you review it in real time. He makes the changes. And then, honestly, if he sends it to Matt and it's projected on the screen, like, I'm like, that would be so much faster. I don't know how they have 4 full-time graphics people.
I can't do
Right.
That's not really Joe's thing. So Matt and I were just talking about some of these Joe's thing. Like, could we teach him to do it? Yeah, but then he becomes a graphics guy, and we need somebody who did that for us, and we have to figure out who's available to do that.
Who knows how to arrange the stats? Because I have a graphics person who helped me with the website.
We need a football person.
I think they're using all of the underdog people from the other things that don't know how to do anything else aside from what they do on all the other shows, which honestly, frankly, really isn't that good. The same thing that we ran, like, the final thing for the coach logo that we ended up with was like white letters and a black background. I was like, we're not doing that. Like, make it leather, like, make it something.
I'm hoping ridiculous.
Oh my gosh!
I feel dirty. I feel like we heard pillow talk.
Peggy, I literally, what I just went through my brain was, this is how their conversations always go. Yes. And yet somehow he's still enamored with this child. I don't understand. I don't get it. I will never get
big words like air casting.
She doesn't
and
even
Photoshop.
know what she's talking about. She doesn't even know what she's talking
they
about.
Want to bring in
I have
a
a
guy that,
person.
And he's like, we need a football person. She's like, oh, what, to put the stats on there? Like, what are you talking about? Like,
what are you talking about? What are you talking
oh
about?
God, it is just, I love Pablo Torre, and I just want to publicly thank Pablo Torre for his show, Pablo Torre Finds Out, because he has made our life so much richer with this dirt that is, we know it, you guys. Drive around and say, what the heck are Peggy and Dionne listening to? This is crap and this is dirt. And you're right. It is. But you know what? The National Enquirer existed for years because they were able to find stuff like this.
Yeah.
That just makes it cringeworthy.
I wish that I had thought of this. I wish that I had thought of like digging into this and finding out more information, because I just find it equally so fascinating and disturbing at the same time. And I was listening to it in the car this morning, running to grab coffee with my daughter. And she's like, why is she laughing like that? And she's like, if she keeps laughing like that, I'm going to lose my mind. She's 11.
Wait, Mario, I think, Mario, did you just isolate?
It's literally what you hear going to hell. It's Blue Chew Bill and his girlfriend. That's what it is.
Wait, play that again.
Oh my God, it's so awful. That is so awful. I love that that's going to be a drop on our show now.
I mean, it is so bad. Oh my gosh. It is just so bad. But yeah, so you guys gotta check it out. Pablo Torre Finds Out on YouTube. It is such a great show, such a great podcast. He does such a great job with Katie Nolan, and I don't know who the other guy is that's on the show.
Either, Peg. I don't either. But if you need to, the nice thing is that if you need to like kind of refresh your memory on the chaos and disaster that Blue Chew Bill, is that what we're calling him? That Bill and this girl have been through over the last few years. Chapel Bill. You can do that. I mean, Pablo's got it all there for you, and you can catch yourself up. It's highly entertaining. Yes. And we will continue to bring the information to you as we receive it as well.
Because Peggy and Dionne love nothing more than senior moments when 64-plus-year-old men and their we just love nothing more than those moments, because they make us laugh. But you know what else? I have to ask you this question. I know we have to take a break, but when we come back, I want to know, in this day and time, so much going on, so much serious stuff as well, outside of sports. What has made you laugh this week? I want you to really think about that. Mario, I want you to think about the same thing. What made you laugh? Like, what really had you LOL, and it was an out loud chuckle or laugh that got you? Because those are my favorite moments, when someone really makes me laugh. And I had one the other day, and I thought, oh, this would be a good segment for us to do. What made you laugh this week? So when we come back, we'll find out what made us laugh this week. And if you guys want to jump in as well, we would love to hear it at 312-332-3776. Peggy and Dionne, back in a bit.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Jeff Joniak inviting you to join us tomorrow for Bears and Saints, live from Soldier Field.
The Chicago!
Along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKean, we bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening, this is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Saints on the lakefront. Kickoff tomorrow at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
You guys, when I started looking for a new car, I knew what I wanted. I wanted something luxurious, but it had to be practical and work for my family. I wasn't sure where to start, so I turned to our friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they worked their magic, finding me my perfect ride. From start to finish, the process was seamless and stress-free. I drove away in my brand new Acura MDX that is sleek, high-tech, and I will always drive an Acura MDX from here on out. The team at Advantage went above and beyond to match me with my perfect vehicle, and they will do the same thing for you. If you're in the market for a new car, head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville. Tell them Peggy and Dionne sent you, and they'll help you find your perfect match.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back, we'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Oh, well, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Well, happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Aww, happy birthday, Dionne.
Thank you, Peg. We should have followed that with happy anniversary, happy anniversary,
Happy anniversary. I know. I did forget that.
Next year on October 9th.
I know.
Write that down.
I have to put that. You think Mario's still going to be with us in a year? He's doing such a great job. Are you
He's
kidding?
Doing such a great job.
I'm never leaving. I'm never leaving, guys. I'm stapled right here.
I swear to God, you're doing a great job. This is what happens. We lost Jack. We knew that was We knew that was going to happen. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We launch careers. That's what Peggy and Dionne are here for. Okay, so
yes, it is.
I was reading the newspaper, the Tribune online the other morning, and something made me laugh out loud. And I love those moments, and I think that we bury them because when we use the LOL all the time, it's like, oh yeah, I was laughing out loud, when really you weren't laughing out loud, okay? But when you truly do laugh out loud, it's some of my favorite moments, right? So for me, it was Paul Sullivan's Friday column in the Chicago Tribune. In a note about Angel Reese walking the runway in the Victoria's Secret fashion show, and the note in which he said she had a runway coach help her train. When asked what the coach told her, Reese said, quote, "Be confident, be yourself, have fun. Know that you're that girl. Just own it. Paul Sullivan's next line was, if any other athlete needs a runway coach next year, I'm available. So, I burst out laughing because all I could think of was, hey, Paul, Andrew Billings will be calling you. Even though I don't think that's the athlete he was thinking he would like to see in a Victoria's Secret runway, but I am going to nominate Andrew Billings to walk the runway so that Paul Sullivan can be your coach, because Paul would like to be someone's runway coach. That made me laugh. Did anything make you laugh out loud this week, Dionne?
I was trying to think, Peggy. I'm sure that it has, but I just told you I had one of those weeks where it feels like it was a mile long. Like, I don't know. I didn't have a lot of time to like compartmentalize and laugh out loud. I'm trying to think what made me laugh. I can't think of anything. Which is awful.
And you like to laugh. So
I love to laugh. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
I will at night, especially like when I'm like winding down for the day, I will watch comedians on YouTube and laugh and laugh and laugh. Like, that is something I truly enjoyed. It makes me, anything that makes me laugh is fantastic to me.
Who's your favorite comedian to watch?
Oh, I love Nate Bargatze. I do. I mean, he's been so fun, and I like his old stuff and his new stuff. He makes me laugh. I'm trying to think, and I will rewatch some of his stuff because I just think he's so funny. That's the one that I tend to watch more now, just because I know him and I know that it's going to be funny, and I'll rewatch clips that I've seen before because it just makes me laugh. It's very.
I'm with you.
Simple,
I love comedians.
I love it. Yeah.
I love watching Comedy Central. I love watching the roasts. I think that they are so like jaw-dropping sometimes, where you go, oh my gosh, I can't believe they just said that. I love that stuff. I really do. Mario, did anything make you laugh out loud this week?
Yes. Shout out to my 6-year-old niece. I called her because I am coming home next weekend for a wedding. So I was like, calling her, I'm like, Mia, we get to hang out. And she goes, really? I'm like, yes. And she goes, oh, I have to check my schedule. And I go, and I started dying laughing. And I go, sweetheart, what? You're not busy? What do you mean? And she goes, I'm a busy princess. We'll check in later. And I love it. I looked at my brother. I'm like, what are you teaching her? Like, what is going on right now?
I love that. That is fantastic. That is fantastic. Just remember to laugh, everybody. It's good for the soul.
Yes.
It's good for us to still be able to find things that are funny, and laughing is just so good for us. It really is. We have a big day tomorrow with the Bears and the Saints, and would you just remind everyone of what our schedule is like tomorrow? What time do we kick things off on ESPN Chicago?
Well, I tend to believe the fun starts at 7 a.m. with the fantasy football show and Jeff Meller. That starts at 7. And then the pregame show starts at 8 with Bleck and Abdallah. The pregame show starts at 10. I'm so excited. We will be on the Dr. Pepper stage at Gate O. So if you're at the game, please stop by and say hello to myself, Mark Silverman, and Tom Waddle. We will be there. And then Joniak, Thayer, and McKee will bring you the game starting at noon. And then the postgame show with Peggy and Yurko. And then the post-game show with J-Mac, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer. You have no reason to listen to anything else all day long, so make sure that you're tuning in for all of that. And I would be remiss if I did not mention that the Mount Carmel Corsairs beat Loyola in decided fashion last night. So congrats to J-Mac and his team on that. It was a big game for them to win and a big moment for them, and we are always cheering for their success. So he'll be feeling good heading to Soldier Field tomorrow, hoping the Bears extend their win streak to 4. When's the last time they won 4 in a row, Peg? 18?
5 years, right? Has it been 5 years? I feel like that's what it was.
2018?
7
did they
years.
win 5 in a row in 20?
Wait, did you just say, so Carmel, who did Carmel beat?
Loyola.
Oh, whoa. That's a huge win.
Mm-hmm. Huge
win.
He posted it last night, and I responded.
That's
right
a
away,
really,
like,
that's a really big win.
42-14.
Okay, that's a statement win for sure. Oh my gosh,
that's a statement win. Yeah.
Oh, congratulations!
Yep,
that's fantastic. Well, happy birthday to you, Dionne. I hope
happy
you
anniversary
enjoy
to you, Peggy.
Yes, and happy anniversary to my husband, Jason, as well. 28 wonderful years. Feels like 5. Underwater. Together now, everybody. Underwater. No,
I love
it's
that
been
line.
fun.
I might actually use that line. That's hilarious.
I don't. Feel free to steal it. Dads everywhere. It's a dad joke everywhere. Feel free to steal it. Yeah. No. Good weekend. Hopefully, this is one of those Saturdays where it's good to stay in as well. So. I think we're going to do that. We're going to say farewell to my in-laws as they leave for Florida for the winter, and then we'll have an anniversary dinner tomorrow night after the post-game show.
Oh,
He and I will
lovely.
go out for dinner. So yeah. Hey, thank you to
love
Mario, and also thank you to Aiden for helping out
Yes.
in the control booth today. Dionne and I both doing this show remotely today, because we weren't sure how traffic was going to be, how bad it was going to be getting into the city and getting out of the city today. So stay safe, everyone. Make it a great weekend. Let's hope we are talking some positive news on the postgame show tomorrow night when the Bears take on the 1-5 Saints at Soldier Field. Dionne, have a great birthday.
Thanks, Peg. Love you.
Take care, everyone.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Update your home and save big money with Mastercraft Doors at Menards. For over 50 years, Mastercraft has been making quality doors inside and out. Choose from the best in-stock selection of interior and exterior doors ready to take home today. Or design your door your way with our free designer in-store or on Menards.com. Save big on Mastercraft Doors and check out more great deals happening now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. No wonder J.D. Power awarded Silverado the most dependable, large, light-duty pickup. It's a true workhorse. Right now, during Truck Month, get 2.9% APR financing on all 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Go to ChevyDriveChicago.com for details. Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Work hard, play harder in a new Chevy Silverado.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is White Sox Weekly. Your all-access pass to everything White Sox.
Swing and a drive! Deep to left! Gone!
That was as hard as a baseball can be hit by anybody.
White Sox Weekly on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now here's your host, Jeff Meller.
Welcome on into White Sox Weekly. The autumnal weather is here, as is the pumpkin spiced flavored everything, and of course sweater weather, and most importantly, it is playoff baseball. We were treated to 2 games yesterday. The Mariners beat the Blue Jays 6-2 to take a 3-2 lead in the ALCS. That series will continue on Sunday night right here on ESPN 1000. Again, the Seattle Mariners have a 3-2 lead over the Blue Jays. That series goes back to Toronto after Eugenio Suarez's clutch grand slam gives the Mariners the win. But back-to-back Friday nights, we were treated to some spectacular baseball. Last week it was the Mariners beating the Tigers in the ALDS with one of the greatest playoff games in Major League history, the 15-inning affair. Covered that quite a bit last week here on White Sox Weekly. Last night, I mentioned the Mariners getting the win in the first game, and then the Dodgers. We saw an all-time performance from one of the all-time greats.
Oh my goodness! Shohei Ohtani! Wow! Up and over the roof! Ohtani, did he? Ohtani! Ohtani has done it again! His third home run!
That was Shohei Ohtani last night. 3 homers, including 10 strikeouts on the mound. That's the insane thing there. Shohei Ohtani with a performance for the ages as he was named the NLCS MVP primarily on the strength of last night's game, leading the Dodgers to a 4-0 sweep over the Brewers, and they will compete in the World Series as they will try and win back-to-back titles. It'll be, if they can do it, it will be the first time since 2000 that a Major League team has repeated. Of course, the Yankees had the three-peats back in 98, 99, and 2000 as the Dodgers will try and become the first team to do so since the Yankees did it at the turn of the century. So the Dodgers sit back and await the AL opponents, which will then begin the World Series. The World Series set to begin next Friday night. So we'll be treated to back-to-back Friday nights of some very interesting baseball, and we shall see if the Dodgers and their opponents can treat us to another spectacular Friday night of baseball next week. Nevertheless, though, first things first, again, the ALCS, it'll be the Mariners and Blue Jays in Toronto tomorrow night for Game 6, with the Mariners having an opportunity to advance to take on the Dodgers. We'll cover plenty more on the Dodgers and the potential World Series next week on White Sox Weekly. But, of course, you're tuning into White Sox Weekly to hear plenty of White Sox coverage. And so this week we'll set the stage for the 20th anniversary of the White Sox triumph over the Astros in 2005. We're going to reminisce a lot about that and go around Major League Baseball as well. I'm Jeff Meller. This is White Sox Weekly right here on ESPN 1000.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance. Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
You ever notice that some people are picky when it comes to their beer?
Yeah, and Yuengling gets it. That's why they brew a beer for everyone's taste.
You want something light and easy? They've got it. Rich and toasty? That too. Something classic? That's their bread and butter.
So whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or grilling in the backyard, there's a Yuengling for the occasion.
Check out the lineup next time you're out. You might end up bringing home more than one.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like Acme Industries in Elk Grove Village. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
Walner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Walner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Walner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Walner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Walner Law, 312-8-million.
Did you know that Fry the Coop is now using Vienna beef pickles on their epic chicken sandwiches?
Vienna beef sells pickles?
What, do you live under a rock? Yeah, Vienna beef is celebrating 100 years of selling pickles. Where have you been?
Right here.
Well, they are the bomb.com. Fry the Coop uses their zesty pickles, which are a sweet and spicy crinkle-cut pickle. When I tell you they are epic, they are epic. If you haven't tried Vienna beef pickles, do yourself a favor and head to Fry the Coop today.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is Chicago's home for sports.
On app.
The ESPN Chicago app.
In HD.
FM 100.3 HD2.
And of course on AM.
ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly.
Neiman, the second baseman, plays up the middle. And there's a drive. That's hit deep. Left center field. And it's a goner. There's a home run for Sosa. The White Sox are on the board.
Yes, indeed, they were on the board that evening. And if that voice sounds familiar, but maybe, just maybe, you can't put your finger on it, that, of course, was the dulcet tones of one John Rooney, the play-by-play man, the longtime play-by-play man for your Chicago White Sox, and, of course, the endearing voice during the 2005 World Series championship season. John Rooney was in the booth earlier this year, back on July 11th, as the White Sox had their reunion weekend on the same weekend that they unveiled the Mark Burley statue. And John Rooney was kind enough to join us up in the booth with Len Casper and Darren Jackson, and he grabbed the mic for some play-by-play action to bring us back to those good old days. And it was pretty cool to have Lenyn Sosa deliver a home run with John Rooney on the call. It was one of those cool goosebump moments for, I think, Sox fans and for me as well. I'll admit, when I got my start in this business, one of the first tasks I had was producing John Rooney and Bruce Levine with their Talking Baseball show every Saturday morning. And so now it feels like in some ways I've come full circle as the pregame and postgame host of White Sox games, and of course joining you each and every Saturday here on White Sox Weekly. So that was a great moment to reconnect with John Rooney, to have him in the booth calling a White Sox home run like he did, and just bringing us back to that 2005 season, which we've been celebrating a lot this year because it, of course, is the 20th anniversary of the 2005 World Series championship, and we are now officially embarking upon the week in which it will be the 20th anniversary. Of course, Game 1 of the 2005 World Series was on October 22nd. and that was when the White Sox hosted the Astros. So this week you will be hearing and seeing lots of highlights as we reminisce about that great time in White Sox history. So be on the lookout, and because we will be reconvening next Saturday, I figured I'd get the jump and get you that first taste as we bring you down memory lane with all of those fantastic highlights, not just of the World Series, but the entire 2005 postseason run. We were your home for the 2005 White Sox right here on ESPN 1000, as we are now, and it will be very cool to one day, hopefully in the not-too-distant future, be playing a more current montage of your White Sox winning the World Series. But until we get there, let's remember some of the great times 20 years ago with John Rooney and Ed Farmer on the call of that magical, dominant White Sox playoff run in which they won the World Series over the Astros back in 2005.
2-2 on Coco Crisp. Here's the pitch. Swing and a ground ball. Ross Glow diving stop to his feet. Underhands to Takatsu for a White Sox winner.
That's how you draw it up. I believe 1 over the minimum. I believe that 28 men batted today for the Indians.
1-0 the final. The Sox win over the Cleveland Indians. The home opener, the season opener, goes in the books with a W. Tying run at second, 2 outs. The pitch by Hermanson. Swing, and he popped him up. Right side, Konerko is under it. Paul makes the catch for a White Sox winner. The 0-2 pitch with 2 outs. Boone swings and misses. A White Sox winner.
1 hour and 39 minutes. This is one of the fastest games I've ever seen. He struck out 12.
A career-high 12 strikeouts for Burley, allowing 1 run on 3 hits, and all 3 hits belong to the same man, Ichiro. 3-2 on Dye. Hawkins with the pitch. Dye hits a drive, deep left center field, and this is gonna go! Home run, Jermaine Dye! Rowan takes off on the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a drive, deep left center field. This might go! It's a gunner and a White Sox winner!
This place is electric.
Tricep kick, another 3-2. Swing long with the left, down the line to the pole, to the bullpen, gone, home run.
After a lengthy at-bat, Konerko puts the Sox up 4-2.
Look at second, 2-2 pitch, swing, ground ball right side, through for a hit.
Rounding third is Creedy, steaming home. The throw from Brown late. Sox lead 2-0. Pitsednik's 3 for 3.
C works from the high set, the pitch. Creedy hits a high fly ball, deep left center field, and it's a goner, a 2-run homer. The pitch to Frank, swing, and a high fly ball. That's deep center field. Back to the wall, Sullivan. Goodbye! A home run out there by the Rocks. The 1-1. Dye hits a drive, deep left field, way back. It's a goner and a White Sox winner.
Here's a swing and a high fly, deep right. Touch them all. This is way out of here, folks. A 2-run homer for Everett.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a drive, left center field. Here's Rowan on the run, on the move. He dives and makes the catch for a White Sox winner.
Hang a star on that one, folks. The runner doesn't go. The pitch, high drive, deep left. It's 11. It's 11 home runs. Frank, for the second consecutive night, has hit a 3-run home run. Yesterday it was in the 8th. Tonight it's in the 5th.
The pitch on the way. Thomas unloads. He hits it deep to left. And it's a 3-run homer.
This place is up for grabs.
Look at first, the 2-1. Swing, bouncing ball. Garland jumps and gets it. Throws to first.
What a play by John Garland.
There's a 2-1 to Gucci. Swing and a long one to left. This has got a chance. To the track. Chris to the wall. We're tied at 3. Home run for Tadahito. Trevor works from the stretch. The pitch. Rowan sends it deep to left field. This is going to go. It's a goner and a 3-run homer. That went to the Metal Supply Company building on the 2nd level. Now the 1-0 pitch. Here it comes. A swing and a line drive. Caught for Paul Konerko. He made the play. It's a White Sox winner and a Central Division title.
We've got to find a way to not only win here, but keep going. I mean, there's 3 more levels to go to, and I've been to the 2nd round. I'd like to get to the World Series and have a chance to win that, and so this is what it's all about right here.
The pitch to Brzezinski. A swing, and there's a drive. Deep left center field. Way back. It's a gunner. A 3-run homer for A.J. Brzezinski.
Light it up and go nuts for a while. goes opposite field. A bomb to left. It's been a huge first.
And here's a drive deep right field. This is going to go. That's the first home run he has hit this season. A 3-run shot for Podsednik, and his home run comes in the division series. The pitch, a long one to left center field. Podsednik back to the wall, and he reaches and makes the catch for a White Sox winner.
1 ball, 1 strike on Iguchi. A look at first, the 1-1. Curveball hit deep to left. This has got a chance to the bullpen. 3-run homer and picked up Podsednik. Sox lead 5-4.
The pitch to it. A ground ball to the shortstop. Uribe has it, and he throws out Renteria for a White Sox winner. The pitch, a swing and a high fly ball.
Like I
deep
said.
left field, way back, and it's a gunner! Way out of Fenway Park for Konerko.
He threw it again, and it did too much. I said the monster seats went over it.
Nel Duque is ready from the belt. The pitch, a swing, and he popped him up. Off with the mask, A.J. Brzezinski. Here comes Konerko. The infield fly rule is called, and Konerko catches it in the fungo circle up the first base line. And another 3-2 pitch to Graffinino. Swung on, he popped him up. The shortstop, Uribe, calls for it. The infield fly is called, and Uribe makes the catch. The runners go, the pitch. Strike 3, a swing and a miss on a curveball down and in. Hocus pocus, says Hernandez.
We get him the cap, the cape, and the little wand because he'll make a rabbit out of his hat.
The 1-0 pitch. A swing and a smash. Konerko a dive. He has it while moving to his right. Flips to Hernandez for the out. A sensational play. Bobby Jenks is ready. The kick and the 1-strike pitch. A swing and the ball's hit past the mound to Iguchi. He has it and throws him out for a White Sox winner. And the White Sox are going to the American League Championship Series.
The payoff pitch with 2 outs. A.J. swings and misses a splitter. He strikes out. 5 strikeouts for Escobar as he has worked through 3 innings. And A.J. has been awarded first base. Was that catcher's interference? He said that the ball bounced, and now here comes Sosha, and Ersted's got something to say, and A.J.'s at first base. A.J. is at first base. That ball did bounce.
The pitch by Escobar. Creedy hits a drive. Left field to the corner. This one is off the wall. Ozuna scores. It's a White Sox winner, and the ALCS is tied at a game apiece.
Fans are going nuts all the way around this facility. We call U.S. Cellular. We got even. Nice job by Brzezinski. Creedy, by the way, hit an 0-2 pitch. Sox win.
Another wide one. Everett will come up with 2 men on base.
Don't think Lackey doesn't know that either, John.
Konerko hits a drive. Deep left center field. This one's taking off, and it's a gunner! A 2-run homer for Konerko, and the White Sox lead 3-0. Guerrero is 1 for 3 with an infield hit tonight. He swings and drives it to right. There's Jermaine Dye for a White Sox winner. Now 3-2 on Konerko. The pitch on the way. Konerko hits a drive to left center field. Way back it goes. Back to the wall. It's a gunner. A 3-run homer for Konerko. And the White Sox, like last night, break out on top 3-0 in the first. The 1-2 pitch from Freddie Garcia to Kochman. A hot shot to second to his left. Iguchi gobbles it up and throws him out for a White Sox winner.
0-1 on Joe Creedy. Angels lead 3-2 here in the 7th. And here's Escobar's pitch. Swinging a long one to left. This has got a chance. Rivera running back to the bullpen. Gone. We are tied at 3.
The 3-2 pitch coming up. A look to second. The runners take off. The pitch. Creedy hits a ground ball up the middle. That is knocked down by Kennedy. He's throwing home. Here comes Rowan. Safe at the plate. The White Sox lead 4-3 in the 8th. Frankie Rodriguez kicks and deals. Konerko drives it to deep right center field. This is hit way back and off the wall. Dye stops at third. The White Sox lead 5-3 in the 9th in Anaheim. Here's a swing and a ground ball to first. Konerko has it. He steps on the bag. The White Sox have won the pennant. They've won the pennant. A White Sox winner, and they're going to the World Series. They're mobbing Konerko on the first base side of the infield. The White Sox have won 4 in a row, and they'll start the World Series at home on the south side next weekend. Now the pitch, a swing and a high fly ball. Deep right field. This might go. It's a gunner! A 2-out home run in the first inning for Jermaine Dye.
Swing long one, deep left center. Gone for a home run. Creedy has untied the score. Sox lead 4-3. Joe, have a postseason to remember.
On the stretch, the pitch. A hot shot to third. Creedy dives. He has it. Throws to first to get him. Oh, that was hit hard.
Runners at the corners for Biggio. 2 down, the pitch. Swing, bouncy ball to third. Preedy dives. Got it, gets up, throws to first. Hang a star on that. Just put the World Series on his shoulders.
3-2 with 2 outs. Springer with a double glance to second. The kick and the pitch. A swing and a drive. Deep right center field. This is going to get down and go to the wall. Brzezinski scores. Podsednik has 2. He's going for 3. Here's the throw in. It's cut off. A triple for Podsednik. The White Sox lead 5-3. Here's Jenks with the 0-2 pitch. A fastball struck him out swinging for a White Sox World Series Game 1 winner.
Here's Konerko on the pitch to PK. Swinging along with a left. It's going to go. It's a slam. Sox lead 6-4. Light it up.
The 2-1. A swing and a high fly ball. Deep right center field. This is way back in the gap. And it's a gunner. A White Sox winner. A winner on a Podsednik home run. And the White Sox go up 2-0 in the 2005 World Series.
Garland ready to go. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Biggio takes a heater. Strike 3. Got him looking. 4th strikeout for John Garland. Works around the leadoff walk here in the 7th.
With 2 down, here's the 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called on the inside corner as Hermanson went back in there. He doubled up on the pitch and got him with a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. 2-2 with the bases loaded. 2 outs in the 9th. Here's the pitch from El Duque. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And we're going to extra innings in Houston, tied at 5. The sidestep, the kick, the right-hander's pitch. Blum drives it to right field, deep down the line, in the corner, and it's a gunner! A home run for Blum, and the White Sox jump out in front of the 14th, 6-5 on a homer by Blum. From the belt, here's the pitch. A swing and a high pop fly on the infield, backing up to the outfield grass. Uribe is there. He has it for a White Sox winner. And the White Sox are 1 win away from a world championship. No score in the 8th with 2 down. The 1-1 pitch. Jermaine drives it up the middle. A base hit to center. Harris scores. The White Sox have a 1-0 lead in the 8th. Out from the set with the runner at second. The 2-2 pitch. A high pop fly down the left field line. Moving toward the stands in foul territory. Uribe is over there. He reaches. Did he catch it? Did he catch it? He caught it. He caught it and went into the stands and brought it back out.
How about that?
Unbelievable. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Palmeiro. A ground ball past Jenks up the middle of the infield. Uribe has it. He throws. Out. Out. A White Sox winner and a world championship. The White Sox have won the World Series and they're mobbing each other on the field.
My, how time flies when you're having fun. That was fantastic, listening back to John Rooney and Ed Farmer, rest in peace, Eddie, on the call back in 2005 when the White Sox won the World Series again. We will be celebrating the 20th anniversary this upcoming week. Again, October 22nd, 2005 was the first game of the World Series that year. That's coming up on Wednesday, and of course, all throughout the week, I'm sure you'll be hearing and seeing lots of great highlights of that time. Hey, White Sox fans, get access to the best seats at the best value and lock in a 2026 ticket plan today. Be here for the biggest matchups, exciting promotions, and opening day on Thursday, April 2nd. Plus, enjoy flexible payment plans, savings on single games, and more. To secure your ticket plan, visit whitesox.com/2026. I'm Jeff Meller. This is White Sox Weekly, right here on your home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Jeff Joniak inviting you to join us tomorrow for Bears and Saints, live from Soldier Field.
The Chicago!
Along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee, we bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening, this is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Saints on the lakefront. Kickoff tomorrow at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
For over 45 years, Food and Paper Supply Company has been the local leader in food service distribution. We're proud to partner with and service the Chicago White Sox and restaurants throughout Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. At Food and Paper Supply, we're committed to getting you the products you want, including fresh poultry, beef, pork, shrimp, and produce, plus frozen fries, appetizers, dairy products, oils, and a full line of carry-out packaging. Our cash and carry retail store is open to the public with wholesale pricing. Go to foodandpaper.com. That's foodandpaper.com for service and products beyond compare.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Atlas Roofing provides the best value in architectural shingles. Atlas shingles feature a limited lifetime warranty and wind resistance up to 130 miles per hour. Plus, their super wide design saves on installation time. Visit us in-store or on menards.com and get a free estimate fast on your shingle project with our easy-to-use design program.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Are you feeling sore, stiff, or just not at your best? Maybe you've been dealing with pain for months, hoping it will just go away. You deserve to feel your best. Cairo One Wellness Centers offer personalized chiropractic care to help you live pain-free. No drugs, no surgery. Too many of us think pain is just part of getting older, but that's not true. Visit Cairo1.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Schaumburg East, West Addison, and Des Plaines. That's Cairo1.com, and let them know that Sylvie sent ya.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
We are talking White Sox.
This is White Sox Weekly.
If you missed the show, we put the podcast up on the ESPN Chicago app, so listen on your time.
White Sox Weekly, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, White Sox fans, stay up to date on all things White Sox by following the team's official social media accounts. Don't miss a minute of the action on and off the field. Follow @White Sox on social today. Speaking of following the White Sox, if you missed it earlier this week, the White Sox announced 5 roster moves. That is right, 5 roster moves as they outrighted outfielder Dominic Fletcher, outfielder Corey Julks, right-handed pitcher Elvis Peguero and right-handed pitcher Owen White to Class AAA Charlotte, the Knights. And outfielder Will Robertson was claimed by the Pittsburgh Pirates. So Will Robertson, who got pretty good run in, I'd say, September after some injuries, hit the White Sox, specifically Luis Robert missed the last month. Mike Tauchman and Andrew Benintendi both missed probably the last week or so of games. Will Robertson played quite a bit at the end of the year. Now, didn't really do a whole lot offensively, but he made some pretty sweet catches in the outfield, including an absolutely filthy robbery in Detroit when he reached up in left field and basically grabbed the ball from going out of the park. And as he made the catch, his arms, rib cage area slammed into the wall, and he still held on to it. It was quite impressive. That was, for me, the Will Robertson play that I remember most from this past season, and he will no longer be donning White Sox colors this upcoming season, unless, of course, he reconnects at some point. But he is no longer a member of the White Sox, as the Pittsburgh Pirates claimed him earlier this week, which means the White Sox 40-man roster is now down to 35. So there is the White Sox transactions from earlier this week. I am Jeff Meller. This is White Sox Weekly. Let's take a look around the majors. All right, so one storyline that I didn't have a chance to get into last Saturday because I was so enamored and enthused with having watched that epic Game 5 in Seattle. Covered a lot of that game last week here on White Sox Weekly. It was a fantastic game. One of the best MLB playoff games in recent memory, in which the Mariners, in an elimination game, were able to eliminate the Tigers in Game 5 in Seattle. And what I failed to mention, because there was so much to cover in that entire game, and honestly, I had seen it briefly, but it wasn't at the forefront. I didn't have all of the details. And now, a week removed, I do have more details where I feel comfortable sharing the entirety of the story with you. So, Humpy the Salmon, that's right, Humpy the Salmon won his first salmon run in 165 tries last Friday night in Seattle. And it was crazy because Humpy has been the proverbial loser. Literally. He was 0-165. And actually, so if you're unfamiliar with the salmon run, which I'll be honest, I didn't have all the exact details. I wasn't aware of the 4 participants. There's King Salmon. He has a crown and is somewhat of an homage to King Felix Hernandez, a legendary Seattle Mariner. He's one of the runners, one of the salmon runners. There's Silver Salmon. There's Sockeye Salmon. And there is Humpy Salmon. And again, the salmon run had taken place. It began 2 years ago when the Mariners wanted to tap into the mascot run, which I'll admit, I'm an absolute sucker for. I don't know about you guys, but I love whenever a team has a good theme. And honestly, it's important that you have a theme that fits nicely with your region, your team. And, of course, the Nationals have the president mascot race. You've got the pierogi race in Pittsburgh. You've got the sausage race in Milwaukee. So the key is, if you're going to make it memorable, you got to have, a good theme. And I think the salmon run is a perfect one for Seattle. So Humpy had lost 165 straight races. And on Friday night, when the Mariners were playing the Tigers in that elimination game, which did go 15 innings, the race takes place in the 7th inning. And Humpy did not snap his streak in the 7th inning. Oh no, friends. It actually took the fact that the game went 15 innings and the Seattle Stadium Ops team decided to re-energize the crowd, which clearly was, I don't want to say fading, but was losing energy because you're sitting through a 15-inning baseball game. If you're standing for each, and especially an elimination game, a playoff game, where you're hoping your team can advance to the ALCS for the first time in 24 seasons, you can understand why through 15 innings, you might be losing a little bit of steam. So Stadium Ops in Seattle decided they needed to do something to re-energize the crowd because you have a plan for the first 9 innings. And maybe if you probably have a couple of things in your back pocket for innings 10 and 11. When you get to 15, you're just drawing it up as you go. You're throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks. And so the Mariners Stadium Ops decided that they were going to run a second salmon run in the 15th inning. And sure enough, that is when Humpy seized the moment. And apparently, and if you haven't seen it, it's worth checking out on social media. When he crossed the finish line for his first win, the Seattle crowd exploded. Jorge Polanco even noted that, who actually came up with the game-winning hit. Jorge Polanco noted that he was trying to get locked in, and all of a sudden he heard the crowd explode. And it was like, what's going on? Well, Humpy won for the first time in 166 races.
Jeff, you feel me? You make me feel like we're playing the wrong music here.
What do we need? What are we missing?
What if I told you?
That's beautiful.
That's what I'm hearing as you're doing this.
Well, the truth is, too, Brendan Riley, the executive producer of White Sox Baseball and White Sox Weekly here. Now, that's a great call, Brendan, because it absolutely, this is one of those things where you can't just say it. You can't say, oh, we're going to energize the crowd with this. You hope that that's exactly what you do, what you provide. And I will tell you, I do think this played a role. I think it absolutely helped energize the Mariners because if you'll remember back to that game, it was crazy. It was like they had the Manfred runner instituted because every inning, whether it was the Tigers or the Mariners, one of the teams would get a runner on second base, usually with no outs, and each time, every team came up short. They couldn't drive home the winning run. It was crazy how Jack Flaherty, Bizzardo were escaping these jams, and then ultimately, in the 15th, when the Mariners finally had another shot, another crack at it, I do think the crowd going crazy for Humpy's win provided a little extra spark to the Mariners. They seized the moment, Brendan. They absolutely seized the moment, and that's when you say, truthfully, I do think, and we can go back to the round MLB music there, but I do think, truthfully, that when you think about it, when you say, okay, what can a crowd actually do for a team? There are those moments when you have things like that occur, when a crowd starts to go crazy. I do think that provides a little extra oomph for the players to kind of lock in. I don't think baseball is a sport where you can try harder. It doesn't lend itself to that. It's a skill-based game. But what I do think is in those moments, it might actually help players focus, lock in, and understand the moment just a little bit more when you have that slight reminder. So I think that played I'm not going to say significant, but you'll never be able to tell me that Humpy winning his first salmon run in 166 tries wasn't the spark the Mariners needed. You'll never be able to convince me otherwise. Speaking of other news from around Major League Baseball, now we turn to the losers in the playoffs. And I say that, only half-heartedly because you made it to the playoffs, so that in itself is a successful season. The Philadelphia Phillies they are in this tough spot because they've had a lot of regular season success. And they have made it to the World Series, but they continue to come up short. And this is the infuriating thing about the playoffs at times is that even when you do everything right, sometimes things just go against you. And unfortunately for the Phillies, I do think it's partially just running into the juggernaut that was and is the LA Dodgers. We hit on that in the first segment. But now the Phillies find themselves in a weird spot. Kyle Schwarber is a free agent. He obviously, I think if you look back on the last couple of seasons, has been the most potent bat in the Phillies lineup. However, I think it's inarguable the heart and soul of the Phillies is Bryce Harper. Now, this was interesting to me. This was yesterday, or I believe it was Thursday. Dave Dombrowski, the Philadelphia Phillies general manager, made an interesting comment in his end-of-the-season press conference wrap-up. I found this, I guess, it just took me aback. Listen to Dave Dombrowski's response when he was asked about Bryce Harper having a good but not necessarily great season.
Well, I don't think, in Bryce's case, of course, he's still a quality player. He's still an all-star caliber player. He didn't have an elite season like he has had in the past. And I guess we only find out if he becomes elite or he continues to be good. It's not like it's like if you say to me, I look around the league, I'm trying to think Freddie Freeman. He's a really good player, right? He still is a good player. Is he elite like he was before? Probably not to the same extent, and so that's nothing negative. Freddie's a tremendous player, and that's, to me, is Bryce. Can he rise to the next level again? I don't really know that answer. And really, he's the one that will dictate that more than anything else. Is what it comes down to. So I don't think he's content with the year that he had. And again, it wasn't a bad year. But when I think of Bryce Harper, you're thinking elite, right? You're thinking one of the top 10 players in baseball, and I don't think it fit into that category. But again, very good player. I have no idea when you see somebody. I've seen guys at his age. Again, he's not old. That level off. Or I've seen guys rise again. We'll see what happens.
Fascinating. Bryce Harper in his age 32 season, he did fall. Like, his OPS was 844. His batting average fell a bit to 261. On base percentage 357. 3.2 WAR in 132 games. So there was some fall off, but of course he did miss about a month or so with an injury. The numbers aren't so far off. And honestly, especially when you look back at the last couple of 2-3 seasons in Philly, 2021, Bryce Harper won his second MVP. He was a monster that year, his third season in Philadelphia. He may not get back to that level. He's still a damn good player. And I really found it odd that Dave Dombrowski was so, maybe it's a completely honest assessment, but I just found it odd that he chose that opportunity to question whether or not Bryce Harper could become elite again. Because you know what? Bryce Harper has never struck me as somebody who's not going to do his absolute most to get the most out of himself, talent-wise. So I just found that an odd choice by Dave Dombrowski and something to keep an eye on to see if there's any discontent in Philadelphia about how the Phillies general manager puts, I don't want to say on blast, but he put Bryce Harper on blast a little bit. Hey, can you get back to this level? That was interesting to me. I'm Jeff Meller here on White Sox Weekly. When we come back, we will wrap up this edition with my favorite moments of the past week. Yes, we will go to Italy for some baseball talk. We'll do that next right here on ESPN 1000.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate. Sunday mornings at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate. Sunday morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Hey football fans, hike it into Hooters to watch all the games this season. Since 1983, our world-famous wings always win. Hooters has over 14 sauces and rubs to choose from. Or try one of our football specials like 10 buffalo shrimp or 3 chicken tender strips, both served with fries for a special price. Wash them down with a Big Daddy mug of Bud Light, Michelob Ultra, or Dos Equis, or a $6 legendary margarita. With 11 Chicagoland locations, there's a Hooters near you. Visit originalhooters.com to find yours today. Hooters, the original wing joint.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. October's here and you can already feel that Chicago chill creeping in. I used to hate the drafts coming through my old windows. And then I called my friends at Window Nation. They came out, walked me through the process, and made it easy. Now the drafts are gone, the house feels great, and you could do the same with this deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 full years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big win. And with an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, you're in great hands. Don't wait. Go to windownation.com before October 31st. That's windownation.com.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
This college football payback playback is brought to you by Venmo.
The year was 2010. The date, November 6th. The Kansas Jayhawks were down 45-17 with 14:52 left in the game. The Jayhawks exploded to score the final 35 points to capture the largest comeback in Jayhawk history, winning 52-45. Freshman running back James Sims scored 4 tuds, including the game winner with 52 seconds remaining.
Brought to you by Venmo. This football season, score more with Venmo.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and 0 for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
Welcome to White Sox Weekly on ESPN 1000.
Happy Saturday to you. Hope you're having a fabulous one. I'm Jeff Meller here on White Sox Weekly. Hey, Sox fans, sign up to become a White Sox insider and get special offers, including single-game ticket pre-sales and other exciting Sox content delivered free to your inbox. Visit whitesox.com/insider today. So you may remember earlier this year when we officially got the news that the first ever American Pope had been elected in Vatican City. Of course you remember that, White Sox fans. Pope Leo the 14th, who was, we go back to 2005 because famously now, he was in attendance for the White Sox win in Game 1 of the 2025 World Series, and he was in attendance in Section 140 with White Sox season ticket holder, the late Ed Schmidt. And Pope Leo was there at that game. You've probably seen video at this point of him in the stands, a much younger, of course, Pope Leo, not Pope at the time, but back in the stands watching the White Sox win their first World Series game that season. And it was quite an event earlier this year when he was elected Pope. And, of course, it brought the interesting claim by the Cubs that he was a Cubs fan. Hey, Chicago, the Pope's a Cubs fan. You remember that across the Wrigley marquee. And then, of course, they had to quickly tuck their tail between their legs because there was video evidence very quickly that Pope Leo was indeed a White Sox fan. And I have to admit, this kind of warmed my heart a little bit earlier this week as in Vatican City, as the Pope was out greeting all those in attendance to see him, putting on waves, and, of course, plenty of proud, I'm sure, Catholics, and not just Catholics, but probably plenty of folks out there just out there to catch a glimpse of His Holiness, saw the true Sox fan of Pope Leo come out. As he was riding down, meeting the crowd, you heard from the fans a chant, not a chant, it was just a call from a clearly a Cubs fan, say, "Go Cubs." And then Pope Leo on the spot with exactly what you would hope for from a Sox fan with the response. This was earlier this week in Vatican City. That's right. Pope Leo shot back, "They lost," in Italian, and then translated into English, "They lost." Perfect. I loved it. It was so good. Again, it just warmed my heart to have His Holiness, who should be, theoretically, unifying, bringing together, except when it comes to his baseball fandom, folks. How about that, too? The Pope out there in Italy keeping tabs on the MLB playoffs. I just love it. I don't know. It just absolutely makes me giddy. And again, it's in another tough season, it was one of the highlights to learn that the Pope was indeed a White Sox fan. And then for him to lean into it this past week was just perfect. Of course, if you have not been to Wright Field recently or earlier this season, Section 140, that is where Pope Leo did sit. And that is, the tickets are still in the Schmidt family's household, even though Ed, who went to the game with Pope Leo, has since passed. The tickets are still in the family, so they still have those tickets. So you cannot technically purchase the ticket where the Pope sat. However, there is a mural in Section 140 as you enter on the concourse level, as you enter where the seats are in that section. You can actually see Pope Leo, the graphic installation there. So it's a pretty cool. Go check it out if you're at Wright Field next season. Take a walk around, check out Section 140, and you can see the commemorative mural of Pope Leo there. And I just love the fact that he's taunting Cubs fans after they were eliminated. It's something I did not anticipate coming earlier this week. So it was a fun little thing that came across, which I did certainly enjoy. All right, that is going to do it for us here on White Sox Weekly, as we will be back again next week celebrating what is indeed going to be a week where we reminisce because, of course, the World Series anniversary, the 20th anniversary, is upon us here this week. So going to be seeing a lot of that. We're also going to be doing more retrospective again next week. Carmen DeFalco of Carmen and Yurko fame here on ESPN 1000 is going to be joining me. We're going to be talking about the 2005 championship run by the White Sox. He was in attendance for, I don't know if it was all the games, but he traveled with the team, covering the team for the station here when it was Carmen and Sylvie. He was in attendance for a lot of those games, so he's going to join me next week here on White Sox Weekly as we reminisce about all of the great times and kind of just talk about where the White Sox are at right now as a team, too, and how they get back to winning a World Series. So Carmen will be joining me, and we'll be talking a lot about the World Series next week as well, and also keeping you up to date on what's going on with your White Sox right here on White Sox Weekly. I'll remind you, celebrate your special occasion in 2026 with a White Sox party area. Reserve your group outing today to get access to the best spaces and top matchups like opening day on April 2nd, plus big matchups against the Cubs. They lost. Dodgers and Yankees. For more information, visit whitesox.com/groups or call 312-674-1000. I'm Jeff Meller. That's going to do it for me here on White Sox Weekly. Talk to you again next week right here on your home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000.